Hi, this is Regina Y. Favors with the film analysis for Misery, the film. This is the theme of setback and misery when you abandon your mastery orientation with a special topic on goal orientation. So I want to look at setback within the film itself. We understand that the main theme of the film is misery, right? And it is used throughout the film. It is the title of a 8-part series written by Paul Sheldon, the character. And we know that Annie Wilkes, the female character, is just enamored with not only Paul Sheldon but also the Misery series. And so we understand that misery is your main theme if we were looking at this just from the theme of misery. But I want to look at it from the theme of setback because I want to consider Paul's initial goal, which is to end his career writing the series itself. And he wants to get into more serious work, and how that goal is thwarted by Annie Wilkes' character. But I also want to look at how Paul really contributes to his own setback when he gives Annie permission to read his untitled book and be a part of the process, if you will. So this is the theme of setback and misery. I do not utilize film clips due to trademark and copyright infringement issues, and also YouTube tends to take down those types of videos that do not have permission. So I only want to look at a frame by frame analysis, screenshotting each frame, and then take it from there. So this is theme of setback and misery when you abandon your mastery orientation with special topic on goal orientation. And so goal orientation is a psychology concept, and I want to look at how both Paul and Annie are abandoning their own mastery orientation. Please like the video, subscribe to the channel. If you are interested in further videos, hit the notification bell. Thank you for visiting the channel. So this film analysis is subject to fair use. All right, this is part 1 of this film analysis of misery. So you are going to see the plot summary, learning objectives, and then the film analysis leads all the way up to when Paul Sheldon returns from exploring Annie's house for the first time, and he's hiding the pills, and he's going to later create a pill concoction. So this is part 1. And here's your plot summary. So Misery explores the parallel narratives of both characters, Annie Wilkes and Paul Sheldon. Wilkes is an obsessive fan who holds Sheldon captive, forcing him to rewrite a novel part of a series. On the other hand, Sheldon, who desires to get out of the novel writing business, is beginning his new journey in writing serious stories, hoping the new genre will launch his career post-Misery. Their worlds collide when Sheldon's car goes off the road during a blizzard. Wilkes rescues him and takes him to her home, and she subsequently traps him into the room because she realizes that he is ending her misery as well as his own. Forced to burn the new manuscript and reignite the old series, Sheldon complies, extends the series, learns about Annie, and tries different strategies of escape, which makes Annie suspicious. After she discovers Sheldon's attempts, Annie is forced to adopt an extreme option to keep Sheldon from living. The experiences of both characters reveal much about their inclinations to adopt a different goal orientation to complete their tasks. By the end of Misery, it is Sheldon who achieves his goal, leaving a legacy for reinvention and overcoming personal and professional setback. So here are your learning objectives. By the end of this discussion, you will be able to do the following. So summarize the plot, outline the implications of misery, which is just standard, right? How many times misery is used, by which character, what's the concept or the context of that use of the term and concept misery. Create character descriptions of the main character and one or more supporting characters. Define learning goal orientation and performance goal orientation. Apply one or more goal orientation examples to one or more characters. And then apply the theme of setback to one or more frame analyses. So I want to make a point of saying that this is a film analysis, not a film critique. So I'm not adding any bias towards or applying any bias to the film. I only want to analyze character, concept, the ways in which the characters engage each other, etc. I also want to look at the characters from the point of setback. So by the end of this discussion, you will be able to apply the 7 stages of setback, which is explored in my book, Overcoming Setback, 5 Keys for Entering and Exiting Correction, which will be available August 2021. So I want to look at missed opportunities. So the 7 stages are missed opportunity, punishment, pain, correction, recovery, restoration, and advanced. So in terms of missed opportunity, if we look at a course analogy, and we all have either struggled within a course and still passed, or we have failed a course, right, and had to retake it and then passed. But the missed opportunity, if we look at the math course, right, it is common knowledge nationally, globally, wherever, that you have to show all of your work in a math problem. You just cannot put the answer on the test page, right? And so when you don't do that, you are marked down and you could actually fail the test. And you do that, and if you do that multiple times on different tests, you could fail the course. So that's your missed opportunity, that you did not adhere to a particular instruction that is basically common knowledge, that you show all of your work. So then the punishment would be you failed that course. The pain would be that you have to now retake that course along with other courses that might make learning something that you should have learned in a previous course all too inconvenient. So you feel the pain of that. The correction would be that whatever you failed to learn or decided not to regard, you now have to do it in this course. So the correction would be you show all of your work on all tests, all homework at the end of the course, right? Recovery is recovering from that bad thinking, meaning that you thought that you only had to put the answer on the page, and that no matter what the teacher said, you were going to do whatever you wanted to do. Well, the recovery from that bad thinking would be that you have to come up under the direction of your teacher or the direction of authority and do what they are requiring you to do. Because if you are having trouble in a basic math course where you have to show all of your work, what's going to happen when you are having trouble in a workforce environment where the supervisor is telling you that there are X amount of things that you have to do to complete your task, and if you decide to do whatever you want to do, the consequences could be you losing your job. So you have to recover from that bad thinking that I can do whatever I want to do, regardless of being in a math class and having a teacher. Restoration usually requires a mentor. So sometimes the teacher might sit you down and sort of help you understand why it is important for you to show all of your work, so she can check if you have a very good understanding from each level that you are working out the problem. And then advance is once you have fulfilled all of the previous steps, you can advance. Advance is a forward and continuous movement, so that you take what you have learned from overcoming your setback to the next course or to the next thing. You don't say, oh, well, all of that information that I learned and all that wisdom that I learned was just for that course. No. If you get another course that may not be a math course, but the teacher is telling you to integrate sources into your paper, show me that you know how to do that. You can't say, well, I'm going to do whatever I want to do. A summary is just fine. That's not going to work for an academic paper. So the academic course analogy is usually a very good one because everyone has to go to school. Whether you are at the secondary level or post-secondary level, everyone has taken a class or has struggled with a class, struggled with a professor, teacher, etc. And so overcoming setback requires these 7 stages of setback. So I feel for the narrative structure that there are 2 main plots because I'm looking at the idea of parallel narratives. Any other instructor might decide that there is just one main plot and focus on Paul Sheldon and then look at how he engages Annie Wilkes or Wilkes engages him. But I feel like there are 2 main plots. So Paul Sheldon's decision to exit the misery business, so he no longer wants to write these novels even though it has been extremely profitable for him, and Annie Wilkes's her decision to set back Paul Sheldon professionally and personally. So when she traps him in a room and burns his book, it is setting him back professionally. When she doesn't alert anyone to the fact that he is still alive, and she doesn't alert the hospital, she doesn't alert the sheriff, the agent, his daughter, that is setting him back personally. Okay, so these are, I feel, your 2 main plots. There's a possible 3rd plot, misery as a concept. So misery as a concept is the main theme of the film, and it is explored through the experiences, perceptions, and assumptions from both Annie Wilkes and Paul Sheldon. Annie Wilkes is miserable, so she uses the novel series to encourage personal and private happiness. Paul Sheldon is miserable, so he uses the idea of writing a new book to encourage professional happiness. However, it is a 3rd plot for this film analysis. So again, we're not focusing on misery as your main concept because in many ways it's very obvious. And maybe later I will consider creating another film analysis that focuses primarily on misery. But I want to look at this film from the vantage point of setback and overcoming setback. All right, so this is Analyzing Misery, which was released in 1990 and using setback as a theme. So the first image that we get of the film is the opening scene is a cigarette and a lighter. We don't really know why we are getting this image, but prior to this we get typing sounds, so we have to assume that someone is typing, right? The typewriter is not typing by itself. And so then we get this image of the cigarette and the lighter, the match, and we want to know why. We understand that someone is going to smoke this cigarette, of course, but we want to know why that this is sort of like the opening scene. Then we get a wine glass. Again, we don't know why we are seeing a wine glass. It's going to serve some purpose in the film, of course. Then we see wine chilling on ice. Of course, someone is typing and we see words on the page along with the typewriter. So there's some purpose of the film that is essentially telling us that someone is typing. It is their purpose to type. And maybe afterwards they're going to drink that wine and smoke that cigarette. Okay, so here we have Paul Sheldon. We are introduced to Paul Sheldon. Looks like he's in a cabin, right? Sitting at a desk. He's been typing because we see that there's finished work there. We also see a ball of paper, so that lets you know that he was struggling with one of those pages and had to tear it up. And so sometimes if you are a writer and you're trying to push out ideas, sometimes that process alone can be a setback for you, because you honestly want to believe that every page you write or every page you type is a good page, is a good typed page, right? Or a good written page. Why else would you be typing, right? But sometimes you can mess up along the way. You can say to yourself, this is not good character development, etc. So these balled up pages that you see on the desk is just an indication that every writer has personal setbacks, or say not personal, process setbacks. It's not always that the typewriter is wrong or something like that. Sometimes it's just you didn't type the right character descriptions, or you feel like there should be more with that particular character. And you're going to see that even with Paul Sheldon, how Annie sort of pushes Paul to be a little better, right? She thinks that Paul's new book that he's actually typing here, and he's not going to title it, is something that is below him. But that's only because she's biased towards the Misery series. So anything that he does beyond Misery is not going to be good for her anyway. So he's looking at his work. Any writer who knows what it feels like to finish a page and have to look at it and examine it and think about it, this is your process. So we get a lot of process at the beginning of the film. And then he writes, once he finishes that last page, the end. Now, the end, as many writers know, that's just the end of that particular book. He's not writing the Misery book here. This is a new series where he wants to be, a new book where he wants to be now taken seriously. And so he doesn't feel like the Misery series is serious enough work, right? And so the end here is really for him the beginning of a new career writing serious work. But this is going to be thwarted by Annie, because these pages she's going to have him to basically blow up. So he has finished his work. Just like anybody, once you finish, you gather up all your pages, you feel good about what you have done. That balled up paper that you see on the desk, or that whiteout that you see on the desk, both served a purpose. The pencil that you see, the clip that you see, the paper clip that you see, all the other pencils, and that other balled up paper, they all serve the purpose. The typewriter, they're there for a reason. And the the director, Rob Reiner, has us to focus on this for a reason, that he has done a task that has taken a great deal of time. We will learn later that it took about 6 weeks of him staying in this cabin to push out this work. And so to have it sort of not praised by Annie, and then kind of discarded because it wasn't up to her standards or up to the Misery standards, is a blow. It is a definite setback. He just essentially wasted 6 weeks. And so he's untitling it, and only writers would understand why it should be untitled. I always think I like to come at things from a title, even if it's a tentative title, something to guide my understanding. To untitle it, even though he's giving claim and ownership to it by putting the words or typing the words by Paul Sheldon, it's to kind of send it out to just the unknown. It's not really giving it a purpose. Everything behind it might be purposeful, but it needs a title. And later, when he has to, when Annie sort of rescues him, and she wants to read the new book that's in his leather briefcase, she asks, "What's your book about? What's the title?" And he says he doesn't know. I don't know what it's really about. which is interesting for a person who wants to go into serious work and he doesn't know what the title is, he doesn't know what the book is about. So he was typing for 6 weeks for no good reason, right? And so then he gives her permission to maybe come up with a title, or maybe you tell me what you think the book is about. And that's, to me, beyond the fact that his car drives off the road as being possibly the first setback, I think the fact that he gives her permission to title his book that he wrote and to tell him what the book is about is a major setback for him. And we'll see that throughout the book. I mean, throughout this film analysis. But it's interesting that this is a person who says he wants to do more serious work, but he doesn't have a title. Or this is a person who says he wants to do more serious work, but he's asking someone else what the book is about. And so to me, that is a major setback. So this is his leather briefcase that he holds, that he keeps as you know, for sentimental reasons, and he's going to talk to his agent and talk about how when he had written his first book and he was trying to shop it around, he would carry it in this this leather briefcase. So he's putting his novel, the manuscript, into this protected briefcase. It's worn, of course, but it's hard to get rid of something that you felt brought you good luck. But he cares enough. He may not know what it's about. He cares enough to protect it, however. And so then now we know the purpose of why he had the cigarette and the match. And we find out later with his character development that he has quit smoking. But when he finishes a novel, he will smoke a cigarette, drink some wine, and then, of course, go forward with the novel. So this is the feeling of completing something. He set the task to come to this cabin and write the novel, even if he isn't quite sure what the novel is going to be about. He set the task to do it, endured the task, and then completed it. So now this is kind of like his reward. And you see the feeling that comes over him, this kind of like exhale. And so again, that the end, at the end of that manuscript, is really the beginning of what he wants to move forward in and accomplish. And so now he's put the leather briefcase into the car, in the front seat, because anything that is of value, you want to look at, you want to touch, you want to see it. And then outside of the car, he sort of cleans off the snow, and of course, you know, in this particular part of the country is going to be heavy snow. This is in Colorado. And then he throws a snowball as if, you know, what people do. It's kind of like, again, it's that sort of need to stroke your own ego, right? And then he hits his target and he hits the tree. And after that, he says he still got it, right? So that means that even if he's changing careers in terms of his writing profession, and he's changing from one series or type of genre to another, he still has it. He still has the chops. He still has the writing chops. He still has the writing capacity. He still has the writing talent. I'm still bothered by the idea that he doesn't know what the book is about, and that he's been typing that book for 6 weeks in a cabin. But we have to take him at his word that he still got it. So now he's driving on the road from that cabin, getting ready to leave that town. And of course, we look at this, we get an image of this, and we wonder about the snow. Immediately, we wonder about the snow. We don't think to ourselves, you know, is it really good for us to be on the road? We just think about the fact that there's snow on the ground, and it may not be good for us to be on the road. Then we have the title of the movie, Misery. This is James Caan as the actor. So There's nothing in him that basically says that there is anything wrong for me to be driving on this road. He's driving with not a lot of speed, but with some speed, which is kind of like a warning, because if you on a road that is snow and it's cold in the area, it also might have ice. And so there's nothing in him that's kind of reluctant about leaving on the snow. He could have easily waited a few days. The time that he was with Annie, or she had him at her house, I think about 2 days had passed and it began to thaw. And so that would have been a much better deal for him than to leave on the road. And then he wouldn't have driven off the road. So this is him. I always tend to like these side angles that, directors often present to the audience, because it tells a lot about the person's profile, of course, but it tells a lot about what the person is thinking in a car. I like the front of the car as well, their front face. So here, this is a person who doesn't think there's anything wrong other than the fact that he's finished his task. He's not expecting any issues beyond that. He's not expecting a setback. He's not expecting to not get to his destination. Why else would he be in a car? And so we have Kathy Bates in the front of the car, who's Annie Wilkes. And we really get a good view of how snowy it is and how bad the road looks and how bad the area looks. And we're wanting to sort of yell at him to turn around and go back and wait until it thaws out. So it's almost like we're looking for him to have a setback, because without even the music playing at the beginning of the movie, we see him and we are cautious for him that he needs to slow down, maybe pull off to the side of the road, turn around and go back. And then the snow begins to come down, and which is interesting, because he had the lodge manager at his disposal. Even if he didn't have a TV in the room for whatever reason, especially if you are a writer and you're trying to get something done, you don't want that TV playing or anything that can distract you. The fact that he didn't ask the lodge manager, how is the weather, or get a weather report or something like that, tells you that he's operating without a firm knowledge of the area. We don't know. We know that he comes to this area to write. Annie Wilkes reveals that. The lodge manager reveals that, I think. And we know that he comes to the area. Those times that he comes to the area might not have been cold times. They might have been summer times. There might have been non sort of weather wintry times. But this tells us, and the fact that Rob Reiner didn't show him asking the lodge manager about the weather report suggests to us that he's working with a lack of knowledge about a particular area, right? Especially if he wanted to write about this area. You don't know that in a snowy area, in a snowy state, that snow is going to come down. And so his face looks very surprised. And why should his face be surprised if he is familiar with the area during this time? That tells us that he is not. And so that fact that there is a lack of knowledge on his part is part of a setback as well, or it sets him back. And so it gets even worse, right? To the point that we can't even see the outline. Well, we see the outlining of his face, but we no longer see his nose, his eyes, or his mouth. And so we can see his ears, but that's not enough to tell us really how he is perceiving the fact that even more snow is coming down. And again, there's nothing in him that tells him, let me pull off to the side of the road. Let me slow down, wait this out, let this pass, and then go forward. And, in some ways, that's kind of like a parallel to the misery writing business, that you have so many readers and fans who love that misery business, those books, and to shut it down and let misery die in the last book instead of really, gauging your audience to determine if they really want more, is his way of not sort of pulling off to the side, waiting till it pass, and then going forward, right? He's kind of pushing forward into dropping one thing and getting into another without taking into consideration his audience. And so sometimes you may need to do both. You may need to pursue your other path, your secondary path, because it is of interest and it might be soul inspiring, but you don't necessarily drop your fan base, because sometimes your fan base do not move over to the next thing you are doing. And so this is him plowing ahead, not thinking clearly about the decisions he's making, especially in this moment. And so the road is getting a little tricky. His driving is getting a little tricky. He's careful to protect what's the contents of that leather briefcase, but he's not careful enough to protect himself. That unless he pull off to the side of the road, he could die. And then, of course, the novel would die along with him. And so then we have the opening credits that this is based on a novel by novel Misery by Stephen King, and there's so much you can do with that in terms of Stephen King and his writing. But we're not going to discuss the aspects of the novel. This is the aspect of the film. Later, at a later date, I might consider the novel. Again, it's getting even worse, and so it's so bad that we can't see the license plate. It's becoming a blizzard. At first it was just little flakes coming down, but it is becoming a blizzard. So if we know blizzards are sort of on their own little timetable, that information could have been found out listening to the radio or going to the lodge and asking the lodge manager. And so now we get this sign, this sort of road sign about it's kind of squiggly, and it's next 13 miles. It's clear here, right? So that means that this is just getting worse and worse and worse. And now the car is skidding on the road, so it's hard for him to control. But by the time it got to this part where it was hard for him to control, he had many, many, many miles of road prior to that to stop. In addition, when he was pushing the first novel for Misery, he had many rows or many years ahead to really create serious work. Instead, he plowed ahead, and it gained a fan base, and it did well financially, to the point that he didn't know it was going to do that well, and he didn't realize that he wanted to make it his life. So it's one of those things where people are just trying to make it, and they'll do anything to put something out there so they can make it. Maybe he had financial responsibilities and trying to get a paycheck or something like that, and you realize that the thing that you created from a motivation to make it has actually been the thing that really took off. And now all of a sudden you want to do this more important stuff, but nobody really wants to hear the important stuff. They really want the misery. And so this idea of plowing ahead, despite the fact that you are going to run yourself into a ditch, in the same way professionally he was plowing ahead to the point that he felt like he was running himself into a ditch writing the Misery series, is an indication that he did not think through the first initial goal. That if he wanted to write more serious work, then he should have started out writing more serious work, or did both at the same time. And so it's almost like he has a problem with his fans loving the fact that he did well with misery. And so this is kind of interesting that there's this plowing ahead. So he ends up running off the road and he's going to crash. And this is the turned over car that has crashed. And there are many implications here about this crash. You know, if he decides to leave the misery writing business, he could crash. The reason why I believe he does well at the end of the film, and the fact that he wrote a serious work and then it gained a lot of praise, I think it's because of the experiences with Annie Wilkes. But had he not gone through those experiences and just got home to New York and wrote serious work and just completely abandoned that book or that novel series, which is his mastery orientation, if he had abandoned that, I'm not quite sure he would have been received well, because people know you by what you've already been doing. So this crash is interesting. So here's another view of the crash, and we see just how bad it is. You know, that's something that you have to think about. You know, you have to not only protect your product, but you got to protect yourself. You know, at the end of the film, he's walking with a limp. Now, that's not due to necessarily the crash, even though his legs are damaged due to the crash. That's due to the added extreme option that Annie does in sort of taking a sledgehammer to his ankles, right, to keep him from leaving. But this angle tells you so much that why in the world did he get on the road, right? So this is his major setback here, that he started out with a goal to write more serious work, and now it has transitioned into a setback. So this is a cut to the office where he is discussing with the agent the idea that he did not want to make misery his life, and he's calling attention to this leather briefcase and how important it was for him, and how he placed his first book in that briefcase. So while he was shopping it around, and it has very much sentimental value because he was trying to get the book published. He wrote his first book, but he also makes a point of saying that's when he was a writer. He was a writer then. And so the implication then is that he doesn't feel like he is a writer writing the Misery series. And I think that's just kind of like interesting, because how is he really defining writing? So he's looking down on the fact that he wrote the Misery series and it is of great quality, but it's not the thing that he wanted to do. Then if it wasn't the thing that he wanted to do, he shouldn't have done it, right? Because I'm quite sure if you think about J.K. Rowling, she wrote the whole Potter series, right? But she ended that series and now she's trying to write other novels. Well, the Potter series is the series that people want. But she was down on her luck and welfare, you know, taking government assistance, things like that, had a child, recent divorce, and an ideal came to her while she was riding the train. And so she gave in to that idea. She wrote what came to mind, and now you have the Potter, the Harry Potter series, right? But if I always find it interesting when people deviate from their mastery orientation, where they have mastered a particular concept, stayed with it, made them money, and then all of a sudden at the end they abandon it to try to do something else. When people love what they love. So he's talking about he was a writer then versus what the Misery business has. Well, he feels like in my thinking that he feels like he was pushed into it. And so we're going to hear the agent talk about economics, but he's really talking from a position of emotion and psychology, that he doesn't feel like it feeds his soul. He's basically, giving in to the machine of it. And so we're going to listen to the agent talk about economics. So the agent talks about economics. She's speaking from the vantage point of printing over 1 million copies, that the misery business put braces on his daughter's teeth, bought him 2 houses. It did so much for him that she doesn't understand why he's going to chunk it, right? That it has been translated into multiple languages, right? And we see one language on that wall, and she just doesn't understand why he wants to kill her, but it's basically him killing his own misery. So there's his sentimental attitude towards this leather briefcase. And she's talking from a place of economics again. And here it is. The Misery's Child is the last of the series. This is what Annie is going to have a problem with, because she's going to die in this series, right? And so that's going to shift the narrative and the relationship that Annie has with Sheldon, even if it's involuntary. So she sits, and again, she pushes the economic aspect of him making change. So that lets you know that he doesn't really have a good understanding of business, of economics. So even if he wants to let go of something, he doesn't understand that letting go of something changes the financial dynamics of his relationship with the publication place, with the publisher. He thinks that everything is just based upon his name alone, and that he could take his name and move it between genres and still be accepted. People pigeonhole you. Publishers, companies, they pigeonhole you. And if you are doing well and making them money at a percentage on this particular one thing, then they're going to keep that going for however long they can keep that going. So his lack of knowledge of this area of business and understanding the economics, again, she's pushing economics, he's talking emotions, he's talking personal psychology, and he's talking, well, I didn't mean for it to become my life. But they're saying this is your life. This is a good career for you, and we're making money for you. I mean, we are pushing something that you wrote. And if you didn't mean for it to become your life, then why write 8 novels? Why write a whole series, right, if it didn't become your life? So you are a contributor in your own misery. You can't necessarily blame the publisher. They're doing their job as a business, right? And so that's essentially what they are discussing. And so here's where he's saying, I didn't expect it to become my life. And you can see the expression. You can see maybe the sadness in his eyes, that he didn't expect this thing, this wonderful thing that is doing very well economically and financially for him. He didn't expect it to become his life. That doesn't make sense to me, though. All of us make decisions at a place of setback when we're trying to make it. When he was trying to shop around that book, it was likely from a place of setback. He wasn't making money in whatever it was he was doing. And so he said, I need the next big idea. I need a big idea. And people base trying to get out of their setback off some big idea that I can do that can get me out of my financial setback. If you, I don't know if you are familiar with Tony Schwartz, who wrote Donald Trump's book. I forget the title of that book, but he wrote that book. Well, he did an interview about how he was trying to, get into the book business and trying to make something of himself. But he also mentioned that he was financially in trouble. And so he decided to appeal to Donald Trump and write a book on his behalf. And so there's a lot that goes into writing that book, but he made a point. Well, I'm going to make a point that today he wishes he had not written that book for Donald Trump. Today. At the time, it was great. Donald Trump was doing well, branding his name, putting his name on buildings, having a TV show and things like that. But then when he became president and it was revealed a lot of stuff that he didn't know and understand, and he got tons of criticism or whatever, now you have so many people trying to, distance themselves. Now you just have people writing sort of like critical works of him. And so it's not like they talked to Trump himself and or they wrote a biography by interviewing him or anything like that. It's them now writing from a scholarship academic standpoint, right? So there's some distance to him. But Tony Schwartz sort of interviewed Trump, knew him, learned about his ways, tried to understand him, and he wrote that book that he now wishes he had never written. So that's why you always have to be careful making decisions from Setback, because why would you get to this point in your life and wish you hadn't written something? When you wrote it yourself, it's a good read. So you wrote it yourself, so I don't understand why it's a big problem for you, right? So when you look at Paul Sheldon here saying, I didn't want it to become my life, then you shouldn't have started it. So you started it from a place of setback because you were looking for a big ideal. That ideal has now taken off. People want it. They love it. I promise you today, if J.K. Rowling decided to extend the Harry Potter series to one more novel, people will go crazy because they love the whole series, right? And that series was turned into a theme park and turned into other types of films and turned into plays for reproduction on the stage, etc. They love it. So, again, she's talking economics, he's talking emotions. And so he wants something. He said, I'm going up to the cabin and to write something, and hopefully that I can be proud enough to put on my tombstone. But again, he's not going to be known for that. Even the book at the very end of the film where it is revealed that he has written a completely different book and he's gotten a lot of praise, he's truly only going to be known for the misery business. And then adding insult to injury, the fact that a woman trapped him in her house just because she was miserable is going to even do more to prompt people to want to have another book, right? And so likely he might try to create a book from that. So at the mention of tombstone, we are cut back to when he is in the snow, right? When his car crashed and is now in the snow. He's bloody, hardly conscious. We get a different view of him sort of almost passing out, and we know that he's going to fully pass out because when Annie comes to rescue him, she's going to have to administer CPR. And so Annie is using sort of like, I guess, one of those, things to open the car. I don't know what it's called. And so she's pulling him out of the car. It's interesting that she's pulling him out of his setback. The Annie is he says it at the end that that whole experience helped him. And we don't get the author, the writer of the script doesn't give him lines enough to tell us how much it helped him. That would have been very helpful to know how much of that experience helped him. And the agent at the end is asking him if he would be interested in writing a nonfiction book. And he says, you're asking me to relive the most painful, time of my life, etc., or whatever. And then he turns around and says how much it helped him. but she's pulling him out of a setback. And don't forget that this setback that he's in is based upon his initial desire to write something more serious. So when she pulls him, and then he hits a setback, right, in the crashing of the car. So when she pulls him out of the setback, you know, she's pulling him out of the setback based upon an initial goal. Not necessarily, well, to him, it would be the initial goal. She's pulling him out of setback based upon the goal that she has for him to continue writing great books. So she wants the misery. He wants the non-misery, right? He wants to do more serious work. So it's funny, when you are helping somebody, you don't always know the real reason why you're helping them. You can have your reasons for helping him, because she's going to want to be rewarded for helping him, pulling him out of this car. And the reward for her is to have him to keep writing the misery books. He's going to buck against that reward in a sense, right? Because he wants to do what it is that he wants to do, which is the serious work. So again, you pulling somebody out of their setback has so many different types of implications. And so we see this angle, how she's pulling him out. He's holding on to that leather briefcase. So even if he is unconscious, he's conscious enough, or it's implicit whether he's conscious enough to hold on to something that he wants to protect. So then you have to think to yourself, it's not so much just that he wants to protect the manuscript, that he wants to protect his heart. He wants to protect his soul. He wants to protect his peace. He doesn't feel like he's at peace writing the misery series. In fact, he feels like he is really miserable, right? So that means it really wasn't about the money. Even if he might have been motivated initially when he was just coming out and trying to be a novelist and write and things like that, that he might have been motivated by money. You can tell now that it's not about money, that it wasn't about money, that he just made a decision based upon a financial immediate issue, that he cares about the peace that he gets when he writes. When he's standing after smoking that cigarette and drinking that wine, and when he's standing there, you see his face, you see his head kind of come back into like a resting position, like an exhale came out, and now he can breathe again. And so maybe the first book was not the misery novel, and it was another book, and he was trying to shop, and it wasn't received. And so then he got into the misery writing business. I remember J.K. Rowling saying that she had other books prior to the Harry Potter series. And so maybe those books did not make good, and it was the Harry Potter series that actually made an impact. And so Annie is about to administer CPR, so that lets you know that the person holding his head and holding his neck and about to squeeze his nose is a person knowledgeable about how to resuscitate, right? Remember that Annie is pushing for him to return to the misery writing business. So she's a nurse, and it's almost like she's trying to resuscitate his career. Even though he isn't at the end of his career, he just wrote the last book hoping that it would end his career. But the fact that he lets misery die indicates to Annie that he is letting the whole series die, which further implies that her misery is dying. See, misery makes her happy. And so it is the only thing that has brought happiness to her when she was working a night shift as a nurse, and after her husband left her, and it was his book that kind of brought her happiness. And so her resuscitating him is resuscitating him to continue writing more books. So she administers CPR using her hands as tools, of course, and then he is able to be resuscitated. So that means her dreams continuing of Paul Sheldon writing more books are also resuscitated, because if he dies, her dreams of misery die as well. So then she protects. She doesn't know if that's another novel in that particular leather briefcase. All she knows is that he was clutching it, so it must be important, so she better protect it just as much as he was actually protecting it. So then she picks him up and walks through a blizzard. We see another angle of her holding him up. And then now he's in the room and on a drip. And we get her saying, I'm your number one fan, nothing to worry about. You're going to be just fine, right? And so then we know that she is knowledgeable in how to help someone, right? This is her saying, I'm your number one fan, nothing to worry about. You're going to be just fine. Okay, so he's trying to speak through his pain. She talks about him being talks about herself being a nurse, and then how long, and it's been roughly 2 days. So she tells him to kind of calm down, right? And of course, she's talking about how, well, he talks about it's a miracle that you found me, and she said it's not a miracle at all. She was basically, kind of stalking him. She would sit down sometimes. She would drive her car near his cabin and just, kind of sit there and watch the light on and wonder what was going on with him. So then she gives him 2 pills. Don't forget, she is a nurse, and you have to wonder, why does she have pills at her house, right? But she gives him 2 pills with water, fluids, of course, and she tells him what the pills are. They are nodral, and it's for his pain. So Annie giving him pills for his pain, these are pills that should solve this or resolve physical pain. But she doesn't know, while he's lying in his bed, that he's really actually in emotional pain. And that's not really going to become clear, right? Because the physical is taking over the emotions, and the emotional pain has really been resolved in him writing a new book, right? Whatever misery that he felt in writing the misery business, the series, he has resolved that pain. But then that pain is going to come back again when she forces him to burn his book. So these pills that she gives, their purpose is going to shift in the narrative multiple times. Okay, she gives him water. Then we get this view of the whole room, which I think is a very interesting room. It's interesting how she uses this room, but I think this is the only room on the floor except for her room. So she administers, again, this gives us some understanding about her knowledge, what she is able to do, what she knows to do. She knows how to be a nurse to a patient, and he is actually a patient. Again, she is using her base knowledge to help him. And then there are other aspects of her being a nurse. And then this is a new day, so she is giving him new medication. Interesting that he asks her why he is not in a hospital. And she says that the blizzard was too strong and that that he needs to rest because he almost died. But I didn't catch that at the first couple of times I have watched the movie to do this film analysis. I've watched it multiple times prior to this. But this is a major setback because even if she's telling the truth about the blizzard being too strong and that he needs to rest because he almost died, well, there was time where the blizzard wasn't strong. And so why am I not in a hospital is an interesting question because it is he's questioning without really considering this, he's questioning her ability to operate in her mastery orientation. That if he's saying he's essentially saying he should be in a hospital. That sure, time has passed and we had to get over the blizzard, but now it's time for me to be in a hospital. And you are operating really outside of your mastery orientation. That this is you may be a nurse, but you trained in a hospital. So then why are you now trying to be a nurse in a home when that's not your training per se? Nurses can practice in their home if they have certification to do so, right? But you usually see that happening with particular types of nurses who are like in the field, maybe at home nurse, certified nurses, things like that. They usually get some kind of training for that. And so she was working in a hospital primarily. So why am I not in a hospital is a challenge to Annie's authority. That it's a setback in and of itself that she creates because she's so preoccupied with him as an individual and trying to keep him to herself that she's missing the obvious that she should be in a hospital. They should be in a hospital. So that's a challenge to her authority. That's a challenge to her mastery orientation. And in many ways, he has a right to ask that question. So it's like it sets her back without her really realizing it as well. So she's giving him more medication, which is part of the process. And again, how does she have access to medication, right? We're going to see when Paul Sheldon explores her house while she's gone that she has a whole closet full of medication and other types of medical-based tools as well. And you wonder then, how does she have that how does she have that drip stuff that she has attached to him? Then she gives him water, right? And I don't think these are all distractions or anything like that. I think this is just part of the process of trying to get him back to good health. And so she pats him on the head. He must be sweating, right? And you usually have to sweat out your issues, right? Your health issues. Here's another angle of that. And she's basically just kind of telling him again why she has him here, has him there, and that he almost died, and the blizzard was basically too strong. And then he's feeling pain, for which she's going to give him other medication again. And then we get this nice little view that I thought it was interesting, that Rob Reiner gives us different types of views of the area, of the house, the surrounding area. And I think it's really to distract us from the point that it's really not as bad as it's going to be or become. That it's really a nice place in the sense that Annie is really a nice person herself. So she gives him another set of pills. I never really counted the pills, but We have to think to ourselves that if she's giving him pills, it may be 2 sets in a day or per day. And then he takes the pills. So we can tell that his face is improving. And then she gives him water, of course. So he's not on the drip anymore. So he must be stabilized here, even if he's still in pain. And he's talking about when, if he will recover. She was talking about how his legs was singing grand opera. Will he be able to walk? Shoulder was dislocated, and then she talks about his legs. So I thought it was very interesting about the legs. She says that what she did with the legs and trying to repair them, and she said, I don't think there's a doctor that could have done any better. Again, that's sort of moving beyond your mastery orientation. She's a nurse, and she can't compare herself to a doctor, but she's basically comparing herself to a doctor. So that means she has changed her own authority. Now she wants to become his authority and being everything that she's going to become to him. But I thought it was interesting that she runs down her knowledge base about the fracture, and she, promises to take him to the hospital when the roads are better. And then he was basically asking, will I recover? And then he's in pain again. And this is where she's going down, doing a whole rundown about his fracture and how she needed to leave it alone because she could feel the bones moving. So again, she has a good mastery orientation about fractures, not only about pain and administering the medication, and then also CPR, administering resuscitation methods, right? But she also has good understanding about fractures and what it takes, because she's not letting her own ego get in the way of helping him to recover. That's not going to happen until later, when she realizes that he's going to end the misery business, and then her ego takes over. Right now, she's earnest in the way that she is treating Paul Sheldon. That's why I think that image we get of the house, it looks so earnest. It looks so sincere. It looks picturesque. It looks like a nice thing, right? So she's being nice. She's doing what is part of her training, right? She's not abandoning her mastery orientation, which she will do later. So the fact that she realizes that I better hold off and not do too much because I could hear the bones moving, I better wait, right? And then maybe you could have some sympathy for her in terms of why she doesn't call the ambulance, or why she doesn't call the police, because when you listen to her go from point to point about his fracture, you feel informed. You feel like she knows what she's doing. And so as the viewing audience, we need to trust Annie. Why wouldn't we trust her? Here it is. She got this man's legs in braces and patches, and she's administering medicine and the drip and anything else that could help him. And he's in a clean bed or whatever. She's taking care of him. So why wouldn't we trust her? If we have any doubts about her, that's on us to have any doubts about her. So that's what you see here. That's why in some ways we can have some sympathy for Annie, because or whether or not we even need to think that way, we are just thinking to ourselves, she must know what she's doing. So then she exits the room, of course, once she's done what she needed to do as a nurse. And then we get a call from the agent to the town, and it is Buster, who answers the phone. And she's essentially alerting him to the danger of Paul Sheldon being in trouble, but she doesn't necessarily call it danger. She says that he's been at the lodge for 6 weeks, and he usually phones before he checks out of the hotel, and he didn't phone. And he also hasn't contacted his daughter. And Buster is essentially saying, so you think he's missing? And then she says, am I being too overprotective? Right? Oh, no. She's basically saying, am I making too much of it? And Buster says, maybe a little overprotective, right? But I thought this was very interesting because the point that she makes that he usually phones her before he checks out of the hotel, out of the motel or hotel, is an interesting thing that he's operating even outside of his own mastery orientation in a sense, because if that's the normal standard operating procedures, why didn't he follow it? What was the hurry to leave the lodge without calling his agent, right? What was and then we know why he hasn't called his daughter, because he's at Annie's house. But I thought it was interesting that he didn't call her before he left the lodge, knowing that that's a standard practice. So Buster is sitting at his desk receiving her call and they are essentially going back and forth. And she gets up and walks about the room, of course, in anxiety about where Paul Sheldon might be, right? And she stands and has a conversation with him, thinking about the last conversation likely they had. And this is where he basically takes note of the situation that Paul Sheldon is missing. On two fronts. Not only is it a setback for Paul Sheldon's relationship with his agent to the point that he's not calling her and telling her when he has left, but it's a setback for Buster because someone is missing in his town. He's the sheriff. And if you look at the frame here, you see on the wall, the boss, right? And so anytime that you are a leader or the boss of something, in this case, a town, you should know the ins and outs of your own town. And he knows that Paul Sheldon comes to that area. And so I'm not saying that he needed to call Paul Sheldon and say, okay, are you all right if you need anything or anything like that. But it's interesting that Paul Sheldon doesn't have a relationship with the people in the town other than the lodge manager, and he doesn't really have a relationship with him. He doesn't have a relationship with the general store manager, the sheriff, or anybody else. So then he comes in and out. He comes in and out of a particular town that he uses for 6 weeks on end to write a book, but he doesn't visit the store. He doesn't know anybody. I mean, if anything, if you're staying that long in a particular town, that's almost like your second home. So the fact that he doesn't have a relationship with the people, because he doesn't have a relationship with the sheriff, at least the sheriff this is not a big city. This is a small town. And so I thought that was interesting that it could be Buster just wanted to let Paul Sheldon be Paul Sheldon in his town, or Paul Sheldon didn't think it was important to know the people in the town, because had he known that in the same way that the agent knows that he usually calls her before he leaves, maybe people would have taken note of him not leaving or something like that had he contacted them. If you're going from one town to the next, one state to the next, it's something that you want to tell somebody, so just in case something happens. I think it's interesting that if he's getting out of his pattern of calling the agent before he leaves. What's going on with that? Because remember, the agent is pushing for the economics of keeping Misery, right? And continuing to write Misery. Whereas he wants to get into more serious work. And so he's thinking from a place of emotions and psychology that he's not happy writing that book. And so it's interesting that he's not calling his agent. So there must be maybe some underlying animosity there or something like that, because here it is, you want to do one thing and people keep trying to push you to do another thing, right? So I kind of thought that was interesting. And so they are still engaging in conversation, going back and forth. And this is where I think she's saying, basically, am I being too much, making too much of it? And he's saying maybe being too overprotective, right? I noticed that he doesn't really, well, he writes something down. He writes, I think, Paul Sheldon's name. And so, again, they still go back and forth. And then his wife comes in and he asks her, when was the last blizzard? And she says about last Tuesday. So we know about a week has passed now. And then he writes his name, puts his name up on the wall, or, sticks it on the wall. And the wife is asking who called or something like that. And oh no, a phone call, pretty busy morning or something like that. And then Buster says, work, work, work. And something about the moment has gotten him to thinking something about the phone call, that he doesn't know if Paul Sheldon is missing, but the fact that an agent had to call his office tells him or informs him of something. So Annie is now shaving Paul. And this is where he was saying it was a miracle that you found me. And then she says, not a miracle. I was following you. I'm your number one fan. And they engage in conversation. So we know Annie knows how to shave somebody. So she must have been married before or had brothers or something like that. Well, we know that she's been married before. So then if she's shaving him very carefully like this, you have to wonder if she was shaving her own husband while he was lying in the bed. She says later in the movie that he ran off or he left her or something like that. But when Paul explores her house and looks through her memory lane photo book, she realizes, or he realizes, actually he plunged to his death. So then how, I was wondering about whether or not he was also sick in the bed, and that's how she had all of those tools to help him. And so she's very careful in how she shaves him, and he, when they engage, he moves his face or he moves his head, and she says, don't move, I don't want to hurt that neck. And then she's glad that he's alive so he can write more books, and that she loves all of his books. And Annie has a lot of knowledge about Paul, and she has a lot of knowledge about the books, especially the plot development, the characters. Annie is one of those people who's part of your fan base who knows your work better than anybody. I've often heard people say that they don't want to write sci-fi, right under the sci-fi mode or genre, because you cannot mess up, like horror films or sci-fi or anything like that, you cannot mess up in the character descriptions or in the plot or the context, because people, they're like little worlds, and people know those worlds, and they know when you are getting out of your mastery orientation and trying to do something new, and they'll call you on it. And so Annie is one of those people. She knows his work. She knows she knows his biography, but she doesn't really know his autobiography. So sometimes we think we know a person that we are fans of, but we don't really know them like they know themselves. And so she's one of those people who knows Paul Sheldon, but she also knows his work. She knows, she has knowledge as a reader, which suggests that she knows that the Misery series has more in it to continue. As much as Paul wants to get out of the Misery business, she knows that when he kills off Misery because of childbirth, due to childbirth, that cannot be the end. It does, for him, it doesn't make, for her, it doesn't make any sense for it to be the end. But for him, he's, in many ways, he's taking the easy way out, because killing her in childbirth, instead of letting the child die and she process that death, is basically trying to get out of something really before your time, because she feels like there's more to the series beyond the 8th book. He feels like, I got to get out of this thing, and I got to find a way to get out of it, however way I'm going to get out of it. So I'll just go on ahead and kill her. Even the agent has a problem with it. Even the agent doesn't feel like it's right to kill her off, to let it die in that way. So that lets you know you have two sort of witnesses to his work that who both sort of argue against Misery dying and how she's dying and how it doesn't make any sense. I thought it was kind of interesting how the writer-director spends a lot of time on Annie shaving Paul. I understand that Paul can't shave himself, in a sense, right? And later, when Annie is trying to change the narrative, and she wants Paul to burn his book, she eventually gives him a shaving tools, right, for him to shave himself. It's a electric razor and just a whole collection of tools that he can use on his own. But I noticed that Reiner spends a lot of time in having Annie shave Paul from side to side, near the neck, and just, just a lot of time. And in their conversation, she's again telling him, when he engages her in conversation, so there's some kind of not familiarity, but a sense of maybe less anxiety on Paul's part, that he now trusts Annie. Well, basically he has no other choice but to trust Annie. But the fact that she says she's a nurse, and the fact that she has done such a great job of trying to help him recover, giving him medication, taking care of him, feeding him, giving him the pills and water, he is engaging her in conversation as almost as if they have known each other for a long time, and that maybe he drove to her house to get better, right? That their conversation feels a lot more casual than it did before. And we understand why it wouldn't feel casual in the beginning, because she rescued him. He didn't know where he was and why he wasn't in the hospital, and why he was there in her house. And so there's going to be some anxiety there. But when she's shaving him, and talking about how much of a miracle it was that she found him. She's telling him, "Don't move. I don't want to hurt that neck." And then, "I'm so glad you basically are alive to write more books." And again, she has a lot of knowledge of him as a reader, but spending all this time in shaving him and engaging in conversation at the same time gives us, it still maybe sort of distracts us from who Annie really is. And again, we're not going to find out who she really is until much later, but we have no sense that Annie is mentally disturbed. No sense of this. And because why would a mentally disturbed person take so much time to shave her patient, right? And care about it and engage in conversation about it and admire the patient too. So I just thought that was so interesting that he spent so much time sort of having them engage in conversation and Annie shaving Paul. So we see them engaging in conversation. She's already shaved one side of his face, right? He doesn't seem afraid. He doesn't seem scared. Doesn't seem anxious. This is where she's saying, "Be careful. I don't want to shave that neck." And she gets it very close to his face. So he won't have to worry about stubble or anything like that. And then she gets to the other side and she's still shaving him and he feels comfortable. That's a razor. That is a razor to his face, razor to his neck. At any time, she could change the script and just cut him or do anything other than help him to recover. And then he's shaved and they're still having their conversation. And this is where she's saying you can write more books, right? Again, I want to make a note that Annie is great as an audience, as a reader, as a fan, in terms of her understanding of Paul, his books, rather. She knows reading, but she doesn't know writing. So when Paul tells her to when she asks, "Can I read what's in your briefcase?" I noticed that there's a new book, she says. "I noticed that there's a new book, and I wanted to know if you wouldn't mind if I could read it." And when he gives her permission to read it, he's also asking her to judge the writing of it. When she asks what's the title of the book, he doesn't know. What's the book about? He doesn't know, right? And then he said, "Maybe you could come up with a title and maybe tell me what the book is about." He's right there getting her to judge his own writing, meaning that he's trying to get her to judge his knowledge base, when the only knowledge base that she has of Paul Sheldon is his work with Misery. She doesn't know any other knowledge base other than his biography, his habits, and she probably got all that information through interviews, about him, any kind of commentary he has done, any sort of biography information or whatever. It doesn't seem like he has written his own autobiography, so she wouldn't have been able to get any information. So she's been spending time gleaning from different source materials about who Paul is, but she doesn't understand writing. Annie is a nurse. She's not a writer. Even though when she is confronted with Buster, when Buster comes looking for Paul, she lies and says that she turned that room that you see here into a writing studio and that she's been doing all the writing. That's lying, right? She's already saying that but that's her way of trying, that's sort of ego, that's her way of trying to get on top of something without the work ethic. And so he's trying to get her to be something that she's not. She's only supposed to nurse him. And she's only supposed to do that until the road's clear and she can call and she can do whatever she needs to do to get him to a hospital. And his setback here is trying to get her to be something that she's not. She's a great reader. When he has to rewrite this book rewrite to extend the Misery series at her behest. Um, she retells the story, the narratives, in such a way that you know beyond a shadow of a doubt she's been paying attention. She's a reader, but she is not a writer. And so she finishes shaving him, gives him the towel to finish cleaning off himself, and he's still asking about the roads, right? And she's still saying, when they are clear, I will do my best to call. I will do whatever I need to do to make sure you get what you're asking for, even though she has no real intent of doing that. So it's here where she's asking, I noticed that there's a new book in your briefcase. So that means she went into his briefcase without his permission. So that's a privacy concern. But of course, in a situation like this, you have no other choice but to do that. She's still maybe tapping into her nursing standards and practices, right? If you get a patient and the patient is unconscious, you got to find out and do whatever you got to do to try to find out who the patient is. So that might be out of habit that she went into that briefcase, right? But she's asking, there's a new book. I would like, if you wouldn't mind, I would like to read it. And he says, usually I don't let anyone read my book at this early stage, but I'll let a few people read it, including her, anyone who saves him from a snowstorm, right? And this is where she's also asking about the title and don't know what it's about, and read it. Tell me what you think it's about, right? Maybe title it. So he lets her read it. She's happy about it, right? She walks over to get the briefcase. Still very happy about it. And then he feels a little pain, and she said, I'm so sorry. I get your nodule. I'm so sorry for making you feel oogie inside, or something like that. And that really is a sign that that's what she should be focusing on, resolving the pain. Trying to get into a person who is advising Paul Sheldon on his book is outside of her mastery orientation. The Paul feeling pain hit him is actually a signal for her to stay in her lane, right? If you think about it like this, she is not supposed to be a reader at this early stage in the book process. She becomes a reader once the book has been edited, it has been approved for publication, it has been published and then marketed, and then she goes to her local store and pick up a book. That's when her process begins. Her process does not begin during the same time that if Paul Sheldon had made it to his publisher and gave over the book, the first people that they'll give it to are the editors, right? To look over it, right? To go through it. It can be, developmental editing. It can be a number of types of editors, fact checkers, proofreaders, all types of people. And it goes through such an extensive process before we even know that before we even know that it is a book, right? And so when he says, sure, look over it, tell me what you think it's about, he is putting her ahead of the game, putting her ahead of the whole process. She is a reader. That's all she's supposed to be, a reader. She is not a reader with the publishing company. She is a reader as a customer. And so that is his setback too, in the sense that he creates his own setback in trying to make her something that she's not. And that if it wasn't time for her to read the book, I understand that you want to be there and do something for somebody who's helping you. But it would have been better, and I'm not quite sure he would have thought of this, but it kind of would have been better if they could have discussed one of the books he's already written. And then that would have engaged him in conversation about something she's already knowledgeable about. She is not knowledgeable about writing. And that's why I feel that it's out of order the way that he's allowing her to read his work. And so she exits, and this is where he's basically telling her, you read it, tell me what you think it's about, right? And that kind of leaves him helpless, because allowing a fan to tell you about your book is completely illogical. But you make these decisions in such a way that defies logic because of the present circumstance. So he's lying in a bed, pretty much helpless, can't get on his own, and he's at her mercy. So when you feel like you are at somebody's mercy, you make the types of decisions that just make no sense. And so they're still kind of engaging in conversation. And then even she here is saying, what would I know about, telling you the title of a book and telling you what's it all about, right? Even she questions her own capacity for doing something like that. So now we have Buster going out searching for Paul Sheldon through all the different places he might have been, or just talking to people in the town about their knowledge of him, right? So he's at the lodge where Paul Sheldon was, and this is the lodge manager. And they're sort of having a conversation about Paul Sheldon, what he was doing, and wondering if he did anything out of the ordinary. But the lodge manager said he doesn't like anything done out of the ordinary. He drives up in the same car. He's a good guest. He likes things by standard, just by the same ordering of things that he's always done. See, the lodge manager knows Paul Sheldon. He knows him. He knows him. He knows his pattern. He knows his habit, right? And but this is in contrast to Paul Sheldon, who got out of his own habit, out of his own pattern, when he didn't contact the agent and tell her that he was leaving. So they're having their conversation. Now they're at the desk, and they're kind of still just engaging in conversation about Paul Sheldon, right? And so he's a good record keeper of just, the numbers of guests who come to the lodge. And that just basically signifies that that he's not just a one-off. He doesn't, this is not a new place that he has gone to write his book. This is the standard place. So this is confirmation for us that he comes here all the time to write his books. So then you have to ask why Paul Sheldon isn't familiar with all of the people in the town. Because if he was choosing different places to go to write his books, then you would understand why most people wouldn't have a personal relationship with him. But the fact that this lodge manager says he drives up in the same car, he doesn't like anything out of the ordinary. Basically, he likes everything in order, the same, the pattern, the habit. And so then why didn't he talk to this lodge manager about the weather? Why didn't he make a call from his cabin to talk to the agent? So some of these things they may be a little unnecessary to discuss, but in the same way that you see this lodge manager who maintains order, maintains the pattern, maintains records, maintains standards, then if he does the same, why didn't Paul Sheldon do exactly the same as well? So they don't work like a a direct contrast, but there's an implication that there is a contrast. And so they are discussing, Buster is looking through the records, and that gives you, that helps the character know timelines. When was the last time Paul Sheldon was here? There's a record of it, so that means he exists. And so the lodge manager is saying, I bet he's hoping that he's okay, and I bet he's driving up in his city and he'll tell us, or something like that. So Annie is feeding Paul soup, okay? And she doesn't have the best face. And remember, Annie is reading the Untitled manuscript that was in his leather briefcase. And she's talking about that she's 40 pages into the book, and she has a problem with it, and he wants to know what's wrong. And she's saying, well, who am I to make a criticism, right? And in the same way that question, why am I not in a hospital, suggests that she's working outside of her mastery orientation. Well, she's confirming here that she's working outside of her mastery orientation when she says, who am I to make a criticism, right? Because again, she's a reader as a fan, and that still has importance because she knows the world in which Misery Chastain inhabits through the 8-book series. And so she understands the language, what she has been used to. Misery Chastain is, I think the genre is novel, but it's 19th century Victorian, I think. It's either 18th or 19th century Victorian. So they didn't use a lot of swearing language or any type of, bad language, profane language. And so that's the problem that she has with this new book, that there's swearing and there's no nobility. But she's still saying, who am I to make a criticism? And that's a very important question that a lot of us need to ask. A lot of us need to think about and say, we confuse having a personal view with professional criticism. We can have personal biased views of a work, but there is a canon of academic criticism of a particular work that if we are not trained in, if we don't teach in the discipline, if we are not exposed to it all the time through research and creating annotated bibliographies, then we can't offer a substantive criticism of the work. And she's right in asking that question, who am I to make a criticism? And so she's still feeding him, and they are engaging in conversation, and she's talking about how they're swearing in the work and there's no nobility. And he's talking about, well, these are slum kids. I was a slum kid. Everybody talks like that. And then she goes into her spiel. Nobody talks like that. They do not. And she ends up dropping the soup, and then she yells, see what you made me do. And so she's still feeding him. And remember, this person is at her mercy. If he doesn't say things in the right way, even if you don't know that there is impending danger with the person who's supposed to be nursing you, you know that you are at their mercy for food and water and shelter, right? And so sometimes you will frame how you speak to the person to ensure that you can get those things. And so she's talking about, she doesn't necessarily say that she doesn't like the book, but she just has a problem with it. And this is where he's explaining these are slum kids. I was a slum kid. Everybody talks like that. And that's an important thing, because if you are writing a book, especially if you are going to write a book of a serious nature, as you suggest, and as you have set this goal, then you want to have some kind of personal experience with it, right? So that it adds credibility. It's that ethos that if you don't have some credibility, some personal experience, we're not going to believe you. You may appeal to us emotionally through pathos, right? But ethos does matter. How much exposure you have had to the context, to the topic does matter. So she's challenging him when she says they don't talk like that. But she's not a slum kid. She has never been a slum kid, because if she had been a slum kid, she would have co-signed what he said. Oh yeah, I've been a slum kid too. I know what you're talking about. And then they would have had a better conversation. So that means that she's saying they do not. That tells you that she doesn't have knowledge of this area of the book, and that she's challenging him and yelling at him as if she's going to change his mind. Basically, it's good old-fashioned pouting. And so we're going to see her pout throughout the rest of the film. When she can't get her way, she goes to the extreme, right? And the extreme is to keep him there and not let him leave, and do that and use any means to accomplish that task. So that means her goal changes. Her goal in the beginning was to nurse him to recovery, or just nurse him in general. Maybe she doesn't want him to completely recover. You know that he wants to recover, because it's just implicit in the fact that you don't want to live in a bed down like this the rest of your life. So it's implicit that he wants to recover. So when her goal changes to trap him there and keep him there and not let him leave, and we know that the goal, or maybe that was her goal the whole time, was to keep him there. Once she rescued him from the car, she knew she had to keep him there, right? And we know that to be true, because when Buster is trying to find Paul Sheldon, and he and his wife go to look at the possible site where he was, and he can't find the car, and he manages to come back from the snow and get into his sheriff's truck. Annie is passing him along the road, and there was her opportunity right there to say something. Hey, I got Paul Sheldon at my house. And she didn't stop her truck, and she kept going. So then we get her motive early, but her goal might have shifted. So her goal is to keep him there if she doesn't say anything to the sheriff, right? But then her goal might have been to basically keep him there, and if he doesn't want to be there, then maybe kill him or something like that. So it's kind of interesting. But when he says, I was a slum kid, these are slum kids, I was a slum kid, everybody talks like that, in reference to the profanity and the swearing, and there's no nobility in it, right? So that means that he feels like Misery is of nobility, and she confirms that much later in the movie. Then she's operating without a knowledge base of his work. That's why she cannot judge it. She cannot critically think about it and judge it and receive it. And she's not willing to receive it, because she says she's 40 pages into the book, but then we don't hear her discussing the book anymore. And a few scenes later, she comes in with Paul Sheldon's new book, Misery's Child, that he kills off Misery in that book. And so I'm thinking, because she doesn't discuss the other book anymore, switches it out for the new book, it's already been published, she wasn't willing to learn from Paul Sheldon. He's telling her that these are slum kids. I was a slum kid. Everybody talks like that. He's talking about that from a place of personal experience, but she doesn't want to hear that. So she stops her learning. I thought she was his number one fan. So why is she objecting to something that he has written. He has a good track record of writing. And so what's the problem? Because she's not really willing to learn from him. And here's where she's still bothered by it. And he's talking about being a slum kid. And she's challenging his argument about being a slum kid and everyone, talking like that. And then she gets into sort of like a mocking, sarcastic way of challenging his argument. And then she drops the soup and yells, "Look there, see what you made me do." And I don't know why she has this extreme response to dropping the soup. But I do know why people like to blame other people. That she was fine until she read that book. And what came from that book made her so mad that she had to create this face and be bothered by it and get into this extreme response. But she wanted to read the book. I'm guessing she was hoping that it was still part of the Misery series, maybe the 9th book, and that she can be happy about it. Because remember, the Misery books make her happy. Misery in general makes her happy, right? And so here it is. I think she's much more concerned about the idea that it wasn't another Misery book and that Paul is changing the game. And if she doesn't have that book, she's going to keep her misery. But if she has his new book or any other book that extends the series, she's going to be happy. And so I think it's much more about that than the fact that she has a problem with the profanity. And because later when they fight at the end, she uses a little bit of language, right? So that's sort of like hypocritical for her to be concerned about the language that's in this book. But I think to myself, I don't think she's really concerned about the book or the language in it. She's concerned, her bother is the fact that that is not a new Misery book. So this is where she's saying, "Look what you made me do." And he's concerned about it, right? I don't think you can really get your mental faculties together when something like this is happening. Like this person is having such an extreme response to it. I don't think you can pull yourself together to really see who the person is, because you are so preoccupied with their response and the shock nature of it that it takes you some time to think through how you would respond and how you should respond and how you should not respond. And so then she catches herself, she pulls herself out of that extreme response and basically says, "I love you, Paul." And then she trips up a little bit and said, "I mean, your mind, your creativity." And so the mind and creativity that she's really talking about is the mind and creativity that he used to write the Misery books. That's implied there because she doesn't say it directly, but she doesn't think that she doesn't have the same love for his mind and creativity and for the person Paul Sheldon from the book that she read that was Untitled. She doesn't use that response for that book. Her extreme response is, they're not like that. She drops the soup. "See what you made me do." And here's what she's saying: "I love you, Paul, for your mind and creativity." And so she needs to pull herself out of it before she reveals too much about herself. And she goes on and exits. And this is the worried face This is the very word. I think James Caan does a great job with his facial expressions, because if this is not a worried face, I don't know what is. Right? He does such a great job with that. And so then the obvious thing would be to look for an exit. He can't get up out of the bed to exit, right? But looking out the window gives you some kind of hope. It looks like light outside of the window, and you're hoping that that light will come into the house. And the light that comes into the house, you're always thinking that it's going to be the type of light to help everybody understand. And so that maybe in a day or two, she'll change her mind about me being here, and then we can actually go to a hospital. Because remember, we still are not at the hospital. All this time, we are still not at the hospital. And so we know as the viewing audience that she's passed up Buster on the road, or we're about to see this. He doesn't know that, right? But after this, we're going to find out that she's going to pass up the sheriff up the road and not tell him that he's there. So that comes after this extreme response. So again, these images that I notice a lot that Rob Reiner, sort of directs, that we get these nice little images. The sun is coming out. The trees are beautiful. In terms of the whatever that's on them, the leaves or something like that, and they are eventually going to turn green during the right season. But this kind of represents a little bit of a transition too, because it was just blizzard and snow and danger, and then now we have the hope of trees turning green, that we are changing seasons. Now, we don't know how long he's been in this house with Annie, but we're moving. It's moving towards something else. The roads have thawed, look like they have thawed, and we are hopeful in what we see. So Buster and his wife, Virginia, are driving the same road that Paul Sheldon was on, because we're going to see that sign. And she touches his knee. She says to him, she would rather, he says to her, when you are my, when we are in this car, you are my deputy. And so she shouldn't, touch his knee. And then she basically says that, well, this deputy would like to be at home in the covers, under the covers with you. So they have a very interesting kind of relationship. They have a very engaging, casual, sometimes sarcastic type relationship, but it seems to be of mutual respect. And so here's where he's looking at her after she puts her hand on his knee. And this is where he's basically saying that she needs to essentially be more professional, right? And, he does make a good point, right? Because she's operating outside of her mastery orientation too at the same time. She's his deputy. She's not his lover in that car, even though they are married, and when they go home with each other, they're going to be and do married things. But he's challenging her argument to be frisky and fresh while they are on a call or while they are doing their jobs as sheriff and deputy, right? And so she's operating outside of her master orientation. If she doesn't want to be a deputy, then she should not be a deputy, because touching him in the car takes away the focus that is needed. He needs to find someone who is missing in his town. It's not time for him to engage his wife in a loving way, right? Not while they are on the job. So that look that he gives her is an appropriate look. It's not necessarily him being mean about it or anything like that. It is appropriate. And so then he takes her hand and puts her hand back on the steering wheel, and that while you are in this car, you are my deputy, and you will act like my deputy. And so he ends up having her to stop, and they stop near this tree that's kind of broken or bend, and Um, and he wonders about the tree, and he wonders if it is broken as a result of a crash or something like that. And Virginia says, well, it could be the weight of the snow. And so he takes a little bit of time to search the area because no one knows the crash site. No one knows that Paul Sheldon has crashed other than Annie. And she hasn't told anybody. So everyone is basically going at this kind of blind. It's funny that Annie has all the knowledge about Paul Sheldon and his and the fact that he's alive, but she's hoarding knowledge. She's hoarding the idea that he is alive and that um, he can still be of use. And the only one that he can be of use to for Annie is Annie. But she's holding him back. You know, she's her antics, her responses, her desire to um, keep him where she is a setback for him. Because at least if she would tell somebody that he is alive, she could still keep him at the house because then she could use her knowledge about being a nurse and saying it's not a good idea to move him until his legs get stronger to keep him at the house. But she won't even do that. And so there's a lot that is going on with this tree being bent as a result of a crash that Buster looks at this, knows something, there's something about it, but he doesn't have the knowledge enough to say, okay, it's connected to something. But he knows it's connected to something. But Annie could solve all of that confusion with the revelation that Paul Sheldon is at her house. So he walks down uh, to see if there's anything there, right? And so every step that he takes is a step of just pure trust and hope and faith. And so then he ends up falling down, right? Um, Stumbling into the snow, and somehow he just cannot get to the part where the car actually is trapped in the snow. And so this is where he gets stuck in the snow. And what I think about Buster, he's so eager to resolve the problem, and that he doesn't see the car trapped because he's too far from the problem, but he's so eager to resolve the problem. And you know, you have some sympathy for Buster because you want to solve the problem, even though you know what the problem is. You want to solve it along with him. You know, if he could just get the strength to keep walking, he'll find the car, right? But you know, you still have to challenge his eagerness. You know, why try to do this on your own? When he finds out, or he is suspicious of Paul Sheldon being at Annie's house, he goes there alone. When he's searching out for Paul Sheldon in the helicopter, he's with the helicopter pilot. And of course, it may be because he doesn't know how to fly a helicopter, but he's with somebody. When you see him going here, he's at least with his wife, and he didn't really expect to get out of the car and see a bended tree. But I challenge his eagerness in the sense that, and I feel like it's a setback for him. I challenge his eagerness because you don't want to go at resolving the task alone. You know, you don't, I mean, it's still snow out there. It's still kind of dangerous out there. The roads have cleared, but you want to bring somebody along with you. There has to be another person that he could bring along with you. You could have had your wife hold a rope, and you hold a rope as you're going down into the snow to, you know, continue going down more areas, right, to see if a car is there or if something has crashed or something like that. But when you go at something by yourself, you don't get the kind of distance you need in trying to resolve that problem. And so here's where she's asking, need some help? And that just confirms my challenge of his eagerness right there, because I forgot that she had that asked that question, need some help? And he says, no, I'm enjoying myself, as to be sarcastic. But that he should have taken that as a sign that, oh, I need some help. If someone from a distance is seeing that you can't accomplish the task by yourself without help, then that should be enough. That should be something in you that says, okay, I need some help. I'm not going to be able to accomplish this task. Just because you are the sheriff doesn't necessarily mean you don't have people that can help you. Your wife may not be able to help you other than to hold a rope while you hold on to the rope to walk down into the snow. But you had the general store owner, you had the lodge worker, manager. You have more than you have, you know, people who own houses around there, right? That can help you, who can help you. And so when she asks, need some help, and he says, no, I'm enjoying myself, he kind of sealed his own fate. So that when Annie shoots him, and it's kind of like a punishment for, it's kind of like the film is punishing him for going somewhere without receiving help, because asking that question, needs some help, is a warning. It works like a warning. That's your missed opportunity that uh, I need to get some help before something happens to me. He shouldn't have gone to a house, especially when he was suspicious that she might be holding him hostage by himself. And so that was a warning. And here's where he said, no, I'm enjoying myself. So, they have a mutual respect for each other. They are sarcastic with each other all the time. But sometimes you can stay in a state of sarcasm and not realize the severity of the situation, that you respond in habit and in pattern, as almost like a standard for your relationship, when in reality you're sitting up here trapped in the snow. This is really not the time to be sarcastic. And while you are being sarcastic, you are missing the importance and significance of the situation, that this is a deadly thing that you are doing that could cause your own death. And again, this was a warning for him. What if he had gotten trapped in the snow and she had to go find somebody, and then the lower portion of his body kind of froze on him and it affected him in another type of way? And so sometimes that engaging in sarcastic banter can be such a tradition for you and your spouse or whoever you are doing it with, that you miss the obvious. The obvious is this is a very severe, significant, important issue that we need to take actually seriously. And so that's that extended, having that conversation with her. And then he finally gets out of the snow, manages to get out. And I always like to focus on the fact that you are on your knees trying to get up. So anytime I do a film analysis, I like that frame where the character is on their knees trying to get up. And with Buster, is so much going on with him. I wonder what is driving him to go at this alone. It could be embarrassing for him to have someone of Paul Sheldon's stature be lost, not found, crash in his state, in his town, and that make news, and then that bothers him because he couldn't protect the citizens of his town. That could be an issue. That's always an issue if you are the sheriff, right? But I think there's some other kind of motivation for him. In addition to that, I think there's some kind of other motivation for him that is keeping him from seeking help, concerning the situation. And so trying to get up, is always symbolic of trying to pull yourself up, assessing where you are weak, and then standing up on your own 2 feet. And he is weak in this area of receiving help. I really do feel like that he's weak in this area. The thing about a setback, the purpose of a setback, and I learned this from a message preached by Bishop T.D. Jakes, and the message series was Step It Up. And no, it was Life's Little Setbacks. He says the purpose of a setback is not for you to fall out on the floor and cry and whine and pout. The purpose of a setback is to assess those areas of weakness, reflect on those areas of weakness, and before you go on to greater battles. So let me say it again. Reflect on those areas of weakness before you go on to greater battles, meaning that there are greater battles ahead. When he's trying to get up out of the snow, the battle of having to walk up the hill is already implicit in this. Not only just walking down, not knowing really where you're going, it's much easier to walk down than to walk back up. And so when we are in setback, the time is not for us to cry and whine, or in his case, be sarcastic. The time for us is to really reflect on our areas of weakness before we go on to greater battles, because eventually he is going to find out that Paul Sheldon is there. But there was a good span of time where he could have reflect on his weaknesses before he went on to greater battles. One area of weakness was lack of knowledge, and he does resolve that weakness by purchasing all of Paul Sheldon's books to learn about Paul Sheldon, or how he wrote, or what he wrote. So that was a very good response to a lack of weakness. But when it comes to law enforcement, he doesn't seem like he feels like he needs help. And so that's an area of weakness, I feel, that got him killed. So he walks back up, and we get an image of the car. So he was just a few steps away from the car. And like I said, if he had help, he could have had young men go down there. And it shouldn't always be about age, because you can have a person who's young still without the wisdom, right, to receive help. But it would have helped had he had another man with him, or if he had his wife hold a rope for him while he tried to find if there was a car crash. And so she asks him, now it's interesting how when he gets to the part where he's almost at the top of that sort of hill, she grabs him, right, or helps him up, and that's the help that he needs, or is symbolic of the help that he needs. And she asks, do you think he's out there? And he said, well, I don't know, but if he is, he's probably dead. But this engaging here is very significant, because this will be a true help. Paul asking Annie to help him about that untitled book, whether it is whether she can propose a title or tell him what the book is about, is not true help. This is true help. Right when he gets to the top and she grabs him so he doesn't stumble back, that's actually true help. She's within her mastery orientation here. Not necessarily in the truck, when they were driving up to this area. But here is where, because she is the deputy and she's in her mastery orientation here. So they managed to get back to the road. He's walking towards the sheriff's truck. And then we see Annie on the road. And, you know, it didn't hit me that, why is Annie on the road? Well, we know why, because in a few scenes later, she's going to come back with the book, with the with Paul Sheldon's new book, Misery's Child, that he's using to kill off Misery and end the series. And so this tells me, after realizing that, and I didn't think about it until now, that she was so negatively affected by that new book that she felt like it pushed her out of the house to go back to her pattern, to go back to her habit. See, reading that new book, whether she cares about the swearing or not, or the fact that it lacks nobility for her, is really besides the point. She's trying to get out. She doesn't want to learn something new. She's going to revert or resort back to what she knows. And so that's what she's really in the truck for, on the road for. She wants to go back to what she knows, what makes her happy. And the new book and having to learn something new does not make her happy. So here it is. In the background, you see the sheriff's truck, and here it is. She had all that time that she could have turned around and stopped them or said anything about Paul Sheldon being at her house. So we know now that this is her purpose, to keep him at the house for whatever reason, right? She knows that if he leaves, she may never have access to him ever again, and she wouldn't, right? The interesting thing is she's thinking too small. The fact that he rescued her, when he comes back to town to write another book, he might befriend her. And she might be a person that he continually stays in contact with. And then she could have a friendship for life. I mean, how is it? It is very likely that if you rescue somebody and help them and feed them and take care of them and get them back on their feet, that they're not going to stop by your house when they come back to town. As is, the way she's doing it, she's messing up any possible future relationship that she could have with him. So I think she's thinking kind of small. That's sort of like her setback as well. Oftentimes, when I create a film analysis, I like to focus on those aspects of the film that I think are important, have some sort of significance. And so I noticed that when the director was filming these scenes, that he focused the camera on the door. And so I decided to do a screenshot of the door. And you're going to see the door throughout the film. You know, you're going to see Paul Sheldon gain enough strength and use a bobby pin to open up this door that he's from this room that he's in. You're going to see when he comes out of the room that he tries to open up the front door, and then when he gets to the kitchen, he crawls to the other side of the kitchen where there is a back door and try to open it. So you're going to see doors throughout the film. But I thought it was interesting that the decisions you make oftentimes, I believe, are at the door. You know, as I noted in the previous screenshot, Annie is not looking at the long-term vision of possibly becoming a friend to Paul Sheldon if she nursed him to have, took him to the hospital or had the ambulance come pick him up and then sort of nursed him a little more. But I think I have an understanding why she's not taking him to the hospital, other than the obvious, to keep him there, to trap him there, that she lost her credentials. we'll see when Paul goes through her photo book, how she sort of lost her way and ended up being charged for baby deaths while she was on duty as a nurse, as a night nurse. And I have to assume through all of those news clippings that he reads or he skims that she must have lost her certifications or her licenses, whatever is connected to being a nurse, a professional licensed nurse. So that means she would not have um, credibility at the hospital. She might not have privileges, like you might hear that term for doctors, right? If they are working at the hospital, they don't have privileges at that hospital. And so then she is a nurse, doctor, mother, sister, whatever, all unto herself. At the same time, she's still missing the long vision, the vision that could be. But she does make decisions at these doors. Every time she pops her head through, every time she comes in and out, comes in, goes out, she's continually making the decision to keep Paul Sheldon trapped, keep him in the dark, hoard knowledge, lie to him. When she comes through the door, she's going to come through the door. She's going to peek her head through and come through the door, and she's going to show Paul Sheldon the book that she got from the general store. Well, that's going to raise questions because remember, she said to Paul Sheldon, that when the roads clear, I can get a hospital out here, an ambulance out here. Well, if she's able to drive to the general store, that means the roads are clear, right? But she's going to lie and say that that the roads are not clear and that her phone is not working, but the phone in town was working, and that she called the agent. Then she's going to say, well, I called the agent, and then, of course, hopefully the agent called his daughter. And so all that is, the goal of that lying is to set Paul Sheldon back, because again, she hasn't shown her true colors to Paul Sheldon. She's shown her true colors to the audience. When she drives past the sheriff and she has that opportunity to tell the sheriff that she has Paul Sheldon, she's telling the audience, she's revealing her true motives to the audience. But Paul Sheldon is not privy to that. He's not going to be privy to it until he realizes that until she realizes that he has killed off Misery. And in killing off Misery, it's like Misery, the character, is like killing off the misery that he feels in writing that series. So the door is, there are many decisions at the door. We open ourselves to the wrong people, or we open ourselves to the right opportunities when we open a door. And we could also close ourselves to opportunities and close ourselves in many other ways when we don't walk through the door, close the door. And so I thought it was interesting to kind of give you a visual of the door. So she's peeking her head through as if it's just an innocent day, right? And she's going to ask, did I wake you, right? And she's coming through the door with the book. And he's shocked that she's coming through the door, or just whatever emotions he's having at that moment. And then she shows the book that he just wrote. And remember, this is the same book that he was speaking about with his agent, and how she was so surprised that he killed off Misery. And so Misery Chastain. So this is the book. So remember the process of publication. Now, Annie is actually operating in the right order. She is the customer, and as a customer, she went to the general store to go get the new book. That is her role as customer. So again, when Paul Sheldon asks her to think about a title and tell him what she thinks the book is about or something like that. That's out of order. She's ahead of the game, or he's placing her ahead of the game. So she's showing him the book, and then she's walking into the room with the book, excited. And this is in contrast to the previous book. Remember the previous book that she spilled the soup and basically charged him as a liar. And so she's excited, looking at the book, and in the same way she's kind of looking at the book, you're going to see Buster's wife, Virginia, read the cover or read the spine. And so this is where he's basically asking her, oh, so the roads are clear? And she said, no, they're not clear, but when they do clear, I'll have them to send an ambulance. And here's where she's saying that. And the thing about Annie, she's trying to get him to focus more on the book than on his current condition of being trapped in that room. And so if she could just get him to focus his attention on the fact that she loves his book, then maybe he won't think about the fact that he's lying in bed trapped in this room. And so she's sitting, talking about the book, focusing all her efforts, her happiness. And this is a huge contrast to when she was sitting there feeding him soup and feeling like he had done her such a disservice, or even done the book series such a disservice to write on some other type of book. Right here, he's stressing out about his daughter, the fact that she doesn't know if he is alive, and the agent. So she's talking about one thing and he's talking about another. And she's talking about how he's a poet, what a poet you are, but he's stressed. So even as a fan, she can't be really supportive, because she can't be supportive of the writer, the author. She can only be supportive of the book. It's the book that made her happy. Paul Sheldon being in her room, lying on a bed, trapped, is just gravy on top. And so she's so preoccupied with the happiness that misery brings her, the book, the concept, and anything sort of added to that. She's so preoccupied with that she can't recognize his misery. Not only in the same way, I think if you think about the agent who's talking about the economics of marketing, publishing the book, and presenting it to the world, the economics and the financial rewards that came with it. She's so preoccupied, like Annie, with the book itself, but not with the person, that both the agent and Annie don't see that Paul Sheldon is miserable. He's miserable here lying in this bed because he can't do anything really about it. And he's miserable in his profession because he never intended the book to become his life. And so I think there's a parallel between Annie and the agent, because they don't see past the rewards of the book to the person who is miserable, to the person who wants to do something else. And so here's where he's focused on his daughter, upset. And Annie gets up and she's still focused on the book and basically saying what a poet you are. And he's just, if misery had a face, it would look like this, right? Because it's I feel like in the same way that he didn't expect misery to become his life, and that it took over, and it seemed like in some ways that with every book he had to do so from a place of misery, from a place of misery. And so, and once you are under contract to write a series of books, you have to keep doing it. And so then he gets to the typewriter, and he's sitting at the typewriter, and he's having to write on a topic that he doesn't really want to write on. And like I said in some slides prior, if you didn't want to do that, you shouldn't have started it, right? Because once something is a good idea and it takes off, it's hard to stop it. And then it's hard for you to gain any other type of momentum in something else. And so they don't see his misery, and it's almost like he's silenced, right? That he wants to speak about his misery but not call it misery, because if he calls it misery, it's going to call attention to his weakness, call attention to maybe his possible ungratefulness, right? Call attention to just a number of things. And so Annie later fixes him some food, right? And she mentions that she is on page 75. And so remember when she was talking about how she was 40 pages into the previous book, and she noticed the swearing and that the book had no nobility. Well, we don't know for certain if she finished that book. So we have to assume that when she got into her car, her truck or car to drive into town to get the new book, that she put off finishing reading the previous book that was untitled, the manuscript, and now she's reading, or she has returned to what has made her happy. And so I don't know, maybe she took a chance and just drove into town to see if there was a new book or something like that, to see if there has to be something else other than this untitled book that has no nobility, and all these slum kids are cussing and using profanity. And so I think when she got into the car to drive into town, I think she was hoping that she was hoping to satisfy and resolve her misery, because reading the misery books makes her happy. So she fixes him some food, and she doesn't indicate whether she finished the previous book. And so this is where she's talking about that she's on the page 75, and she's talking about how the book is a perfect thing. So whatever unhappiness she had in reading his previous untitled book, that unhappiness is basically substituted for her happiness in reading his new book. And so she's preparing for him to be able to eat this meal. And in a way, the way that she prepared this meal, even though some of her meals have been fine, the way that she prepared his meal, it seemed like she went overboard. You know, there's applesauce, and then there's the plate is full with different types of food on it. Then there's toast and orange juice. It's just so it's like she made it with love, you know, that she made it from a place of love. And I think, of course, I've always noticed that when you are dealing with a partner who is not faithful, the way you cook his food changes. When at the beginning of the relationship, you cooked with so much love, you gave him all that he could eat. You made sure that he had more than enough, right? But then throughout the process of learning about his seasons of infidelity, and I'm just using this as an example, you start leaving off items, you know, you start not cooking the same way that you cooked before. In some ways, you may leave him to find food on his own, right? But this right here is a place, it's food made from a place of love. And so it's like she's serving him a gourmet meal, right, for breakfast, and he seems to be happy with it too. So their whole demeanor, their whole disposition, the whole environment has actually changed, because we see him smiling, and she's praising him for his book, saying that it's a perfect thing. But there's no question from him asking, did you finish the previous book? That's interesting, you know, that I didn't think about that until now, that there's no question from him. Because if you are the one who initiated that she should maybe possibly title the book, or maybe come up with a summary of the book, then where is your follow through? Why aren't you guiding her back to that path? She has completely substituted that path for returning to her misery. And so this is where she's talking about it's a perfect thing. It gives her the biggest smile. You see the cheekbones, the rosy. It seemed like if all we needed really for this scene is just a bed of roses or a tree of flowers or something like that. And so he kind of looks at her while she's very excited about the book. And of course, his face is, how can you be so excited about something that I no longer want to write? That's really what this face is. She doesn't know that. She's going to read the book and find out that he has killed off misery. But this is his surprise. You know, if this was a work that he loved and wanted to be proud of, his face should be a lot different. It should be, oh, I'm so glad you love it. And, you know, I put all my heart into it, and it's something that I'm proud of. You don't see that. You see him kind of, you know, scratching his head, so to speak. Why is she so happy about something that I hate? And so in some ways, that's his setback, because why are you so surprised that your audience, that your fans would like something that you hate? Why are you surprised about that? You have invested so much time in writing these types of books, book after book, and turn it into a series, and you are surprised that people love it, right? So he doesn't really know his audience that well. He knows publishing something to make enough money to make himself financially good, because usually when you come into the game, you come in not really having made a lot of money. Sometimes people come in as teachers and they're not making a lot of money, or they're doing some little side job until they make it big. And so this book happened to be the type of book that caused him to make it big. And again, he says, I didn't expect it to become my life. But you can't go in with that kind of understanding and expect to sustain that understanding while you are gaining a huge fan base for your work. So that's the face that he's given. I can't believe she's so happy about something I hate. And so that's why I kind of like these little picturesque scenes where, to me, this is almost symbolic of Annie's attitude. You know, you have streams, you have the snow thawing out, in a sense that her hatred of the previous book, her hostility of the previous book thaws out to the point that she just kind of forgets it, and she becomes so enraptured in the new book, in this actual misery book. But later she's going to remember how insulting and offensive that book is, and make Paul Sheldon burn it, because the only thing that he needs to write is the misery series. So this is the scene where she brings in the pig. I really do like this pig. The pig comes in first, and he gets on the bed with Paul. And Annie is talking about, this is my sow, my favorite beast, and she calls the beast Misery. And he's shocked, and she says in response, well, I told you I'm your number one fan. And he's beginning to sort of see that, okay, it's becoming clear to me. So from a good deal of the movie, he doesn't understand her misery. He doesn't see her misery. The misery is masked. She doesn't really show misery. She puts on the face to deal with Paul Sheldon. Paul Sheldon, the author. Paul Sheldon, the author of the book series Misery, right? She puts on the face. So when she keeps using the word misery over and over and over prior to this moment, nothing in him says, I need to pay attention to the fact that she's using misery all the time, the word misery, but nothing happens like it. When the pig comes in and he gets on top of the bed of Paul Sheldon, and she talks about how it's her favorite sow, favorite beast, misery, then it sort of becomes kind of clear to him there's something else going on. He still doesn't interpret it as misery. And it's interesting how misery is revealed through both characters. You know, he has the facial expressions of being in misery. Her facial expressions are happiness, but being in misery. So he comes in, he gets on top of the bed. I think the little pig is cute. I mean, he's a big pig, but I think he's cute. I just kind of, every time I see this scene, I just smile. And then and then Paul doesn't have the right kind of response to it, and that's why I think really this face too is the type of face that he has towards his own series. That misery is represented in a pig, right? It's reflected in a pig, and in some ways he feels like he's been sort of wallowing and roaming around in the slump. That the misery business is not the business he wanted to get in to. He's not proud of himself with that. He says that he was a writer then when he first tried to push his other previous book, right? And so the pig is symbolic of him sort of being a pig in his industry, right? It's a very profitable series, very great idea, and he has benefited financially and economically in status, right? And owning homes and things like that. But he still feels like this pig that he's looking at with hostility. And in many ways, he's looking at his whole misery series with this type of look, as well as the previous one that I noted. So the pig is a pig. A pig is going to do what a pig is going to do. It's going to snort. It's going to try to smell, right? And it's kind of like the misery series has taken over like this pig. This pig decided to jump on top of the bed. No one asked the pig to jump on top of the bed, right? The pig just assumed that it was okay to jump on top of the bed. And so it's the same thing as the misery business. Writing the misery books, it has completely taken over his whole life. Paul Sheldon did not ask for the misery books to take over his whole life. He did not ask for the misery books to be a pig in his life, but they have become such a pig in his life that he's ready to get rid of. And so Annie comes in very happy about her favorite sow, misery. And interestingly enough, I think it's a good point to make that she's not praising him for his new book. If you see, it's easy to miss. It's really easy to miss that she started out reading the Untitled book and then eventually has him to burn it, but she's not praising him for other areas of the book. That's why I say she doesn't have the right to judge it. She can't judge it. She's not equipped with the academic criticism tools or praise to judge it, because she couldn't get past the profanity and the nobility aspect of it and get to past page 41 and then praise him for his writing ability or praise him for other aspects, character descriptions, plot development, things like that. No, because she doesn't understand that. She's not going to be able to recognize when the writing quality of Paul Sheldon's book. That's why trying to give her permission to judge writing quality is really just out of order for him. And so she's very happy about this sow. He's still looking at the sow. kind of weirdly, and she doesn't even notice how his attitude towards the sow is. That I would think when she was sitting down going over the first book and being happy about it, and he was talking about his daughter, her face changed a little bit, as if, okay, I can't do anything right. And that's when she gets up and tries to exit the room. But now his face is very scrunched up. It's not receptive to the sound. And it's interesting that she doesn't notice that, and that her face doesn't change as a result of looking at his face not responding well to the pig. That's interesting, because I would think that's her favorite sow, almost like a kid for her. And any mother will tell you they notice when other people respond to their children, how their facial features turn or something like that. Their face turns in a certain kind of way, and that mother gets upset quickly, right? So I thought that was kind of interesting. And so she's talking about how when she first got the farm, it was just chickens and I think cows or something like that, and it was kind of dreary. And then she got Misery, and it changed her life, and it basically gave her the smile that she needs. So Misery gives her a smile, right? It's masked as this face that we see that is not sort of scrunched up or anything like that, or hostile, but it's just weird, that Misery would make her smile. And so she's happy, smiling about her sow. The sow is still on the bed. And, he didn't even she didn't even really get permission to jump on the bed like I noted, but she's on the bed nonetheless. And Annie permits her to stay on the bed. Annie doesn't come in and say, get off the bed, right? Because why would you want a pig on the bed? But we're going to see later that Annie has the pig to lay in the bed with her in her room. So he's talking about that's a fine piggy you have there, and he still has a face. There's no smile on that face. And so here's where she was she's talking about that his book is so divine, just like that painting by Diego of the Sistine Chapel. And so she's calling that Misery book a divine thing. So she has moved from nobility to the divine. And when he rewrites the book at her behest, she says that I knew Misery was born of nobility. Now, Misery is a fictional character, but she has made Misery so real for her, as if she is living in the Victorian era, and she has met Misery herself. And so she is so engaged in his books that Misery is real for her, right? Just like her regular misery in life is real for her. She doesn't talk about being really miserable. I don't even think she uses the word misery to describe how she felt. She just basically suggests that she didn't feel well during a certain time in her life, and reading his book sort of helped to bring her out of what she was feeling. And so Misery, that book, and the Sistine Chapel, those are the two most divine things that she cares about. So she's equating that the quality of his book, Misery as a book, as part of a series, is so high in quality and so divine that it is matched with the painting of the Sistine Chapel. And when you think about it, Paul Sheldon is painting a world. He's really painting a world through his books. That's why she's so familiar with the narrative, the timelines, the seasons, the characters. That she can't assess it properly because she doesn't have the academic tools of criticism to do so, but she knows the books. And so here's the sort of pig sound that she's making to mimic the pig. And it sort of surprises him, you know. So again, sometimes you don't know what to say about what you're seeing. You're just having to take it all in, and it's almost like you're watching a movie and you kind of have no other choice but to watch all of the scenes, because you don't have the capacity to rewind it and go back and instead of getting on that road, staying at the lodge and waiting out the blizzard and then leaving. So I like this view again that I noticed, and I think it's important to call attention to these views, because again, it looks like a very picturesque type view. It's also interesting to note that it's isolating, that even though a person might love a house this far off from the main town, it is a bit isolating. And so when Paul Sheldon tries to get out of the bed to leave before his legs get better, he doesn't know what's outside the door. From his window, he can see trees and he can see aspects of the area, but he has no clue about where he really is and whether he would have enough strength to move through this snow, because it's still snow in the area even if it's thawing out. And he doesn't know where the town is. He doesn't know the direction of where he would go if he was able to get up and leave. And so Annie goes into a personal narrative, and she's talking about how when her husband left her, she thought she would go crazy, and she just put all her time into work. And then she was saying that night shifts at the hospital can be hard to do. And then she says she basically discovered his misery book while she was working at the hospitals, and it sort of made her happy and made her forget her problems. Now, there's a lie in here that we're going to find out much later about her husband. She said her husband left, but the news clippings in the photo album basically read that he plunged to his death. And I often wonder, in reviewing the series and watching it a couple of more times, if she had done her husband the same way when she realized he wanted to leave, if she had done him the same way and he was in that room, and that's why she really had all of that medication and she had everything, and I just kind of wonder about that. We don't get a backstory about the husband and why he left. The screenwriter doesn't tell us a reason, but it does reveal to us the screenwriting, the scene development, and plot development overall reveals that he had actually plunged to his death. And so we don't know what Paul Sheldon is really doing. He is forced to listen to her narrative, but we find out that he's actually peeing into a container, and she's not giving him the privacy necessary for him to be able to do his business by himself. Now, we don't know if she's done this before, just stood by and watched him and heard the pee go into the container, but we see now that she doesn't leave him really a lot of privacy, that she's in and out all the time. Bringing him food, which is obvious. And she does say later, after she has him to burn the book, and she creates a writing studio, that I feed you, I cook for you, I clean you, I do all this type of stuff, and you need to show me some appreciation, right? And so somewhere, remember, Paul Sheldon really gives her permission to have this kind of access to him. Once he says to her, maybe you should title the book, come up with the title, and tell me what you think the book is about, that really opens the door for everything else. As much as people like to say, well, he really meant about the manuscript. No, it's the same statement that you make to people when you tell them when they come into your house, oh, make yourself at home. Well, you don't expect them to get up and go and do different things around your house and feel so free around your house. But that's what you basically, that's how they took it. They took it as, okay, it's okay for me to make myself at home, to the point that I'm living in your bedroom and I'm going to invite a friend. No, that's not what I really meant. But we don't outline that. We want to please people. People please people in that moment and not make them feel bad or offended. He said all of that because here it is, this woman rescued him, and maybe he felt some kind of way about, I better make her feel at ease. She just wants to read my book. After all, she rescued me. I wouldn't even be alive, And so he opened the door for her to be this accessible, or this forward, this sort of, it's okay for me to be able to come into your room when I want. I never even hear a knock on the door. He's still a man. He's still a guest in your house. No, he can't get out of the bed to open the door, but you could at least still knock on the door, just out of respect. And because to knock on the door is to show respect, is to ask for permission, is to tell the person, or indicate to the person that I do respect you. I understand you are staying in my house, and yes, it is my house, but I want to make sure that there is an air of respect around here. So I'm just going to knock on the door, and you tell me if it's okay to come in, right? Because even if he can't get out of the bed, he still could be doing something, that required, that kind of required him to be naked. So I just thought that was kind of interesting. And so she's still going in on her narrative, talking about it, having a conversation about it, feeling, the weight of the narrative. And then he finishes, right? And I think he almost hates that he has to do this, but he has no other choice, right? And so she gets, she collects his fluids. And this is where she talks about that she's on the last 2 chapters that she's about to finish. And she was talking about marriage throughout that narrative, and basically saying one day I might remarry, but people just don't have respect for marriage today. And so I'm not quite sure if I will ever remarry. It's interesting, though, she's bringing in marriage into a conversation, this type of conversation. I don't know what to make of that, other than I'm not quite sure if it's appropriate while he's peeing into a container. And, I don't know. And this is where she's talking about marriage and holding it as if she's holding a container of apple juice or something. And so she leaves him in a room, and when you're lying in a bed like that, you are left with your own thoughts. You just have no other choice. And this is really sort of like the punishment for not finding out the weather report, that he is forced to lie in this bed, hurt, damaged, fractured, because he didn't do one important thing. So we have this full moon. I don't know why I did this screenshot. I just thought it was interesting, a full moon. And so we get a view of the house with all the lights on. So we always know that when lights are on, there's activity. And so Paul Sheldon is asleep. Um, not a care in the world other than to go to sleep. And this is where Annie comes in. She has finished reading the book, and she comes into Sheldon's room, and she basically accuses him, calls him a dirty bird, and that Misery can't be dead. She can't be dead. And so she said, I can't believe you. I can't believe you that you did this. And this is a negative view of his work that she gets into, calling him a dirty bird, basically charging him as a liar. And he's shocked to see her, right? Because she's talking about Misery can't be dead. And then he talks about how it was 1871. Women often died in childbirth. And Annie is saying, I don't want her dead. You murdered her. You murdered my Misery. So this is a setback for Annie. But it's also a setback for Paul, because all this time leading up to this moment, she has had high praise for his Misery series as well as for him. And for her to take it in this way is shocking. It's a shock to his system. It's almost like in the same way that he's fractured in the bed, he has fractured her understanding in killing off Misery. Because why would Misery ever die? I mean, she didn't die in the second book. She didn't die in the third book, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, the seventh, and eighth. So there's this expectation from the fan base that he's going to keep it going. Why else wouldn't he keep it going if it was worth doing a number 2, a number 3, a number 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? And so this is a setback for her because it fractures her understanding about who he is as a person and the Misery series. And then it's a setback for him because he is shocked by her behavior, especially since she's been praising him. And this is the first time he's getting a negative view about his work, at least from what we have discovered. And so this is where she's saying, you murdered my Misery. I don't want her dead. And so that face that Kathy Bates gives is just so... I'm quite sure it took a lot of energy to get that face right as an actress, but I thought it was just so interesting as a frame consideration. And so her response is affecting his ability to get well in the bed. From the time he has been there, he's had good opportunity to get better. She hasn't hindered that really in any way. But this is basically the first time that she's hindering his recovery, because at the end of the bed, she's shaking she's raising and lowering the bed up and down to the point that it is affecting him and causing pain for him. And so then she goes, kind of crazy. And she finds something to throw up against the wall. It's some little shelf, pot shelf. And she throws it up against the wall. And she's essentially saying, I thought you were good. You're just a liar, a lying, dirty birdie. And then she reveals herself to Paul Sheldon and what she's been doing and what she's been up to. We know that she has doesn't have the right intentions, but he hasn't known that, right? But when he tried to kill off her Misery, which is the equivalent of her happiness, that's when she reveals who she truly is. And she said, I don't want to be around you right now, and you're just a lying, dirty birdie. And this is the first time she's using the word lying or calling him a liar. And on some level, when you think about Paul Sheldon and how he didn't want the Misery series to become his life, and he doesn't feel like he's a writer in writing the Misery series, so we have to assume that he considers himself a liar, right? That he wants to write more serious work, so that means that everything he has been doing up until this point hasn't been serious work or work that he could be proud of, so that means it's a lie. That he started out with an intention to write something big in order for him to get into the business, make some money, make a career out of it. But it took off, unexpectedly, and he had to produce. And then the more he had to produce, the more he felt like a lie, because even though he was writing the books himself, he felt like they just did not fully represent him. So she calling him a liar is not only projection on her part, because she's been lying herself, but it's also a reflection of who he might think he is in terms of personally, professionally. That's why sometimes he looks at her and how shocked he is at how she just is crazy over his books, but he doesn't have the same attitude towards his own books. Then I would think that if you wrote something of that magnitude, that you would be just as happy or more happy than your fan base. And so here's what she's saying, that she didn't call the doctor, she didn't call the agent or the family, she never called anybody. Nobody knows you are here. And she says, if I die, you die. And then after that, she leaves the room. So this is where she's fully revealing that she's been lying to him the whole time. She didn't give other aspects or examples of it, but it's just enough for him to take note of the fact that he is trapped. He is really, really trapped. And if he don't make a decision to try to get up and get out of there, he could die there and at her hands. And so then the revelation that she's been lying the whole time, and that she's basically trapping him here, gives him the type of face that is very sort of, I can't believe this is happening, incredulous. So she drives off in the car, and I think it's important to see this scene, her driving off into the night. And then the idea of I die, you die, causes some kind of alarm, right? Because you don't want to die at her hands, and he's not really physically well to get out of the bed and walk out, but he's going to try though. And so him trying to get out of the bed, this is a physical and a visual of him trying to get out of the bed, and using his fractured legs, and the only strength that he has is in his upper body, and that's really only one side of his body, because the arm is still not physically recovered, so he only has that one arm. And so to me, this is no different than someone trying to get out of something that they don't want to do anymore as well. That this is a visual representation of him trying to get out of the misery business, and feeling fractured and feeling helpless and feeling like if he doesn't get out, he's going to die. Right? Because remember, he talks about his tombstone. I hope I can write something worthy of putting on my tombstone, right? And tombstone means death. And so if he doesn't get out of the misery business, if he doesn't get out of it, make a decision to get out of it, he could die. So when she says, if I die, you die, if my misery dies, your misery dies, right? But his misery is completely different from her misery, even though they are both miserable. So he manages to get out of the bed and pain, right? Because he sort of flops down on the floor, which causes even more pain for him. And letting go of something causes pain. You know, this film analysis is part of my Overcoming Setback series, and I have done multiple audio types of lessons on different topics. But when you are coming out of a setback, when you're trying to overcome setback, it's painful to let it go. The same way that you see him lying on this floor in pain because of the shock of having to separate yourself from something, that thing that you were holding on to, you were surviving in your setback. It's hard to think of, or it's hard to consider a vision of overcoming setback. I mean, if you look at the person on the track field trying to run, and then all of a sudden they catch a Charlie horse or something like that, and they have to hobble, and it's hard to walk, and they stumble, and they're on the ground, and sometimes somebody will come back and help them or something like that. But if you stay there, even though you may be a few feet away from the finish line, that reflects surviving the setback. But if you crawl your way past that finish line, not just get to the finish line, but you actually pass it, like you cross it, then that is overcoming setback. And so the setback series that I have, the Overcoming Setback series, you can look at this from a literal standpoint, from a figurative standpoint, but you definitely have a good visual of when you are trying to get out of something, let go of something, move past something, that there's pain that comes with it. It's punishment, and then there's pain. And then there's going to be some correction, and then after that, recovery, restoration, and advancing. And those are essentially part of the 7 stages of setback. And so the pain is so hard, right? Because, you know, he really would have felt this type of pain had he not had to go this route of Annie and being, trapped in her house. And he made it through the snow, and he got back to his home city. And then he decided to kill off Misery Chastain in that book that she has. He would have felt the economic strain of that. This face that you see here would have come on his face even later, because if you decide to move past something which with such abruptness, right, with no indication to any of your fan base that you're going to let her go, because Annie is really surprised. She's actually surprised that he's killing off Misery Chastain. Even the agent at the beginning of the movie is surprised that he's killing off Misery Chastain. So he's not writing with any kind of care for his fan base, because then if he was writing with care about his fan base, he would have sent out some kind of memo, in a sense, publication, or some sort of newspaper article that he's ending the series. And then by the time he might have crossed paths with Annie, she wouldn't have been so shocked, or she would have had so much time to get used to the idea. But this face that you see here is a literal representation of the physical pain that he's in. But it is also a foreshadowing, or it could have been a foreshadowing, or well, maybe looking backwards, that had he had his car not gone off the road and he returned home and he let go of Misery Chastain, he might have had a whole revolt from his customer base, his fan base, and he, along with the publisher, would have felt the financial aspects of it. So there's still the pain. We can look at his legs and tell that they are still in pain. There's a lot of swelling at his feet as well. blue, black and blue. And then this is his attempt to crawl. He's trying to escape, and he's going to try to crawl. And he's trying to do it despite the fact that his body really won't let him do it. How is it that you can barely walk on your feet, but you're going to crawl to the door and open the door and hope to walk out of it, right? It doesn't make any sense. So then how do you think you're going to crawl out of something that has been working for you for so long and expect to walk immediately, right? He's expecting, while crawling on this floor, that he's just gonna miraculously get up and walk on these fractured legs, right? Well, in the same way, if we look at the implications of his career change, he's expecting that he's going to crawl out of his current system that is working for him financially, economically, and then expect to just immediately walk well. That he thinks that writing another type of series or the beginning of another type of series is going to immediately translate. Well, I got a customer base. Yeah, but your customer base loves the Misery series. They don't know this new book that you're trying to do or this new thing that you're trying to do, right? I mean, maybe if you would turn your books into films or something like that to kind of keep Misery alive for your fan base, right? Then that might be actually a better way to transition. I think if J.K. Rowling had just immediately stopped the Harry Potter series but didn't give the fan base something else to think about, like not only the theme park, but the book was turned into films, a whole series of films. Well, that gave the customer base some time to work through this idea that all things come to an end eventually. But she had written so many books, and those books had turned into films, that they were able to still make the transition. So then when she finally ended the series, and I feel like she could come back around today and create a whole new Harry Potter book and still get her fan base back immediately. But that's beside the point. That by the time she decided to end on a particular series, particular book, it wasn't so much of a shock to the system. They had already been looking forward to that, or there was this expectation. And she had basically said in interviews in a way that she would be ending the series at this particular book. I don't read the Harry Potter books or the series as a whole, nor do I watch the movies. But I do look at the business aspect of the series. I sort of research and I listen to reviews and interviews and things like that. And so Paul Sheldon making a decision to exit so abruptly without informing his fan base, or without coming up maybe with a movie ideal or something like that, is kind of offensive. Just because you want out, and you have every right, every privilege or prerogative to say I want out, but you can't then expect your customer base to come to the next place that you are wanting to take them, because you're not showing them respect. And he is upset because in some ways he's not showing his customer base respect. And so trying to crawl out of the bed and to the door to get out is no different than him trying to crawl out of that Misery writing business to get to the door to get out. But it's with a lot of strain. He's still fractured in areas of his body, and as well as his mind, because he's fractured in his understanding in the same way that Annie is fractured in her understanding, because he doesn't understand the misery of people and how his books have helped to bring happiness to the misery of people, strange enough as that sounds. And so there's a lot that you can say going on here. So we see the door, right? Remember, we got an image of the door. So now we see the full door, and how there's a keyhole, and then there's the knob, of course. And, you know, is honestly, you can look at or visualize a person holding their hand out. I thought that would have been an interesting camera angle, you know, him holding his hand out to try to get to the door, sort of reaching for it, right? But he doesn't wait until he doesn't hold his hand out until he actually gets to the door. And so now he's trying to pull himself enough to get to this door with much strain. And again, it is symbolic. It is symbolic of him trying to get out of his profession, or get out of the misery writing business, to get out of the setback. That decision to begin writing the misery series when he didn't feel like it was something worthy of him to write, and that he didn't want it to become his life. I believe he believed that from the beginning. So the fact that he made a decision to write it and pursue publication of it, that actually created his setback. Because if he wanted to be a serious writer, then he should have had the patience to be a serious writer. And so we have his hand extended in the scene, him trying to open the door. And usually when you're trying to open the door, you're not just turning the knob to turn the knob. You're trying to turn the knob out of some place of hope, that whatever's on the other side of the door is going to be of some kind of help to you. Otherwise, you wouldn't pull at the door to try to open it. We don't open doors just to open a door to a lion or an alligator or some danger, right? We open the door because we are hoping that on the other side of the door that there is purpose, that there is life, that there is peace, not a lot of chaos. Because otherwise, if we open it and it's a lot of chaos, we do better just to keep the door closed. And that's what isolation, and that's what I feel like Annie is really going through, that she's so isolated on this farm, and she doesn't really open the door other than to go to the store and come on back. That is something in her past, in her life, that has basically informed her it's too much chaos on the outside, so I'm just going to stay on the inside. And wanting and keeping Paul trapped maybe reflect her loneliness, or her feeling of loneliness, and that finally there's somebody here that I could be friends with, I can have here, and I just create the writing studio for him here, and he can do everything he wants to do here, and he never has to go anywhere. In the same way, she has everything at her house. How is it that she has the drip thing to go into his arm, to the needle and everything to go into his arm, and medications and all that kind of stuff? How is it that she has all of that in her house, right? I believe it was for her for her husband. Regardless, though, it's maybe preparing for someone to come, right? So I don't know. It's kind of interesting. So he realizes he's not going to be able to get out so easily. He doesn't have the strength. So here it is. He wants to get out of the misery writing business, but he doesn't have the strength. He did have enough strength to write a whole new book. But it's interesting that he doesn't have a title for that book, and he doesn't have, and he really doesn't know what the book is about. That's interesting in and of itself, that he wants to get out of something, but there's no certainty, there's no surety on his part about the direction he wants to go, other than he wants to write serious work. That's really not enough of guidance to begin this new venture. He should title his own book. Now, once he turns it in for publication, He might get an editor who might say it might be a better title to do this or whatever. That's fine. But he's the one, he is the writer who gives his book purpose. And to untitle it and to not completely know what the book is about is a sign that he really wasn't as ready as he thought he was to get out of one thing and go into another. And so this image that you get of him is sort of reflected in the idea that he wasn't as ready as he thought he was to get out of one thing, to get out of that setback and overcome that setback and into something else that would bring him peace. He's not really even asking for money, but something that would actually bring him peace. He's not as sure as it seems like he wants us to believe that he is. So in essence, his setback in this regard is essentially not planning for where he wants to go. Writing the manuscript is a very big step, is a very first step. At least he's setting to task to do something. He got it in his mind to do more serious work, and he began thinking of an idea and outlining that idea before he began to write or whatever. And then he went to the cabin in the town, and he stayed there 6 weeks. So there's some kind of effort towards moving towards something, moving out of something and moving towards something. But the setback is in the idea that he's not as focused enough on overcoming his setback of writing the Misery series to the point that he can't even title his own work. So I kind of think it's very interesting. We are now back in the sheriff's office, and so he is sort of looking at this news article about Paul Sheldon, and the subtitle of this article is "Authorities Seek Public's Help in Finding Noted Author." And he is speaking with the agent who had called before, and she's talking to him, and he's saying there's no need for her to come down because she wants to come down to see for herself what's going on. And he's basically saying there's no need for her to come down. And then he says, as soon as we know anything, we will let you know. And it's like he's kind of setting her back because she knows something is wrong, and she is sending out a warning and an alert system, so to speak, that there is something wrong. I don't think Buster is not taking it seriously enough, but he's not accepting help. He is guarding his town as if he owns the town. Even the authorities are seeking the public's help in finding this man, Paul Sheldon, this noted author. And so if they are printing this in a newspaper and they believe it is very significant, then why doesn't Buster accept any help? Like I said, even when he is suspicious later in the movie that Annie must be housing him or something like that, he doesn't take someone along with him. You got all of those men in the town that he could deputize and go to that location. No, he goes there alone and ends up getting shot, killed. And so he's setting her back. I don't know why, other than maybe gender wars, a man who of his nature believes that he's the only one who can solve the problem, right? And so even when his wife asks him, do you need some help? He said, no, I'm just stuck in the snow or whatever. Even then, he doesn't accept her help. And so him setting her back is going to be devastating for him later, because had he taken someone along with him to the house, to Annie's house, I believe he would still be alive today. So they're fielding phone calls. He's talking to the agent and going over things with the agent. And so they have finished their phone calls, and she turns and looks at him and basically wonders what's going to happen. And then we're back in the room with Annie. So, in the same way that Paul is trapped in his room, we are back in his room. But the director gives us opportunities to leave the room through the camera. So we get some kind of relief. If all we did was live in this room, we would be anxious too. So she sees him on the floor, right? And she picks him up, and while she is picking him up, he's sort of complaining about the pain, and she calls him a crybaby. And then she makes an interesting point that he should be in a proper hospital bed, and that this would have never happened had he been in a proper hospital bed. Now she's speaking to her own lack of mastery orientation. That bed that she has is not a sufficient bed for a patient who is in need of severe medical services. But she continues to push against her own understanding of things, her own mastery orientation, and she's just going to create this world, however way she's going to create this world. Just make it up as she goes along, right? She knows that she's not a doctor. She knows that she doesn't really have all of the proper gear. She knows that even though she did a great job on his legs, that it's still not sufficient enough for him to get better, that this whole environment is still not sufficient enough for him to get better, to fully recover. So he looks up at her, of course. He has no words other than the words that, she's saying in the moment. And then he's lying on the floor. And this is where she was saying that that if she had had a proper hospital bed, that this would never have happened, even though she doesn't know that he was actually trying to escape. So she's not privy to his attempts to escape. Right? There were maybe like a couple of more attempts of him being able to escape. It isn't until when he ventures out of his room and his foot or his wheelchair hits a coffee table that holds little penguin figurines, and it almost falls, and then he puts it back on the table, but he doesn't turn it in the right direction, that she gets a clue that he's been leaving his room, because she wouldn't have done it that way. Her whole house each place has its own perspective, own attitude, own logic. All of the little penguin figurines are facing north. That means they do not have the option of doing anything other than what she tells them to do. Her sort of shrine to Paul Sheldon, all the books and his picture, they are serving a purpose on that little, I guess that's a little desk shelf, right? And they are in a certain order. They are very neatly shelved, and no one is to touch them, right? Her medical closet, medical little, closet, all of the pills are lined up, all of the other types of medications are lined up. The kitchen, although it looks a little busy, as well as the house, is still lined up. Even when Buster comes to visit her at the house and he ends up venturing upstairs, that bedroom that's upstairs is neatly cleaned, is the bed is made, the room is clean, right? And so every area in her house has a purpose to it. Even if it looks like it's cluttered, it's organized clutter. And so when she says that this would never have happened if you were in a hospital bed, she's talking from a place of being out of order. She's doing things out of order, which is contrary to the way her house is is ordered or organized or structured. So she's trying to help him into the bed. Of course, it's going to be a strain because it's hard to hold up a body, but we know that she's capable of doing this because after all, he did crash, and she did pick him up and hoist him over her shoulder and walk, for miles um, back to her house. So we know that she's capable of doing this, and we don't know how many times she's done this. There must be some kind of ease with it. She must have done this before, because to be able to hold a man, not drag him, is something else. So then she's kind of frustrated with his complaining. Remember, when he had crashed, she couldn't talk. She had to resuscitate him, and so he was basically, I guess, kind of unconscious but not dead. So he didn't have any complaints about her holding him. Now that he's in this position and on the floor, and she's trying to hold him and get him up, he's complaining. So he's basically telling her to hold up, right? And she's calling him a crybaby, and that it's not as serious as he's trying to make it out to be, but he's the one who's actually in pain. He's the one who's in pain. So how is it that it's not as serious? So this is again an example of people not taking his pain or his misery seriously. In some ways, Annie picking up Paul in this way, with such strain, right? Because it didn't seem like she was feeling the strain of picking him up in a blizzard. And here it is. This is normalcy right here in terms of the fact that it's in the house. It's not outside in the blizzard. That in some ways, this is Annie. It's almost like a foreshadowing of Annie picking him back up from his fall from grace, if he had let misery completely die, in a sense that had his car not gone off the road, and he returned to New York and he let it die completely and moved on to something else, and then his fan base died, then his reputation would die along with it. Now that's far-fetched, right? We are conducting a critical analysis, so we do have a little bit of creative license, but the picking him up in this way and straining is such a contrast to what she was doing when she was picking him up in the blizzard. But we don't see that process in the blizzard, though. We get an image of her resuscitating him, then another image of her putting the leather briefcase into her coat for protection, and then the last two images of him already on her shoulders. So we never got how much of a strain it was to pick him up. That during the recovery process, there are times that you would have to pick your own self up. And that it is such a strain to pick yourself up from the bottom, that it takes so much time. That's why I wanted to focus on each sort of step-by-step way in which Annie is picking up Paul. And so this is where he feels the pain of her helping him, and he's basically telling her wait, and but she continues and calls him a crybaby. And again, you're going to be a crybaby when you are in this kind of pain. The pain is still visible. It's not like you don't see the visible nature of his pain, and then you say, okay, it's just all in his head. No, it can't be all in his head when his face is still badly bruised. His arm is still in a holding, I forget, a sling, and his legs and feet are still swollen. So how can you say that? How can you call him a crybaby? In the same way that I feel that the agent is kind of doing the same thing without actually calling Paul Sheldon a crybaby. He has no visible scars when he is discussing his professional work and how he didn't intend on making misery his life. But because he doesn't have any visible scars, he's not really taken as seriously as he should by his agent. He's crying out for something else, but she doesn't hear him. In this instance, he's crying out for something else, and Annie doesn't hear him, even though she is the one who is in the process of helping him to recover. She heard his bones move about in his legs. So how is it that she doesn't understand this cry that he is sort of crying out right now through this particular process? And so she manages to get him in the bed, straighten him up. It's still a task, of course. And then this is where she is, kind of making up the bed along the way as well. And she talks about, she often slips in parts of her past. So remember when she was standing at the window and she gives this personal narrative about her husband leaving her. Now she's going to give a personal narrative about when she was on the witness stand and how she couldn't remember some things. She's kind of apologizing for her attitude towards Paul when she was, shaking the bed and saying that he murdered her misery. And now she's come in and basically she's sort of apologizing. But she has bad motives, though, because she goes into this speech about how she asked God about Paul and how God said, I delivered him to you to show him the way. And then after that, she's going to bring in the barbecue pit. So there's this she uses God again when Buster comes in and she's trying to distract him from really seeing the place as it actually is, seeing Annie for who she really is. Because if you are quiet, you can hear things that you didn't intend to hear. Even if Paul Sheldon never said anything from the basement about him being in the basement right down here, if you be quiet, there's a lot that you can detect, or there's a lot that your ear or your understanding could detect, more so than if you were loud and trying to convince the person who is walking about the house with you. But he's already suspicious. I mean, how is it that a sheriff just comes in like he does and just walks about the house like that's okay, right? He doesn't really, she doesn't really give him that kind of permission. Coming into the house, inviting him in is different, really, from walking about the house. However, if we look at the parallel of Paul Sheldon giving Annie permission to title his work and tell him what she thinks the work is about, is no different than her walking about than Buster walking about the house so freely. She's walking about the house, his work, his professional work, as if she owns it, right? In the same way that Buster is walking about the house as if he owns it. And so she's about to get into her real purpose for coming into his room, which is really not to actually help him out of the bed. Is to push another agenda. So this is where she's talking about how she believed God delivered Paul to her to show him the way. So then if she's saying that she needs to show him the way, if we look at the Christian implications, of course, or the religious implications, or faith-based implications, that he has gone off the road. He's gone off the path, right? And that's literal. He's in this house, in this bed, damaged and fractured because he drove his car off the road. So then I wonder if the film is punishing Paul. The writer-director the writer and the director are always doing their parts, right? But the film could be punishing Paul in a sense because he's doing something out of the ordinary. Remember, the lodge manager said he doesn't like to do anything out of the ordinary. But in creating a whole new book series, or just another book that is contrary to the Misery series, he's doing things out of order. And so therefore, if it's out of order, by implication, he should be punished and corrected to get back on the path, to get back on the way. And so when she uses God to support her agenda, that God delivered him unto her to show him the way, it is her way of correcting Paul to get back on the right path. Picking him up out of the blizzard is a way that she's doing that, because she didn't know at that time that he had killed off Misery. And I wondered what she would have done had she already read that book, had the book already come out before he went off the road, and she found him in his car crashed. I wonder if she would have rescued him. I'm quite sure she would have been so angry at the fact that he did that, that in that split second moment, she might have decided to leave him there. And that's something to think about too. And so again, these looks that the character does, Paul Sheldon, James Caan as the actual actor, and he gives the best looks in terms of how he sort of perceives and understands Annie. And he still doesn't have a full understanding of her, not really. I honestly believe it's going to happen when Annie ties him to the bed and takes a sledgehammer to his ankles. And so she brings in the fire pit, the little barbecue pit, and in the pit is his novel, that novel, that untitled novel. So we do know she still had it, and let's look at it now. We do know she still had it. Here's the leather briefcase, and she's going to take out the novel, and here is a screenshot of that. And so taking the novel out is like going through the door. There's sort of like a process in just taking a novel out. And she's going to pour lighter fluid on it and urge him to burn his own book, right? All that time that he took, those 6 weeks of sitting in a cabin to write that book, and he's now having to burn it. And I think, again, this is both punishment and pain, because the pain comes as a result of being punished for doing something other than what your fan base expects you to do, right? As much as J.K. Rowling has created new books, it has not caught the same type of fire that the Harry Potter series. No one really respects it, and she has sort of like the same attitude as Paul Sheldon. I really wanted to do more serious work, but this idea came to me while I was on a train, and maybe I should pursue it, right? And so we see a parallel in that way. So here's the lighter fluid, and it's interesting. This bothers me so much that Annie can just burn someone else's book. That's why I said she's not the right type of person to judge the writing of Paul. She could read the book and be engaged in the world, but she doesn't have the academic tools to judge the writing. So we don't know for certain if she finished the book, because the last time she got mad, she said she was 40 pages in, versus when she just before she sort of shook his bed, she said, I'm at the last 2 chapters. So we know that there is a difference between how she engaged the Untitled book and how she engaged the newer book that was at the general store. She doesn't care for the Untitled book. It has no nobility. So what if these are some slum kids? They don't talk like that, according to her, even though she's talking to a person who has personal experience with being a slum kid. She doesn't care. All she cares about is her misery, and that misery makes her happy. So she pours the lighter fluid. Again, this makes me upset because it's interesting how people can have uh, um, make a comment about work that they are not even capable of doing. You know, had she been a writer, she's going to pretend that she's a writer when Buster comes in, lie and say that, oh, I've been writing and trying to write like Paul Sheldon, and I try, but I can't do it like him. Um, you know, it's like your copycats, right? They try to copy what you do, but they don't have the true capacity to do that. And then they run out of steam because they haven't taken the time to learn how to write, or they haven't put their hands to actually writing anything. But this bothers me that she could just completely tell him to burn his book, burn all of that work that she's not even capable or doesn't even really care to pursue on her own, right? It's like people who have never had a job try to get somebody else fired, right? Because they have the privilege, or because they have the attitude, they have the power, they have the money to complain to the boss, but they've never had a job themselves. And so they're trying to get you fired. So this whole scene really bothers me because you got all these people who criticize other people for putting in the work that they should put in, but they are criticized for, and basically looking down on their work. So, but you know, you have to sort of blame Paul Sheldon at the same time, because after all, he did not title his work. He did not give it purpose. He asked some outsider person to tell him what the purpose of his book is supposed to be. So I feel like the film is punishing him, and he's going to feel the pain effects of that, because now, you know, he has to make peace with the idea that the work that he put into writing this book is no longer there. And so she's pushing for him to light the match, because after all, it is his book. So at least she gives him that prerogative, you know. She doesn't burn the book herself. Honestly, I thought she would. But of course, this is a psychological thing, that you would want someone to burn their own book. And she says that he needs to rid the world of this filth. But remember, he gave her permission to read it. And so calling it filth when she doesn't understand character description, right? That's really at the heart of her issue. She only wants to look at the glowing misery Chastain and her character descriptions, and sort of live vicariously through her. But she doesn't want to look at the slum kids who are struggling in the slums, and how they need to pull themselves up, and how they need help. She doesn't want to see that. So in some ways, it's a class situation, you know, because both characters are white. The slum kids are white, because remember, Paul Sheldon identifies with the slum kids, and he's white. And then Misery Chastain is a Victorian era character who's white. And so this lets you know that sometimes things are not always about race, that it's about class. And so Annie attributes Misery Chastain with nobility, and attributes Paul Sheldon's work as being divine. So then by contrast, the slum kids are not noble, and they are not divine. And that's a simple understanding of it, right? But she's calling that untitled work filth. Filth is a very sort of harsh word to suggest about somebody else's work that you didn't even write. But she's calling it filth. And of course, he's going to be resistant. He talks about how his agent, he's given it to his agent already, and she's made dozens of copies, and it's going to be optioned in New York. And then Annie pushes him and tells him that this is the only copy, and she reminds him of his own history, of his own biography. He's trying to fool Annie, but Annie knows him a lot more than he realizes. That at 24 years old, when you were pushing your first book, you only made one copy, and so because you wanted to be taken seriously, and once that book was able to be received and published, you have always been superstitious. And again, she knows his biographies. That's why I guess you got to be careful what you tell people, even through interviews, because people are reading, they are listening, they want to know about you. She knows his biography better than he knows his own biography. And so here he's saying, well, I'll just keep it for myself. No one has to know about it. But then Annie says, as long as it exists, your mind won't be free. And then she tells him to light the match. And so here she's saying that your mind won't be free. So she's accusing him of having an unfree, tangled up mind in writing that kind of work. So she can't seem to understand that you can still transition your talent. See, Annie must not really have a talent. Annie became a nurse, and she became skilled at being a nurse, and she didn't use it properly because she ended up killing babies and having to be charged with murder or whatever. But she understands skill. So skill is essentially clocking in and doing your work, and clocking out. Oftentimes, depending upon the level, you may utilize your talent. But talent is something that you engage in, you build, you develop. And for her to so easily get him to burn his book suggests to me that she doesn't have talent, that she never really had dreams or something like that. Because when you have talent, when you have dreams, and you see the same in someone else, you are less likely to try to push them to get rid of their talent or get rid of their dreams, as long as you are not jealous of them, right, or envious of them. But usually when you have talent and dreams, you tend honestly not to be so envious of people, because you like what you do. And so for her to call it filth, and that the world needs to be rid of it, she's assuming that people are going to be so critical of this new work that the world itself needs to be rid of it. But Annie represents the world in her mind. She represents she hasn't taken a survey of the world itself. She's only thinking about the world that is in her mind. And her world is isolation, solitude, living in that house, not having any friends, not engaging. The film doesn't even show her engaging with the general store manager, with the sheriff, with his wife, the deputy. She doesn't engage that word. And when she finally does come out engaged, it's yelling at some car, some driver who almost cuts her off. That's her engagement with the world around her. So the world that she's talking about is the world in her head. And that the Misery series, the context and the world that Paul builds, is really the world that she has grown accustomed to. I don't know if you are familiar with Gilmore Girls, and how the writers and creators and executive producers, they have created Stars Hollow. And it's such a world, you honestly think that what you are looking at is a set. And I'm quite sure that it is a film set, of course, right? But the way that it is filmed, the way that the characters move about in that series is like Stars Hollow actually exists. Like it's like you're wondering when you could take a trip out there to go and see it and be a part of the whole town, right? And that the world that Lorelai and her daughter Rory and all of the townspeople inhabit, you honestly are thinking that you're going to meet them when you take a visit. And so that's their world. Well, the same can be said of Annie here, that her world, the world that um, Paul Sheldon has built within his series of books, is the world that she really actually inhabits for herself. If really, when you think about it, Annie thinks she's Misery Chastain. That's why she is so enamored with her and enamored with Paul himself, because she believes that she is Misery Chastain. It is here where Paul is still trying to get her to change her mind about burning his book. And again, he's essentially saying, I can just keep it for myself. No one has to know. Well, that kind of challenges his own argument, because remember, he says he wants to do more serious work. So then why is he abandoning his mastery orientation and writing Misery, of course, but abandoning the idea of creating a new mastery orientation while he is under, distress, right? You can understand that he's going to have to act out whatever role is necessary to keep himself alive, right? That's essentially what he's doing. Even if he doesn't have any indication of Annie being someone who's going to kill him, we do remember what she said to him when she realized that he was going to kill off Misery, that if I die, you die, right? So that word has entered the atmosphere, so to speak, right? The word death or the word die. But trying to convince her that he should just keep it for himself and no one has to know, she knows that that is not feasible. He has a long history of writing and publishing books and marketing books and selling books. So trying to use that as a possible solution to his immediate problem is just not going to work. What I believe would have helped Annie in maybe changing her mind is if he diverted attention to Misery and talked about the new book and said, I thought you were reading the new book. What do you think about it? Because when she is talking about Misery, her whole face lights up. She engages. She doesn't hear anything other than Misery, and that's what she wants to talk about. It makes her happy. And she's trying to divert his attention from that previous Untitled book back to Misery, trying to get him back on the path that he was originally on. And so Annie is just too psychological distressing for him to see the situation as clearly as possible. I'm not quite sure that he could have said enough to get her to change her mind from having him to burn the book. But anything that gets her to focus on the book, and we see that at the end when she shoots Buster and she's wanting to bring in the gun and the needle to kill him. She put 2 bullets in the gun and she was going to inject him with something and I guess shoot him too. He realizes in that moment that he needs to focus on Misery, right? And she says, okay, well, it'll be a wonderful thing or something like that, right? And then he says, it will be complete once we finish the book. right? And we give Misery a life, and she can return. Then we have confirmation, of course, at the end of the movie, that that strategy could have worked. It could have worked had he said it in his bed, had he had enough psychological insight into Annie and how she thinks. See, he's so preoccupied with the ideal in his head that he doesn't want Misery anymore, that he wants to get rid of the series, and that's why he killed off the main character. So he's so preoccupied that he can't see that Misery makes her happy. It's the thing that makes her happy, and that if he would have focused on that and tailored many of his discussions, even getting Annie to read from the book and then engage her in conversation, it is. And then at the same time, while they are engaging in conversation and reading from the book and talking about it, he's healing. And so by the time she doesn't even realize that he is so healed and that he can get up out of the bed without having to fall out, it's too late. But that's why you can have such a blind spot to what is necessary in that moment. She wants to focus on Misery. You don't want to focus on Misery. And so she's again trying to get him to burn his book, and those faces that he gives as a character are always insightful. And so she pushes the idea of the match and the box of matches, right, to get him to free his mind. And again, she says, as long as this book exists, your mind won't be free. And I think you should light the match. And so this is her. It's just such an interesting frame here, what this all means. You know, she must have known on some level that he would have burned his book, because why would she even offer something like that if he's the writer of his own books, the writer of his own fate? Why would she? So she must have known on some level. But of course, we know why she's pushing the ideal, and she has more of the force behind her to ensure that it actually goes through. And so again, he's still appealing, right? But he's really misguided in his understanding of Annie. He doesn't see Annie. And when you've been treated the same way, you do what you know. It's the saying that people often say, hurting people hurt people. So the agent didn't see him. So he's not seeing Annie. He's not seeing the Annie that is, this is really violent, honestly. Even if she's not putting a hand to him, it's violent for her to push this idea of burning his book. And so then she puts it on his chest with the match in hand, and I still don't think he sees Annie. And so now she has the power in the situation. She has the lighter fluid. He may have the match, but she has the lighter fluid. And she's going about the bed basically saying, don't you see how much this is important to do, right? That it's God's plan or God's will or something like that. And then she continues to pour the lighter fluid on top of him, on top of the bed, on top of the covers. And then after that, she says, help me help you, right? Help me help you. And of course, there's that look that he gives, and he knows that there's no other choice but to do it. And he doesn't have anything to say or speak or anything like that. No accusatory language or anything. He just does it. He lights the match, and then he throws the match on top of the book. and then it burns. And the interesting thing about the dynamic of him just doing it, here it is, the publisher and the agent represent Annie in the same way. Just do it. We don't want a new book. We only want the Misery series. Burn this other book that you are talking about. Sure, you want to be serious, you can do that on your own time, but right now we need to focus on the Misery book. And that's why I say Annie really is no different than the agent, from the agent, and the agent, and then by extension the publisher, right? Because the publisher may not be as willing to market and sell the new book if there isn't a record. Paul has a record of doing well writing and selling books, but the book itself doesn't have a record of doing well and writing and doing well in terms of marketing and selling books. Only the Misery series. So this push for him to get rid of his book, burn his book, from Annie is, again, no different from the publishers who don't understand that your talent can transition into something else, right? It could be the same genre in terms of writing sort of horror movies or something like that, or suspense movies, not movies, but novels. But once they get pigeonholed, once publishers pigeonhole you into one type of thing, they honestly don't want to hear about anything else. It's what people say about anyone who wants to enter the film industry. What type of films are you writing in terms of script writing? Is it horror? Is it film noir? Is it suspense? Comedy or something like that? That whatever your portfolio looks like, they usually hire you based upon that. And they want to only pigeonhole you for that. And if you come in saying, well, I write drama, but I really like to write comedy, they don't know how to place you. And so the same can be said here, that he has been pigeonholed into writing the Misery series and giving advance money every time because they know it's a winner. And so this book that you see here is not a winner, and he's sort of being punished for going his own way. And Annie is like the agent of punishment. You know, like your mother takes out a switch or a belt or something like that and spank your bottom to get you back on track. And so Annie is surprised how much the fire sort of gains more oxygen. I don't know why she would be surprised about that. She did pour a lot of lighter fluid on it. And then the book is being burned, is burned, untitled. So remember, he didn't give it any purpose anyway. So why should it really matter that the book is burning? Well, it matters because he wrote it. He did all that he could to pour himself into something new. And now, in many cases, he's being punished for it. And so, again, it gains more oxygen. The flames are flying up in the air, and so it's hard to contain. So even when you shut something down, as much as you think you can contain the energy that is evoked from it, and shutting something down, it has a mind of its own. It has an energy, has a philosophy of its own. It's like parts of it are getting away from her. When in reality, she probably thought that once it was contained in this one barbecue pit, that it would be contained all together and not necessarily fly off, right? But she's surprised that it actually does that. And so then we see the pain in his eyes, right? Because if you think about missed opportunity, the 7 stages of setback, missed opportunity, he's missing his opportunity to understand who he's dealing with, or he's missing his opportunity to plan the transition from Misery to writing more serious work. He's just abruptly killing off Misery, which abruptly affects his fan base. So that missed opportunity, and maybe not turning one of the books into a film or something like that. And then the punishment is for him to have to now have his book burned, right, in a sense, and the pain that he feels in his eyes. So then she's going to go take him through a correction process. We're going to get you back on the right path, and that's when she's going to create the writing studio for him to bring Misery back to life. That he killed her through childbirth, Misery Chastain, the character of the series, but she wants him now to bring her back to life. So then this is going to cause him to sort of tap into all of his creative juices. And so again, she's still tussling with this book, this old philosophy, this old idea that didn't even get a chance to be introduced to the world, that she cut it off before it can even have any effect. That she doesn't want Paul to be known for anything else other than misery. That's what he signed up for. That's what he needs to endure. And that's what he needs to do to the day he dies. And that this untitled book is a different philosophy that should have no place in the world. So she's still tussling with it. And the one who burned his book doesn't get the advantage of tussling with it in order to maybe save it. And so then she figures out that she's going to have to take it out of there, but it's still too much for her to handle. And so then she brings in a bucket of water, and he looks at his own book being burned, his whole, just the hope of something new. You know, it's like a person who finally finds the one, and the person wants to marry that woman or that man, live life the rest of their lives with them. But then one of the members of the couple ends up dying in a crash or something like that. And the hope, the energy that you gave to the hope of being in a relationship and living the rest of your life with that person, that hope is gone now. And how in the world are you going to rebuild from there? How is he going to rebuild from a burned book? And Annie is forcing him to do so, and he understands that he has basically no other choice to do so other than die. But it's a testament to his talent, that the talent can still transition, even if to go back and bring back to life something that he killed, that he just taps into his mental faculties, taps into his talent, and use it to keep him, to even keep himself alive. That now this is really a survival of the fittest, or I don't know if I like that term, survivor, that he's surviving his setback now. Everything else was just a lead up to this moment of when he's going to have to rewrite that book. And so now he has to switch gears and keep himself alive, because she already said, if I die, you die. And so that's already out there, and that's already something that he is thinking about. So looking at that is looking at his hope dying. And people with talent know how to tap back into their talent and begin to build again. But in the moment, you are so helpless. You are so vulnerable. You are so hopeless. You just don't know where to go from there. So she comes in with the bucket of water to pour water on that fire to extinguish it, and then we see this burnt book. And there's, it's interesting that the book has kind of like a life of its own. The manuscript, that not all of it burned, and that on some level that tells you that it's going to come back to life in another form, right? We do see him at the end of the movie with the title of a new book that is now being marketed and praised by critics. But the hope doesn't completely die. The dream doesn't completely die. That we can even read some of the words on this previous manuscript. So that gives some kind of hope to us as the audience, because I'm not quite sure that Paul Sheldon sees this. We see it, and that it is something that we should think of, that even if our hope is being challenged in a moment, that it still has the hope of continuing. I think Annie's way of merely pouring water on this fire is her way of solving problems, especially the ones that she created herself. Even though it is Paul who ends up having to burn his own book by lighting the match and throwing the match into the barbecue pit, and then the book subsequently catching fire. It's interesting that she's more inclined to believe that merely pouring water on it is enough to solve that problem, but she has created a whole new problem in Paul, because Annie doesn't have the work ethic of sitting down, thinking about an idea, sitting down, taking pen to paper, maybe outlining that idea from your head, working through the temptation to quit, maybe beginning the typing aspect of it. In this case, typing, we have computers now. Maybe creating multiple drafts, seeing it all the way through to the third chapter, fourth chapter, fifth chapter, to the point that after a while you're so deeply in the process that you didn't even know that you had been writing or typing that long, and then getting to the end of something. She doesn't have that process. She has a process of going to college and becoming a nurse, enduring that process and becoming a nurse, but she was also under the rule of other people, maybe professors assigning work to her to do, right? And she having to endure that process and complete that work, that homework, and then turn it in. Then the practicum of her particular field, being assigned to a hospital, and then basically signing in, signing out, clocking in, clocking out, but enduring the processes throughout that time, and then later applying for a job to work at a hospital and then moving up the ladders. But if you find that she's forcing someone to burn their book, there's something in her development that is missing. It's almost like she wants to see if Paul is truly a writer, right? It's kind of weird, because why does she have such a big problem with this book here? Why is it such a threat to her? Paul can still write more books, but of course we know why. Paul is killing off Misery Chastain, and Annie immediately thinks that it is like killing off a whole world of Misery Chastains. But she never really asked him if there was a possibility to write a new book or write a new series or extend that series. She just automatically assumed that he was never going to write Misery Chastain anymore. But she doesn't have the process of writing, because anyone who has the process of writing wouldn't be so quick to have someone burn their book. And the critics, literary critics, are oftentimes those types of people, and sometimes the general mass of people who criticize a book like this, or some experts, because most general mass of people oftentimes have only a certain understanding of things. It's usually your experts and your critics. And sometimes the experts and critics, they are good at writing criticism, and they do have the background and the professional preparation for it, right? The academic background. But have you set the task to write a novel, or to write a whole series, or to write a new book? taking a chance on yourself. And that's what she's kind of extinguishing when you think about it, that Paul is taking a chance on himself and writing a whole new book, taking a chance on becoming free from something that he feels constricted or has kept him bound. And it represents something new, something different, something that he could hope for, push for, believe in, trust, and maybe thrive from later. And Annie has been cooped up in this house, isolated from all her troubles, and she hasn't had anything to hope for. She hasn't had anything to reach out for. Her day basically consists of, or her week consists of, going into town, probably getting some groceries, getting mail or anything like that, and then she returns to this home. So when Paul comes to the cabin and then he drives in a blizzard and gets he drives off the road accidentally, that represents hope for her, but she's not inspired by the idea that he wrote a new book. She's only inspired by the idea that he should continue writing books that he hates. And in other words, she's only inspired by her own idea of staying in her misery. She doesn't want to get out of her misery, and a new book would bring not only Paul out of his setback, because again, he said he didn't mean for the book to become his life. So this new book is a way to bring him out of his setback. Well, it would bring any of his audience who love Paul and love his work out of their setbacks too, that they can learn from the death of Misery Chastain and the hope or the birth of something new. And that's what I think she's doing. She's extinguishing the hope of anything that could be better, possible, get out of setback. Because like I said, she's missing her opportunity here. If she would have nursed him to health and then called the ambulance, he would have remembered her. And then they might have actually become lifelong friends. So she doesn't really want Paul then. Not really. Because I would have, in some ways, if I turned him in and called the sheriff and come and turn him over to the hospital, then I can go there to visit him. We could befriend each other. We can exchange information. And then when he comes to town to write again, he could visit with me. There's a lot that she missed in having him and not telling anyone that he's there. Because eventually someone is going to find out. She can't hold him forever. And in the same way that she can't, Paul is basically saying in killing off Misery Chastain, that you can't hold on to misery forever. That eventually you're going to have to let it go. And she's saying and having him to burn his book, or she is suggesting in having him to burn his book and then extinguishing the book with the water, that I can too keep my misery if I want to forever. Annie is an interesting character, very interesting character. So she is, the book is completely burned by, I guess, as we look at it in the barbecue pit, but she stops in this door because she hears helicopter sounds, which cause her to wonder about them. And then Paul also hears those sounds. But you know, that doorway is interesting right here, because the helicopter sounds represent Buster and his colleague flying in the air, trying to still search for Paul Sheldon. And she knows that was going to happen, or somebody was going to come to her house or something like that. You can't tell me that she didn't know that, but she knew. And so this doorway represents, you know, decisions that we make, this in and out, this going back and in and out, back and forth, the decisions that we make. Because in this moment, she could easily, she still hasn't committed any violence towards him. For all she has done is just gotten angry with his other book, and then angry about Misery Chastain, and then had him burn his book. For the most part, she's been maybe like an ideal nurse for him. So he really wouldn't have to say anything truly bad about her. So her decision to continue to keep him, even though she hears the helicopter sounds, is just illogical. There's a way that she can make herself look so good, and again, she's missing the point. And it could be because she doesn't want to be in the news, right? Because we're going to see later her sort of background, which is criminal, right? From professional to criminal. And she may not want to be in the news, but again, there's a way that she could have used helping Paul Sheldon and nursing him back to health as a way to repair her own reputation. I promise you, people would have seen her in a different light had she done that, and he gave her praise because, again, he has a lot of clout. Like I said, she's missing just a lot. So here's the helicopter that we see in the scene here. And this is Buster still looking. So Buster is not abandoning his mastery orientation. He's going to do whatever he has to do to try to seek out where Paul Sheldon is. So we do know that he has resources, access to resources. This is still something in his head that is bothering him. And the thing about certain people, that once they get it in their head to solve the problem, they got to solve the problem. They got to do all that they can. They have to allocate all of their efforts to trying to solve the problem. And so you kind of see the same in Annie, that the problem that she sees is no longer Paul Sheldon needing to get back into recovery. See, that is her mastery orientation, the nurse, being a nurse, not telling Paul Sheldon how to write and forcing him to burn his book and forcing him to write a whole new manuscript extending the life of misery. That is not her mastery orientation. So she has switched from making sure that Paul Sheldon gets better and recovers from the crash into now becoming his editor, so to speak, right? His pseudo editor, his maybe even his teacher from the time he was in college learning how to write, and any other type of person, basically the publisher, basically the agent, because the agent doesn't really want him to kill off Misery Chastain because it's economically feasible to keep her going. And so, like I said, Annie has become the agent or the pseudo agent. And so she has completely abandoned her mastery orientation. And so now she has started the goal of him rewriting Misery. And so she got to allocate all her efforts, even if she has to use violence to accomplish it. Well, you see the same with Buster in terms of him, not the same, but in contrast, that he is not going to abandon his mastery orientation. He's going to do and allocate all efforts necessary, even if he has to get the state patrol, the Colorado State Patrol, to help him in his efforts to find Paul Sheldon. So then Annie, of course, hears the helicopter and she goes to the window, and there's a lot that she says here. She says, I think the winters are getting shorter. What do you think? And of course, Paul doesn't say anything because after all, he just had to burn his book. And it's interesting how the director has Annie insert little conversations and narratives about her life, sort of puzzle pieces. But here it is. She just had him to burn his book, but she's having a normal conversation as if she didn't have him burn his book. And if we were in the courthouse and on the witness stand, and the prosecution was sort of accusing Annie of sort of doing what she did to him, she would kind of have cognitive dissonance about it. Like the person who does something, but they tend to, distance themselves or himself or herself as if they just didn't do that very thing. And that's what she's kind of doing here when she inserts these little conversations that she's having about the winters getting shorter. What does that have to do with anything in terms of her just having him to burn his book? And she's not calling attention to the fact that there's a helicopter flying in the air still looking for Paul Sheldon. Even Buster notices that that's the Wilkes farm. So he knows all of the people in town. He knows all of the different houses. He knows everything. And so it's funny that he knows everything, but it's like Annie doesn't know the fact that he knows everything in the sense that he's the sheriff. And so if he's flying in the air like that, there's a reason for it. Right, there's a reason for it. But again, it's to, kind of distract us, cause us to scratch our head when she inserts these little conversations that she has, little questions or whatever. And Paul Sheldon doesn't really respond, and she kind of goes about her way as if nothing just happened, as if there wasn't a fire in this room, as if she didn't have to go get a pail of water to extinguish the fire, as if there wasn't any real danger. It's almost like it's, whatever just happened really did not happen. And so Paul notices the helicopter, and you see his facial features, wondering about what's out there. And so, it's interesting how something can be in your you can be so close to something, close to freedom, close to getting out, escaping or whatever, and it can be in your grasp, but you can't even grasp it. Right, that he's in a bit of a prison here. And Annie is the warden who's going to correct him, because in her mind, if he's killing off Misery Chastain, then he has to be punished. And after punishment, of course, comes pain and then correction, right? You got to be corrected from your bad thinking. That book that you wrote that I just had you to burn, that's bad thinking. It's not noble enough. It's of lower value than you. And that's something to think about in terms of Annie, because so she's giving it so much credence that even Paul Sheldon cannot see just how higher level the writing is, right? But who is Annie to judge, because she's only been exposed to his Misery series. She hasn't been exposed to any other serious work of his, right? But Annie considers it serious. And I just thought it was interesting how he's looking towards the window, looking at, and you get this huge, beautiful view outside, but he can't go outside. And it's kind of interesting that when you parallel it to his desire to get out of the misery writing business, for which he probably felt he was bound and imprisoned or something like that, and that in writing the book is like looking outside and wanting to escape, but can't quite escape, can't leave, right? And so when he decides to come to Colorado and stay in that cabin and write this book, it was him forcing his escape by any means necessary. He was going to leave. Of course, he is set back. So then Annie asks that question, and then he doesn't give her really an answer, and then she goes on ahead and leaves. And there's a lot going on in Annie's eyes, There's a lot of pain going on in Annie's eyes. We don't get her story. We get parts of her story through maybe a mini monologue, but it isn't until he goes and travels outside of the room, and he sees her open portfolio book, photo album, that we get to read Annie. through all of the newspaper clippings that she has saved, that is our way of reading Annie. And then just, you can't even give it words, you know. The picture is enough. The way he looks, right, is enough. And it's one of those people, it's one of those times when you experience another setback and another setback and another setback, and it just doesn't seem like you are ever going to get out of your setback. And his true setback right here for right now is his recovery. I mean, his the crash, the effects of the crash. But now that's physical. But now he has to think about the mental and psychological setback he is now going to experience as a result of having to burn his book. All of that work in 6 weeks, all of that work, writing that book, taking time to think about the idea, journaling some ideas, jotting down notes, creating the outline, scratching the outline, starting the draft, scratching the draft, eating, sleeping, maybe doing some push-ups or something like that, going around the cabin and walking a bit or something. Just all of that work, 6 weeks of work, just flames. Just absolutely not like the house burnt down and you lost the work or whatever. You had to take a match to your own work, and that was by force, right? Otherwise she was gonna burn you up. And but that face is just enough. I mean, how many times have we all experienced this face? There's a face that we all have when it's like just setback after setback. It just seems like it's never going to end. And to me, this is what he's feeling. And this is where you get a chance to begin to dream outside of your setback. So the dream that he had for the book, he's going to have to let that go for right now, right? But now his new goal, because he felt like he finished his goal in writing the book. So now his new goal is not only recovery from where he is, but his new, I mean, I say it like this: his immediate goal was recovery, right? Because who wants to lie down in a bed and be in pain and everything, right? But then his new goal is escape. Once she dropped that soup on the bed and said, look at what you made me do, he immediately thought about escaping. And the question he asked at the beginning, why am I not in a hospital, is already a precursor to thinking about escaping or whatever. But you wouldn't call it an escape. You would call it, I need to get better and get well in a hospital. But this face here says a lot. So now she gives him the 2 red pills, and she's taking the matchbox, and his face is just stone faced. What else can you do? Is she sort of cut off his voice, his voice through his books mattered. And so in taking away that book like that, having him to burn his book is cutting off that voice. So here it is. She's taking the matchbox, right? Because she doesn't want him to get any ideas. That's why I say Annie is not all that crazy. She plays crazy. She's not all that crazy. She knows that if he keeps that matchbox, he can burn down the house. And then now the pills take on a whole new concept now, right? That the pills were used initially to help him for his pain, right? His physical pain. Okay, that's what she gave the pills for. And then he started to hide them under the bed, right? But now the pills have shifted in purpose for the narrative, and it's implicit. The pain was for the body and the damage, but now the pain is for the heart and the emotions. And I think that's how sometimes people get addicted to painkillers, because the pain is supposed to serve a purpose to sort of help the body heal or sort of numb that part of your body that is hurting, right? And give you time to rest so you can heal. Okay. But we oftentimes move into using the pills to help us in other areas where the pills are not supposed to help us, and that's in the heart and the emotions. I remember a time, and I use this analogy a lot of times in many of my audios and other ways, but I had to go to the dentist to get wisdom teeth out and just other stuff that had to happen at that time. And so after the dentist, I was in a lot of pain. And the dentist gave me hydrocodone. So I took them, and I took the first dose, and it put me to sleep. But then when I would wake up, I noticed that I couldn't really see my hand. You know, it was just strange. I've never been much for pills. The only time I take pills it will be Aleve, and that's for a headache or any other type of bodily issue. But I haven't been much for pills. Now, if I have to take antibiotics for something that's an infection or whatever, I take the whole dosage, right? But other than that, I'm not much for pills. But I noticed that. And so then, okay. And then also I got up in pain again. I'm like, okay, I thought the pills were supposed to be helping. And I was anxious to, who wants to be in pain? And then I took another dose of pills. And I can't remember if it was just one pill or two pills every whatever hours or something. I can't remember. That's been so long ago. That happened in, 2006. And this is 2021. And I woke up the same way. I could barely get up. It just, I didn't like the fact that I couldn't see my hand. I was foggy and I didn't know what was going on. And it's a good thing that I didn't leave my house, and so I noticed that it wasn't helping. And so then I always remember people, I just always had an understanding about stuff. I always remembered hearing about people getting addicted to pills and things like that. And I didn't know the full strength of hydrocodone and the implications and how you can get addicted to them. I didn't know all of that. I just remember hearing about people getting addicted to pills and drugs, and I didn't like that. And so I think I took one more dose, and then I realized I still was in pain, and I still couldn't see my hand. And after that, I said, you know what, I'm not taking these anymore. And so I got the whole pill bottle minus the dosage that I took and poured it down the toilet and flushed the toilet because I was not going to get addicted. So then I was still in pain, and I had to go find ways to numb my pain. And then I went to the doctor again, to the dentist again. She did something. I don't know what she did. And then I went to the store and got some Neosporin or something, not Neosporin, whatever you can put in your mouth to numb your pain. And then I got some cotton balls or things like that. But I say all that to say that it's a good thing that I let go of those pills, because they could have turned into some mess, because I was in pain in other areas of my life that I didn't even really tap into. And that had I stayed long enough and taken those pills, the purpose of the pills would have the purpose of taking the pills would have shifted from trying to heal the body and heal the damage, because even though the pills were not helping the pain, they were helping me go to sleep. And maybe if I would have focused on that, then eventually I wouldn't have paid so much attention to the pain. But I'm still glad that I threw them away, because there were other issues going on in my life that I did not really tap into being aware of and taking the time to reflect on. And that eventually it would have, me taking the pills would have shifted to taking them for those reasons. because that pain, and it would have been unconscious, right? Because we don't think that we're taking pills to numb our emotional pain. We usually use food for that, you know. And even then we would never say, oh, I'm using this food to numb my pain. It's just something that we grab when we are in pain. Some people grab sex, some people grab liquor, some people grab smoking, some people grab actual pills, some people can get go to the extreme in exercise and things like that. It's the first thing we grab. And that's what I was worried about. Even if I didn't have a full sense of it, even if I didn't understand everything, all I just remembered was people getting addicted to pills, and that was enough for me. So the pills have shifted. Now he's not going to take these pills anymore, because now he's critical of these pills. He's thinking about these pills that she gives him. And the pills are truly, this is probably the most true thing that Annie is doing for him, outside of cooking, outside of trying to repair his legs and things like that. This is probably the most true thing, that the pills are probably actually true pills, right? To solve the body pain and things like that. But he's now critical of it. So that means he is willing to endure the pain without taking the pills. Because if the pills are putting you to sleep, it's also, they're also dulling your senses. And when you come across threats and troubles and anything like that, you want to be awake. You want to be alert. And so now the pills for us, the audience, implicitly has changed in terms of its purpose, from solving or resolving body and damage to get to recovery, to now being used for heart and emotions, hurt and pain, due to him having to burn his book. Now Paul is operating from a true place of setback, meaning that he does not have the knowledge base concerning the efficacy of these pills, their true nature. He doesn't know what they are. He just knows that the casing is red and that the inner is white, but he doesn't know anything. He has no book of like a collection of different types of medicine. He doesn't have that. And Annie only says, when he asked about them, she said it's for your pain. Okay, so he does have some knowledge about it, right? That it's for his pain. We don't know. We don't know if they are effective, because Paul doesn't say, "Oh, these are helping me for my pain," right? He doesn't say that. We do know that they are not dangerous, in the sense that he wakes up every day. So he is in certain ways collecting, data on these pills by having to take them, right? But something about the pills now, and it's really not about the pills, because he doesn't know the pills. The pills represent Annie. And so there's something about the pills now that he is suspicious of, and that he's not going to continue taking them. But it's not the pills per se, because the pills seem to work. He doesn't seem to cry out a lot anymore concerning his pain, like he did in the beginning, when he would have a little twitch of pain or something like that. It would be noticeable, and Annie would say, let me go on ahead and go get your pills, things like that, right? And so we don't hear him kind of crying out right now with these pills. So we know on some level they must be working for whatever purpose they serve. They're not dangerous to him. But the pills represent Annie, and he's basically making a decision to no longer take these pills, which really means that he's no longer going to take Annie. So I guess in some ways he's now going to put on a face. That I think this is when he decides to no longer take the pills, he's now putting on a mask. And that he will take the pills from her and pretend like he's taking them, but he's really not going to take them. Meaning that he's no longer going to take any philosophies, ideologies, belief systems, thinking. I don't even know if he's going to take her at her word concerning being a nurse, even though she patched him up pretty well. And so the narrative shifts, and he's no longer accepting of Annie in the same way that she's no longer accepting of Paul. She don't care anything else about Paul other than to force him to write a new book so she can keep her misery, right? So he can extend the life, reawaken Misery Chastain in the novel, which would reawaken Annie's heart concerning misery. But when he decides to hide these pills for now on, I think this is where the mask actually begins. That he's now going to put on an actor's face in front of Annie to keep himself alive. I don't know for certain if he believes that he's going to die, but she did say when she found out about the book and that he had killed off Misery Chastain, and she threw that little shelf at him, and that she didn't tell anybody that he was here, that if she dies, he dies. So again, that word is now entered the consciousness of Paul. And so he's beginning to hide these pills up under the mattress. And so and this knowledge is not available to Annie, right? She's not going to find this out until much later. And so we have Annie in the room. She's eating Cheetos and drinking Coca-Cola, and her little stuffed piggy near her, and she's laughing and smiling. And this misery here is happiness for her. She wouldn't call this misery, right? I think if you stay in the house too much, I think you can be isolated for a particular purpose. But if you're isolated from the world too long, it can mess with your mental faculties. But this is happiness for her. Okay, here's a wider view of the full room, and she's watching, I think, The Love Connection. And that puts her in the mindset. So love is now inserted. Well, she said, "I love you, Paul," much earlier. So love was already love had already entered the narrative, right? But then she also followed up love with death later on. But this is Annie's life here. And so we have to assume that this was her life before Paul came along. The idea that Paul is just in another room may be enough for her. And I wonder, too, if she had the same type of relationship that she has with Paul with her husband. You don't just all of a sudden start doing things. It usually stems from something else that you've done already, especially practiced. And so Paul is sitting in a room. I like the higher angle that Rob Reiner is using. Usually you see this in Hitchcock movies where the camera raises on top of the main character, right? So I've always liked those types of angles, but it gives you a very good angle of the room. I don't know what it really means other than it's being, just height. We get to see the full room. Paul is on the receiving end, right? So he's experiencing the full room, but we get to see it from a bird's eye, right? What do we think of Paul? What do we think of him being the center in the room? What do we think of the different lights that are lit in this room, right? You got a lot of different lights, lamps and lights on, right? Then you have different types of pictures and weird wallpaper, and then this nice little old-fashioned chair, then some kind of shelf, as well as a dresser drawer. And then the bed is old-fashioned too. In many cases, this is appropriate for the area. It's appropriate for the type of house it is. You're not going to see fancy furniture right near in the house. It's not that bad. I kind of like the bed. I like the little lamp with the designs on it, and the chair, and I kind of like some aspect of it or whatever. It's the context matters, right? It's not as gloomy as one would think it should be, but even if there was nice furniture in this room, you would still feel trapped in a place that you don't feel like is yours, right? That you are being trapped in. And so the place could be nice. It could have the best furniture. That's why the furniture really doesn't matter as much as we think it should, as audience members, because you can put this person in a high rise with really nice expensive furniture and trap him, and he still, or she still feels trapped. How many relationships are like that? That the person thought that when they were marrying someone who was rich, that it was going to be all just highfalutin, everything was going to be great or whatever, but then the trappings of wealth affect you. That you can't move about in the same way you moved about when you were poor. You know, I promise you, there are some people who are celebrities now would not mind riding a city bus. Not every day, but just one of those days where they can just leave out their house. Nobody knows their name. They can go to the grocery store, shop at the grocery store, come out, get on the bus, ride the bus home, walk home, and not feel threatened because they are a celebrity, right? I'm quite sure. Now, they're not going to give up their celebritydom, right? They're not giving that up, right? They're not giving up the access to power, the access to money, the access to that higher level work ethic, and the praise that comes along with it in terms of awards, things like that. They're not giving that up. But there are some people who wish that they could just one day ride the bus and nobody knows their name, right? And so furniture does not matter. The room itself does not matter in terms of how it's decorated. What matters is the peace that you have. For Annie, that's peace in her room, the way it is, situated and decorated, right? But she must not have been that much at peace if she has to basically trap somebody in the house. So that says a lot. That says a lot. And so he's still a little bit in pain. There's appeals there, and he's eating, and I guess that's some Jello or something like that in some meal. And so she's faithful in this area. She doesn't starve him. That's one thing you can say about Annie. She does not starve him. She makes his food. She makes it from heart. She doesn't serve him fish sticks, right? She doesn't serve him a sandwich. She actually makes the food and makes it with heart, and serves him. And that's why she's upset when he complains about the paper that she buys for him to type on, that you don't show me any appreciation. I clean you, I bathe you, I take care of you, I feed you, I house you, I do all this kind of stuff, and all you got to do is complain about the paper, right? And so, and we're going to get into that too, but that's something to note in Annie's favor, that she does take care of Paul. She's trapped him here though, but she does take care of him. So he feels a little bit of pain, and that's only because he's moving, and that's something how a lot of times we don't always understand, that when you are trying to get out of your setback, and the pain that you feel, it's going to come because you're moving a lot differently than you would if you were in convenience. When people are in convenience, I think it's a hidden pain, but when people are feeling convenienced, and they're not reaching towards anything, there's not much pain, right, that they go through. It's only when they begin to reach and move forward and do something else that pain kind of sneaks up behind you. And so now he's taking that fork and he's cutting a hole in the mattress. Again, this is knowledge that Annie will not know about until much later. And then we have a very nice view of the area again. That's why I really do like using these screenshots, because they trick you into believing that things are done that things are really good at the house, right? That Annie is really not trapping Paul. Annie is just really helping Paul. And that these are the pleasant, serene, quiet, solitude, isolated surroundings that he gets to look outside and have a great view of, and he's really not as hurt as he seems to think he is, or we seem to think he is. That this is just honest, earnest, genuine Annie trying to be of service. And so now Annie has come back into the room, and so we have to assume there is some significant time has passed. It would be ironic if he had been there for 6 weeks. I can't remember. I have to go back and look at my notes, but he must be at a good point where he can now get into the wheelchair and be moved around. That he's still in pain, he's still hurt, he's still got damage in places, but she can pick him up enough to the point that he doesn't have to be in so much pain. Like when he had fell on the floor, or he had gotten on the floor and then he hurt his legs real bad, and then when she came in and found him, she had to help him up on the bed, and he was in so much pain. And then of course she called him a crybaby. This time it's a little different. Some time must have passed where he's able to get into the wheelchair. And so now she's about to wheel him to the other side of the room, because she has created a writing studio for him. But she's first going to introduce him to the electric shaver. So this is the electric shaver. Look how he's looking at her. I didn't think about that until now. But she's introducing him to the electric shaver, meaning that you can shave yourself now. You can do it now, right? Whereas she had to help him in that area because he didn't have the full use of his arms and hands. Now she's putting the onus on him to take care of himself. So that has switched up. All this time she has been taking care of him, giving him cleanings or whatever, shaving him, feeding him, things like that. She's now pushing him towards self-sufficiency in this very first area of shaving himself. And that's interesting. Sometimes I think with women, we try to take over for men and almost serve as a motherly figure for our romantic partners, but then we get tired of it and say, okay, now it's time for you to take care of yourself. So she's changing the game. She's changing the responsibility. She's no longer going to take responsibility on this particular thing. And it could be because reading that new book of his, but also seeing that Misery Chastain was dead, really bothered her. It triggered her some way, because remember, she learned about Misery while she was working night shift as a nurse, and it was, I think, after her husband left her. And so Misery Chastain was sort of like a comfort for her. The Misery series was like a comfort for her, and he's now trying to take that comfort away. So now she has shifted. It's kind of like when a woman, and you hear this from women sometimes, that when a woman is with you for the first time, in terms of relationships and everything, she goes all out. She'll iron your clothes, wash your clothes, cook your meals, do all types of stuff. You are going to get her very best. But then when you sort of betray her, maybe through cheating, not being available, or she feels like you are taking advantage of her, she kind of slips back on what she's doing for you. You always know when a woman has changed her heart about you is when her cooking changes for you. She still has the heart to cook well, but if she starts to kind of lighten up on how she's cooking for you, it's not as much as a buffet anymore. It's just a few items on the plate. That's a good sign. If she's telling you that there are some things you need to do for yourself, right? And you should do that anyway. Women should do that anyway. But at the very beginning of the relationship, they're trying to do everything for you. And really almost spoil you, right? And so now look at how he's looking at her. That honestly, he should be happy that she's giving him his own shaver so she don't have to touch his face. You know, I wouldn't want anybody to touch my face with a razor. I don't care if you are coming at it with, you know, good intentions. You know, I don't know you enough to know if you know how to use that razor properly. But he's upset. It's bothering him. Of course, this is not the only thing that is bothering him, right? I think he's getting to a point where he's annoyed. You know, it's interesting that the director doesn't show Paul Sheldon crying over that book that was burned. You know, like Alone. You know, right in front of Annie, he might not have cried, but once she left the room, why wasn't a camera on his face crying over that book that he just had to burn? There was nothing. I didn't see a tear throughout the time. I didn't see any real process of him going through being worried about it, thinking about it, being you know, depressed by it. It's almost like it's almost like the director skipped over that process or doesn't know that process. I'm quite sure the director does. Is Rob Reiner, right? But it's interesting that that is not shown, that is not presented, you know. So that's something to think about. And then now that he has to shave himself, he seems to be annoyed by it. But of course, he's annoyed by Annie too at the same time. So then she brings in the typewriter, right? The little clunker that she got for him. And she said, I'm going, you know, she had brought in the table and everything too, the little card table. And you can write more books. I'm just going to set everything up. So she brings in the typewriter and then all the paper and everything. And then she's basically saying you can write more books, a new novel, Misery Returns, and you can do it in my honor. And so he's asking, what do you expect for me to do, right? And she's saying you can write more books, again, a new novel, Misery Returns, and you can do it in my honor, right? And now that we have gotten rid of that filth, so she considered the new book that he had written that he had to put fire to as filth. And then you can write it in my honor as a way of saving your life, right? Nursing you back to health. And so here's where she gets into like her little monologue. It's almost like she's acting on a stage, the way that she is saying these words, write the book in my honor, for nursing you back to health. And so, you know, on some level then Annie wants to be honored. And maybe in her strategies while she was a nurse at the hospital and then subsequently killing babies, that on some way she wanted to be honored. I don't understand it myself, but I also remember when Paul was going through the photo album and looking at the newspaper clippings that somebody died and then Annie was honored. The time span, we don't know what the time span was, but it was like a fellow student died somehow, and then Annie was the one who got honors, or she did something where she got honors. And so Annie is in a mode of thinking that you don't do work. You don't work to get honor. You skip ahead, you kill somebody, you trap somebody in a room. How is it that he's going to write a whole new book in her honor? I understand what she's saying. Okay, I saved his life, and so maybe she wants him to do one of those acknowledgments, you know, to Annie for saving my life in the book, right? I'm assuming that's what she really wants. Okay, and so but he still don't know enough of Annie to do that. Usually those, you know, dedication pages or acknowledgement pages, those tend to be for people that the author knows and has a strong relationship with. You should have a strong relationship with someone who saved your life. But that's why I said Annie is missing it. Trapping him in this way it's going to make her look even worse, and she's not going to get the honor that she thinks she's going to get. Now, at the end of the movie, he kind of honors her, by saying that time that he spent there really taught him a lesson. He learned a lot, rather. But it's interesting how she is breaking out into this sort of theater actress kind of scene where you can do it in my honor. She's looking off somewhere in the room, and you can write this whole new book and make misery alive again in my honor, right? For nursing you back to health. And so Paul gets this look like, what in the world are you talking about, right? Without having to say, what in the world are you talking about? Because remember, Paul has on a mask now. The fact that he's saving those pills and hiding them under the bed tells you that he has on a mask. So however way he acts, now he's genuinely confused by what she's asking for, right? Basically, he's saying this is not the ordinary way in which books get written, which translates to me as also this is not the ordinary way in which people recover, because people would recover in a hospital. And so he's being trapped in a room, and he's still not calling that, and she's not calling it a trap. We see it as a trap. Okay, and then she gets into her discussion about getting rid of that filth and writing new books. And this is where she pushes him to the table. And so she's now pushing the narrative even more. She was kind of walking through the narrative, maybe just instinctual. Someone has crashed off the road. Let me help them. Let me nurse them back to health. Can I read your book? I don't like your book. Maybe scare you a little bit, but I'm still going to feed you and take care of you and things like. She's kind of walking out the narrative, not necessarily pushing the narrative. Sure, we could say when she passes the sheriff on the street that she could have done something more and said he's here, and she could have had all that time to say that, and that could be a sign of pushing the narrative. But this is where she's really pushing the narrative, where she's going to force him to write a whole new book. You could say that her pushing him to burn her book is pushing the narrative. I mean, it's part of it, right? It's part of it. Get rid of the past, which was really actually the present for him. But get rid of the past thinking, the past ideology about trying to hope for something new, and return to your most recent past of being in misery, right? And so now she's pushing the narrative. You're going to have to write misery's return, period. You're going to do it or you're going to die, right? And so this is where I feel like she's pushing the narrative because now he's forced to contend with her narrative that misery should remain, where his counter argument, misery should not remain, but it's really in the reverse. His argument or his claim is misery should not remain. Her argument is her counter argument is misery should remain. And the fact that she gets him to write the book over and he actually writes it is her rebuttal as well, right? And the book, of course, is the evidence. Because remember, when you are building an argument, it's claim, counterclaim, evidence, and rebuttal. And you can use evidence for the claim, counterclaim, or rebuttal. So she's here. This is symbolic of her now pushing the narrative. So then she says, what do you expect me to write, or things like that, right? And then she says, let the view inspire you, and just inhale that. And that's interesting, because remember, he hasn't been close to the view from his bed. From his bed, it looked like it was reachable, but he couldn't grasp it. Now he's closer to that very view that he was seeing from the bed, that he could reach it. Now, in some ways, this may be Annie saying, if you want to get out of here, this is what you should do. If you really want to escape out of here and do something else or whatever, you need to do this. Otherwise, you're not leaving. Okay, so do what you got to do to make that happen, even if you have to look out the window and be inspired by that. Otherwise, if you don't write this book, because remember, you don't see, it's interesting that you don't see him resisting it. Not really. Even if he's putting on an actor's face, there was a lot more resistance when he had to burn the book. He tried to talk his way out of it. You don't see him really truly talking his way out of it. So you wonder then, does he really want to write the Misery series? Because where is sure, he asked a question. He's really asking a question about writing in a place that he's not used to writing in, the context, right? He says this is not the ordinary way in which books get written. So he's looking at the standard way of things, the way that he's always done things. And really, she's tapping into his practice, right? And having him to return to misery. That's the ordinary way of things that he's done, right? Writing the Misery series. And so he's only resistant in that way. And that is essentially when you have to come out of your come out of your setback. The new work that you have to do, it can be sort of exhausting because you figure, well, I've already done this. That's why I had that other book, and now you want me to do this new book. It can be depressing to have to start all over again. And this is essentially him having to start all over again. And it's a forced start over from this vantage point, but he didn't have a problem trying to start over when he was writing the initial new book. So the resistance is the fact that this is not the ordinary way things get written. But he doesn't seem to want to resist writing the actual book. There's a little bit of mocking on his part, but he gets into it. I'm not quite sure if he's really acting. That he may have on his actor's face in front of Annie, but I have to wonder if he's really acting about not wanting to write this book. So she's saying, look at the view, let it inspire you, inhale that. And then that's her continuing to look outside the window. You don't see him looking outside the window, but you see, for her, I think it's hope for her that if he can write this new book, bringing back misery, she can have the hope of returning to her misery. And then he looks at the typewriter, but not much more than that. And so he sees a bobby pin on the floor. And that bobby pin probably dropped when she had him to burn that book or something from her head. But there's a bobby pin. I don't think it's a plant or anything like that. It's just a bobby pin on the floor. How many bobby pins have I dropped on the floor? So it happens. And then he's looking at it. And he's looking at that as if it's just life, just life speaking to him. Come get me. It's almost like Little Shop of Horrors or something like that. Seymour feeding the plant or something like that. Feed me, right? And so this is like life for him, not the food that he's eaten, not the drink that he's had to drink, not the pills that he's had to take. This bobby pin right here is life for him. Just before Annie comes in with this new paper, with the paper and the typing materials and writing materials, things like that, Paul asks her, you don't get many neighbors, or you don't get bothered by many neighbors. And she basically says no. She talks about solitude. But it's interesting that Annie comes in setting up a writing studio. And remember what Paul says, this is not the ordinary way in which books get written. Setting up a studio with a typewriter, table, paper, and other types of writing tools, and she comes in with some knowledge of what she thinks writing is, what the setting is, what you write with the type of paper. But she doesn't ask Paul. And remember, Paul gave her permission to add her 2 cents much early in the movie, right? Remember when he says about that untitled, I don't have a title, maybe you can come up with one, and then maybe you can tell me, and then she asks, what's the book about? And he's basically, I don't know, maybe you can tell me what the book is about, right? And gives her permission. So he has given her permission to further perpetuate his setback. It is also interesting to think about that even though Paul is saying this is not the ordinary way in which books get written, he didn't start off as a writer who was rich, right? Who had the best surroundings, who had even a writing studio or whatever. He didn't start off that way. He was trying to push his first book to get published. And so in some ways, he started out just as poor as every other writer. They don't always have the best place. They would rather have a cabin in the woods. He has graduated to the point that he can now fly out to Colorado and have a cabin in the woods or whatever, a lodge, and write from there. But I don't believe he necessarily, and I'm assuming, I don't believe he necessarily had that at the beginning. So Annie, in some ways, is being both offensive and humble. At the same time, she's offending him in the sense that she's pushing something on him that he doesn't want to do, and that's kind of arguable because he's really good at not wanting to do the thing that he doesn't want to do. And she's humbled by the fact that she wants to make it comfortable for him so that he has everything that he needs to pull from, but also without having to leave the house. So she's trying to keep him confined because here it is, I bought all the paper for you, I got everything you need, there's no need for you to leave, right? Because she knows that he comes out there to that lodge to write. So she doesn't want him in that mindset. Here, everything you need, I got it here for you. So it's both humbling and offensive. Because then when he looks at the paper, he notices the paper right off because he knows his writing style, he knows his writing habits, he knows the writing utensils, he knows the writing tools he uses. She didn't talk to him, she didn't ask him anything. It's kind of like, have you ever had a supervisor recommend you for something at the job, to do something different or to do some extra opportunity, but the supervisor didn't come to you directly? The person that the supervisor recommended you to came to you directly and said, here's this opportunity I have for you, would you like it? But I would have rather, if I was the person, and this happened to me, I had a dean who was real nice, but he recommended me to do something for someone else at the campus. And I was supposed to do something initially for the dean, be on a committee, but it turns out that it wasn't going to work out because the human resources people decided not to go with that option. So I'm thinking that, and see, once you plan something, you plan that time, and that once you don't have that opportunity, you put something else in that place. So then he went behind my back, and I hate to say it that way, but he kind of went behind my back, talked to another dean about me, and she came to me directly with the opportunity, and it was kind of like to serve as a receptionist or something for the summer. Well, I had already put something in that place, and so once I had put something in there, it was another job. And I didn't tell the first dean that I needed a job. He offered an opportunity to me to serve on a hiring committee, and it fell through. And so when that dean came to me, I had to reject her opportunity. It would have been better for him to tell me first so I could look at my schedule, and then I could say whether or not I can do it. So then when that dean came along, I wouldn't have had to reject a dean. And that really bothered me, even to this day. But I don't feel that bad about it too, because he went behind my back. So Annie is basically going behind his back. I think that one of the things that Annie misses in her sort of interpretation of Paul and Paul's needs is that she really doesn't know what Paul needs. You know, I think when she's trying to help at the hospital and killing off the babies, it's her way of providing a solution to, I guess, the sprouting of babies or something like that, right? That why would you kill off something if you thought it was useful, right? In the same way that she doesn't think that his new book is useful, and that's why she basically has him burn the book. It's her way of killing off something that she believes is not useful. Misery is useful. That's all Annie understands. Misery is useful. And so again, when I say that she's operating from both a offensive and humbling points of view, that the offensive aspect of her nature is to believe that she is being helpful. And at the same time, she's humbled with the ideal of being excited about being helpful. Let me bring you this paper. Let me bring you all these writing materials. You can get back to writing misery and making her live again or whatever. She thinks she's being helpful there. And it's a humbling way, because she goes in, tries to find the right paper, and people always find the shiny paper. She says when he looks at the paper that this is not the type of paper that he tends to use, and she said, well, mine's cost the most. But then he shows her that it's not the best paper because it smudges. So she's not operating with knowledge about who he really is and what he really does and what kind of paper he really uses. So this means that he has left this out of interviews, because she seems to know a lot more about him, his biography in a sense, in other areas, right? But he hasn't talked about the type of paper he uses. He hasn't talked about the typewriter he uses or the utensils. So he probably hasn't given a writing course yet, right? That she could arguably take and learn even more about him. But again, I think she's both offensive and humbling at the same time, you know. So that's something that I want you to think about. I thought a frame of the box, the typing paper box, was kind of interesting because it does look fancy. It's black, it's red against black, and then you have the white lettering there. And when you go and look for paper, typing paper, and in today's common parlance, it's printing paper. When you go to look for paper, your eyes do tend to gravitate to the fancier paper. You automatically think if it's that fancy looking, then it must be right. It must look great, right? We look at the outer. But Paul is looking at the inner portion of the paper and how it doesn't serve as the type of writing paper that he needs. Now on the box, you read that this is the type of paper that you can erase without a trace. It's typewriter paper, of course, right? And then it gives you other types of qualities, right? But when Paul inserts the paper into the typewriter and he types the word smudge on it, and then he pulls it out and it smudges, then it cannot be the type of paper that erases without a trace. So, is that false advertising? It could be, because then we could say the same about Annie, that Annie is really false advertising. She was supposed to be a nurse. She's supposed to operate as a nurse. I don't even remember after this writing studio, after she pushes her narrative with the pushing him towards the table, the little makeshift desk in his wheelchair. After that, I don't remember her serving as a nurse in terms of a nurse's capacity, really coming in and looking back on him. I don't remember her looking at his legs again to see if they've healed. I don't remember her taking off the brace or repatching or cleaning his legs or anything like that. And that could be the prerogative of the writer as well as the director to not show us that. We could take that as an opportunity, use it as an opportunity to critically think. But somewhere she has so changed her position, changed her argument, that she's no longer a nurse in this situation, and she has now become Paul's basically teacher, editor, publisher, agent, everything, right? And so that has to be on some level false advertising, because you can't type and there not be a trace if you try to erase something. But it's saying here on the box, or it's reading here on the box, erase without a trace. And so again, you often gravitate to the fancier product, whatever that product is, especially if it's packaged very well, because when Annie has to go back to the store and get new paper, because Paul says that paper is, the paper that she has here for him now is not going to work for him. She goes back and gets the regular paper that is not packaged well. It's just packaged in a regular paper packaging. It's not packaged in a box. And if you drop it, it could tear, right? I've had paper that I've ordered from Office Depot that it wasn't in a box in terms of the packaging, but it was packaged in a box. And you would think because it was packaged in a shipping box that it wouldn't tear on the inside. But once I opened up that box, the paper had torn, right? The outer casing of it, which is paper, also had torn. So I do understand how Annie would think that pulling the paper that looks fancy automatically tells us that, or automatically suggests that it is the right paper. But we all know that a lot of stuff can look fancy and not be the right thing. How many times have we all pulled at something that we thought was fancy? A fancy guy, a fancy girl, a fancy job, a fancy piece of clothing or whatever, and it turns out it did not fit us. And that's basically what Paul is suggesting. Now, of course, Paul has another ulterior motive as well, because paper is still paper. He could still type on that paper, and then you always have whiteout or anything like that you could use to white out a particular area. I think that Paul is really trying to get her out of the house, and knowing that it's going to take a little bit of time for her to go back into town and pick up the appropriate paper, that gives him some time to try to get out of the house and maybe escape, even though that's kind of dumb because he can't really move his legs. So I just thought that was interesting, that could be a sign of false advertising if something is erases without a trace, but then when he types smudge on the typing paper, on that same typing paper, that it actually smudges, then that to me is false advertising, in which we could also apply to Annie. And so Annie is very happy with herself. Remember, Annie is, like I said, is very offensive and humbling at the same time. She's very happy with herself. It's this big smile, because I believe this smile, what comes through this smile is the hope that she has for Paul bringing back misery. And so whatever she has to do to humble herself and go get the items for him, she's going to do it. But the face is going to change. The smile is going to change, because Paul says that this is not the right paper. Her face has changed. And so what this is that Annie changes her disposition, her facial features, her face, when she receives a disapproving eye or disapproving look or disapproving statement. I remember when she came in with his new book, not the Untitled version, but the new Misery book, where he kills off Misery Chastain. And he's worried about the fact that he can't call his doctor and things like that. And for a little bit of a moment, and you really got to catch it, pay attention to Annie, that her face changes. And that's when she gets up holding the book and talks about how she'll do her best to try to call and things like that. But whatever happiness she's in, she wants to stay in. She doesn't want anything that's going to mess with her happiness. That's why she had to have Paul burn that book. That's why when he tries to escape and she finds out much later in the movie that she got to do whatever she has to do to make him happy. And that's when she begins to utilize violence on him, apply violence on him to make him stay, because she has a goal in mind. Remember, her goal is switching from nursing to being his now publisher, editor, agent, teacher, whatever, to get him to to write a new book. Whereas his goal is just to act out whatever he can to save his life. So her face changes at his disapproving statement that this is not the right paper. And so then he pulls out a piece of paper and he types smudge on it, and then he actually takes it out and then he rubs his finger again and it's smudge. And in some cases it's not that big of a smudge, but maybe for him as a writer it is a smudge. It's too big of a smudge. It can mess with. Now at this time they use typewriters. So this is 1990 when the film was published. When the film was released. And so it was probably filmed in 88, 89 or something. And so they were using typewriters a lot. I remember taking a typing class in high school, and I graduated 93. And I took the typing class somewhere between 91, 92, and 93. And so I don't remember the use of computers or anything like that. So I don't know how, if the publisher tried to reproduce this, if the smudge will come through the reproduction. So if this is important to Paul, it's important, period, because Paul is the writer. And Paul is the one who has the reputation for writing good work and presentations. His publisher has the reputation for good presentable work. And so we have to take him at his word that this issue here is still a major issue, although I still believe he has that ulterior motive. So Annie looked at him while he was talking about how he wanted her to be in on everything, not just the finished book, but also how it is written. So he's pointing to the idea that smudge is going to affect how it is written, right? But remember, again, he's the one who gave her permission. But I also believe that he's acting here in terms of, I want you to be in on everything, right? Because he has to put on a face to save his life. But then I wonder if he was earnest even before, when he basically said the same thing, that maybe you should title it, maybe you should tell me what it's all about. Was he just having conversation, or did he really mean for Annie to be in on everything? Because Annie took it seriously. She took him at face value that he wanted her to be a participant in his work, a co-participant in his life, to the point that she said, maybe you should write this book and you can write it in my honor for nursing, for saving your life and nursing you back to health. Well, she has abandoned that goal. She's not interested anymore in nursing him back to health and recovery. That goal is out of the window. It has flown out the window. And I don't know if I really know when that goal ended. I do believe on some level that when she read the Untitled book and she didn't like it, and that it had no nobility, that she might have begun that goal then, right? For her to no longer be a nurse to him, but to be something else, for which he gave permission. So earnesty is interesting, because there's a lot that with Paul that he's not being honest about. Of course he can't, because he has sort of perpetuated his setback by sort of agreeing with Annie and letting her do whatever she needed to do, but it's also his context. It's also her context. Well, the parallel to the publisher, he's gotten himself connected to the publisher, and now he's sort of trapped and can't do what he really wants to do, and so he just has to be amenable and acquiescent to the publisher to get whatever it is they got to get done in terms of their economic and financial agendas. And so it's the same kind of context where he feels forced to continue to do something that he no longer wants to do. So Annie is getting here into kind of like a mocking way of looking at things, right? That she's been doing all this stuff for him, and he's so ungrateful and unappreciative, and she wants him to be more appreciative. And then, of course, you could say that the publisher is thinking the same thing. We have published, what, 8 of your books now, and you want to kill off Misery Chastain? I mean, honestly, who are you to do that when we are the ones who gave you your shot, right? Shouldn't you be more appreciative of us? So Annie represents the publisher, represents the agent, represents the writers, represent the part of the financial system that continues to fund the employee paychecks, everything. She's standing guard, in a sense, right, for the system that Paul is now wanting to buck up against and say, no, I want to do what I want to do. Well, we gave you the opportunity to do that, along with the paycheck, along with the marketing and publishing, and continue to sell your work and promote and distribute your work. And you want to now cut us loose in that area? I mean, we have capital to continue to build. We've already planned for your next book, and this is what you want to do. So Paul is sort of like the unappreciative person that people have helped, and I think he doesn't have a real clue about what his contribution does for not only the audience, but the hierarchical system, economic, financial, business system. And so this is where this look is just, I mean, you don't even really have to say too much. It's a woman's look. I've never seen a man look like this, but I've definitely seen a woman look like this. I've looked like this. It's just a certain look that we give, look at you. Here it is. I've done all this kind of stuff, and you're going to do this to me or whatever. Or it's the type of look, I'm like, I know that you are not trying to act like you are grown. I'm taking care of you, and you're trying to act like you're grown. I don't think so. So every woman knows this look, and every woman has an explanation for this look, and you would just have to ask that woman what this look is for her, and she will tell you. And usually we put our hands on our hips for this type of look. And so now Paul like any man who is confused by the way the woman is looking, because remember, she has been so amenable to him, she's been so acquiescent to him, in a sense, because it's Paul Sheldon, in the same way that he had to be amenable and acquiescent to her. But she's been so motherly, in a sense, nursing or whatever. Now she's getting her back up, and it is shaking Paul at his core. He's actually shocked. Whatever she's done before has been maybe like confusion to him, because maybe he just didn't understand the situation for what it really is. He couldn't, because she's withholding her real self. Annie has been putting on a mask this whole time, really, because Annie is no real nurse. Nurses, people who are nurses and doctors are not going to, I'm talking about in heart, are not going to do what she does to Paul later. But this look is one of those looks that men give to women, and it's a man who gives it to a woman. Like, what? Is she crazy? What is wrong with her? Why is she acting like this? What these types of looks that send alarm? Like, I got to get out of this place, because this lady, and most men will use the B word, but this lady has gone straight up crazy. I got to get out of this place. Let me just shut up as much as I can, play my role. But the first sign I can get out of here, I'm out of here. But this look just tickles me. It just tickles me. And so this is Annie going into her spiel about, I do everything for you. I clean you. I feed you. I cook for you. I do all this stuff for you. And she said, but all you can complain about is the paper. It's not the right paper, Annie. It's not the right paper. She said, all you can complain to me is about the paper. And so Annie is now stepping into like a true mother role. She's stepping, like every woman has kind of like, even if the woman doesn't have doesn't have any kids, and she's not a mother, she's stepping into a real motherly role. I do all this stuff. I go out, I clean, I wash, I do all this kind of stuff, and you can't clean the dishes. Or she could be stepping into a wife role. That's why I say I wonder if that room was a room that she had her husband in. She claims her husband left, right? But when Paul goes in and looks through her photo album, he will see that her husband plunged to his death. So you have to wonder if Annie was the one who killed him, who was taking care of him in this room, because now she's also operating from a wife standpoint. I do all these things. So her past is coming through. We didn't have access to her past until, or we don't get access to her past until much later. But whatever is on the inside of you always has a way of coming out. I don't care what kind of mask you try to show the world. What people often say, when you go out in public, you show people your representative. You don't show them your true self. But somehow the true self comes out. And Annie is talking in such a way as if she's a wife to a husband too, that I do all these things for you, and you have the nerve to act like this. I can't get you to do this or whatever, and I do all this stuff for you. Surely you can, that type of speech. And again, women know that type of speech because women start too early giving too much. We invest too much, too early, too fast, and expect a return when it might just be a process for everybody else. We don't do a process first. We don't give and stop. Give and stop. We just flood and spoil the man, the future partner, whoever, hoping that they're gonna do that, do the same, which in many regards women are asking for validation. And so if you can just validate me and say that, I appreciate you for doing all these things. And I don't remember even Paul saying I appreciate. I think we hear the word appreciate at the end of the movie when he's sitting at the table with his agent, and she's talking about his new book and how it has gained really good reviews and things like that. And she's surprised that he's not really happy about it. And then I think that's where he uses the word appreciate. Well, I'm glad they like it, I appreciate it, or something like that. But I don't really remember the word appreciate and appreciation from Paul up until now. I can't remember him saying anything like that. And I can look at the movie again to see, but I don't remember that. But she's inserting the word appreciate. Remember, she inserted the word love, and then later die. And then now she's inserting the word appreciation, and that he's not showing her appreciation. And in some ways, I would be upset too if I rescued you from a crash, from a blizzard, and took care of you, and you don't seem to be that appreciative, right? But that is also her, that was her choice to do, because maybe she felt obligated to rescue him because she is from the health professions. But by the time he got to a certain point in his recovery, she could have called the hospital. She should not put so much on her and bear the load of it. It is interesting to note that how Annie is so quick to abandon her mastery orientation of being a nurse. And so, like I said, you have to question Annie's argument that sometimes people get into professions for the wrong reasons. Sometimes you can be very good at something but not have a passion for it. Or some people get into something for the money, or there might have been a huge demand for a particular field like nursing, and People might treat it like a job versus a career that I just go in and clock in and do my work and clock out. I mean, I have no real true loyalty to the career, because when she slams the box of paper onto his legs, that's not a nurse doing that. That's not a nurse, a person who cares about the profession and how she represents the profession. Because remember, she is, like I said, how sometimes we leave the house, we show you our representative. Well, Annie is both a nurse and should be a representative of the profession. If this is how you treat a patient as a nurse, as a trained, skilled, licensed nurse, and this is how you treat someone. So that's why I say I don't think nursing was her passion, or nursing was something that she really wanted to get into. I think sometimes people take positions and take opportunities, and they look at it as an opportunity for something else. Maybe her husband got sick, and maybe she had to actually go in and work and provide for him, and nursing was the only option, because it might have given her medical benefits, things like that. But this is not a person who is truly a nurse, because anyone who is a nurse or a doctor is not going to harm a patient. It's not going, well, at least intentionally. And you can still intentionally harm someone if you are too impatient, if you are hasty with your diagnoses, if you don't stay relevant on particular practices, medical practices, policies, regulations. You can still hurt somebody in that way. But for the most part, when you enter professions like with me, I teach college English. And so I want to make sure that anytime I'm approaching any semester, any class of students, that I do so well informed about what I plan to accomplish for that semester, for the students, for the work, etc. I prepare my work, I research, I write, I do all that I can to make sure that when I stand before my students, I stand with integrity. I stand with true loyalty to the profession, that I have a passion for teaching, not just helping the student. And so if I decide that I don't want to teach that day, and I just let the students run amok and do whatever they want to do, that's not a teacher. I've had teachers, I've used this analogy too in many of my audios. I had I think ninth grade Spanish teacher, and it was a good number of us in the class, and the room is kind of dark or something. The teacher didn't turn on the lights, but we had enough light from the windows, but it was still kind of dark. And so he told us to get the books out of the cabinet, the Spanish books out of the cabinet, and do the problems, whatever the chapter problems were. Read the chapter, I guess, and do the problems. And that if we needed to know the answer to that particular sentence or something like that, to look at the back of the book. Now, this was a Spanish class. We never spoke a lick of Spanish. He never got to the board and wrote anything in Spanish. He never spoke Spanish, and he was a Spanish-speaking person. And he sat there at his desk the whole class period for the whole semester, never speaking Spanish. He called our names for the roll, I guess. I can't remember that much. But I do remember the fact that that was a Spanish class that we were supposed to take, and that all he did was tell us to do the problems and look for the answers at the back of the book. And that's what we did. That's because I had to turn in homework. And that was the learning that he learned us, that if we needed the answers, we don't have to really learn how to do this thing. We'll just do enough, find the answers at the back of the book, maybe share our answers and turn it in for a grade. And that's what he taught us. Now, later, I got a better Spanish teacher when I was in college, and he was a true Spanish-speaking person. Well, he was actually white, and he learned Spanish, both self-teaching and as well as taking classwork. And he would have his little guitar, and he sat on the desk, and he would sing and play his guitar. But for the most part, he spoke Spanish and called on us to speak Spanish in class. He was a much more engaging teacher. In fact, he was a teacher. And so when you look at Annie I mean, uh, dropping the box of paper, and that's 500 sheets of paper. That's heavy on his legs. That's not a nurse. That is someone who has never really wanted to be a nurse, because even in your anger, you wouldn't try to hurt somebody. And so she's abandoning, like I said, she has abandoned her mastery orientation for a long time. It's no longer even evident anymore that Annie even cares about being a nurse. But I thought that was kind of interesting, because once she does that, she walks off, and then she gets into the car, and drives off. She's upset and everything. And to me, this is practically the first instance of physical abuse applied to Paul. The last time was about the last times was a sort of emotional abuse. So it started with her dropping the soup on the bed and saying, "Look at what you made me do." And then when she finds out about him killing off Misery Chastain, she takes that little flower pot shelf thing and throws it up against the wall, and one part of the legs gets on the bed, and he ends up throwing it off. And then when she has him to burn his book. And those have been sort of emotional, psychological abuses. But this is the first instance of physical abuse. She may not be hitting him or whatever, but she is dropping something on his leg that she knows are still in pain. So she has set him back in terms of his pain recovery. She has set herself back in terms of her representative, because she does these things and comes in and acts like she's nice again. And so then when she comes back again with the paper, she's going to come in like she's a wife to Paul Sheldon. So, "Paul, I got your paper," as if nothing happened earlier. And so this is, to me, the first instance of physical abuse where there's actual contact. And then Paul is feeling the pain of that decision, right? To me, he's feeling the pain of the decision of giving permission for her to be a co-participant in his writing and in his titling of his work and his profession that she has no idea about. He has invited her into his world while living at her house, of course, but he has basically invited her into his world, and she's a true outsider. Apart from the idea that she is a reader, a customer, an audience member, but she's an outsider in the writing world. She has no idea, and this is him feeling the pain of that decision. Of course, it's physical pain as well. So she walks out, and I wanted to do a little bit of shot of her walking out, going back and forth through this open door, and she still closes the door behind her. But I like to see the back of characters and just think about what goes on in their back in terms of what was their past. How did she get to a point where she's trapping someone here in this room and dropping something onto their damaged legs? How does she live with herself, right? What were the steps from whatever that initial decision that she made? Because she doesn't seem to be happy about being a nurse. It seems like that's a lack of passion for her, because if something is a passion for you, you will always find a way to use it. Why isn't she sitting down as a reader and as an audience member and just letting Paul read to her? Oh, that's interesting. I didn't even think about that. That there's that book, Misery Chastain, and then she has a whole little shelf of books of all his other books. Here it is. She could have had him do a reading. Right there, Paul Sheldon, right there in her house, and she could have given any one of those books and had him to do a reading, and then they could discuss and have a real engaging conversation. So you have to wonder, does she even care about his books that much? Because I got somebody here for the first time. I've been reading about him, and this is my opportunity. I would have him to read. I essentially think this is the second opportunity that Annie basically misses, right? Because the first opportunity is the first missed opportunity I think Annie misses is the fact in becoming a lifelong friend to Paul. Again, has she just finished sort of helping him to the point that she could then call the ambulance and then visit him in the hospital, and then essentially he looks her up every time he comes to town. They could have actually developed a friendship, a lifelong friendship. And so then the second opportunity that she's missing is to engage him about his work. She has all the books in the living room on a shelf. She could have had him read. Who knows, that might have sparked a new interest in him to maybe write again. Because a lot of times the thing that you see her trying to force him to do might have come organically had she gone a different route instead of trying to force him to do it. It might have eventually sort of made its way that way. When he's in the beginning hurt and in pain, and he can't contact anybody, and she goes to town to go get his new book, which will be his last book, he can't think of anything other than trying to call his agent and trying to call his daughter. It's not that he's really trying to offend Annie and her happiness because his new book has come to town, right, has been delivered at the general store. It's just that, when you are missing and you can't get a hold to anyone, you can't call anyone. During this time, there weren't any cell phones, at least not the ones that we see today. And you don't have any way of trying to contact somebody or whatever. You are worried that people will forget about you, and you are worried that people would just be worried about you. And you essentially just want to tell somebody, hey, I'm all right. I had a car crash. I'm in a hospital. That's it. And Annie sort of keeping him there, and the roads have been cleared a long time ago. We know that to be true because she was able to go get the new book. But in doing that, she misses so many opportunities to stay in contact with him for the lifetime. She's looking at a situation that she has Paul in as a way to create temporary happiness for herself, and misery being the sort of thing that she needs to sustain her happiness, and forcing him to rewrite the book. But she misses the opportunity of having friendship. So I think, thinking about the back, I always like to take a picture of the back, a frame of the back, because it's one of those things where your back has your history. Your back has your history. It weighs on you. It stays on you like glue. Sometimes it's hard to let it go. And your back, in terms of your history, is always playing like a tape in your mind. And so when she talks to Paul in the way that she does, she's talking from a place of history. And she's really not talking to Paul. She's really talking to somebody else who I believe is her husband. And so then when she drops the paper on, actually the box of paper on his legs and his knees, it's going to send the type of pain. And now she's punishing him for not being appreciative. That's the new punishment now. So then when he puts on his actor's face, he has to keep that in mind. That appreciation is a big thing for her. It was love. It might have been death had he not complied. But now appreciation is a major thing for her. And again, like I said, she's not talking to Paul. She's talking to all the people who did not appreciate her. And those are the people who are in the back of her in her past. And so Paul is just becoming the target. So really, Annie has a lot of unresolved issues on her own that she's now projecting onto to Paul, and because he is the target, he is the person right there. So that lets you know she doesn't invite people over, because even Paul says you don't get many neighbors out here, right? Um, you're not bothered out here, or something like that. And that tells you that she doesn't have any friends. She doesn't have any family, because no one is coming to see about her. That's why she doesn't really hear Paul when he says, I need to call my daughter, because she doesn't have any family. Even the sheriff knows about her, right? He knows about her. He knows that her farm is the Wilkes farm. And really, when you use that terminology, especially from the last name, it's usually when we think of it in terms of the man owning the property, right? Because if he was referring really to Annie, he would say, "Oh, that's Miss Annie's farm." That's usually how people talk when it's, say, the woman. "Oh, that's Miss Annie's farm." When it's a man, they usually refer to it in terms of that person's last name. "Oh, that's the Wilkes farm." And so Annie doesn't get any visitors. Annie doesn't visit with anybody. Annie doesn't have any friends. So she can't understand anybody else who has friends. So then he grabs his legs, right, as you normally would, because that will be the natural response, right, to grab at your pain, because your pain is affecting you in that moment. And so then you wonder, what pain is Annie grabbing at, right? Does she really show us pain? Like I said, she gets into these little mini monologues, little narratives, pieces of the puzzle, and we see a little bit of her pain. Well, I guess it's a lot, when she realizes that Paul has killed off Misery Chastain, and she's upset. She's definitely upset. But pain, I don't know. I'm not quite sure. What pain is she actually grabbing at? That's something that I got to think about. And so then he clutches. So there's a little bit of clutching. And I don't know, sometimes when we are in pain, we think as many movements as we can make with our hands is going to solve the pain, but the pain still has to ride itself out. And so as much as he is in pain here, and he's doing whatever he can to try to sort of help himself through that pain, it's got to ride itself out. So then we get a view of Annie leaving, right? I always like to do these views, and this is a really nice view. It's still snowing, but no more. One thing about it, Annie has really disproved her initial argument to Paul that once the road's clear, I will be able to call the hospital. He knows that's not happening anytime soon, or if at all, because if she was going to call, she was going to call a long time ago. So he's already sort of made peace with the idea that when she goes out, and then she comes back, but she's not coming back with help. So Paul now looks at the bobby pin on the floor and look at it as if it's, again, hope for him. And so he tries to grab at it. His fingers are trying to bend over to grab at something. And, it's interesting what the bobby pin represents for him. Okay. Of course, it's going to represent some kind of freedom, but it's a false freedom, because it's not a true key. And he's thinking that the key to getting out of his situation is to fake his appreciation, fake being sort of like an actor for Annie, so she doesn't get all upset. But it's interesting. Annie is entitled. Annie is very entitled. Somewhere somebody spoiled her, and to play nice and play like you understand where she's coming from, and try to get on her good side or whatever, it's really called people pleasing. It never works. They never get better. I don't know what he could have done in this situation, because he's basically at her he's vulnerable. He has no other choice but to trust her and trust the process. But just in general, if you are not in a life-threatening position, it never helps to people please. People please is really a setback you are creating and perpetuating for yourself, because the person that you are people pleasing, of course, is always a bully. You're trying to make nice with them. You're trying to stay in their good graces so they don't hit you, so they don't embarrass you or something like that. But if it's in them to do that, they're going to do it regardless of how well you cook for them, clean for them, sex them, give them money, do whatever it is that you're going to do. And I wonder what would have been a better solution for Annie. I think the better key to the problem, or answer to the problem, was what I said about a couple of frames back, to let her read, or let Paul Sheldon read to her from his books, and by the time, and then engage in conversation with her. And the reason why, that would have let a lot of time pass so that he can get better. And she would have been so distracted by him getting better, by him reading to her and engaging and thinking about Misery Chastain and what it all means and everything. She would have been so preoccupied and distracted with that she wouldn't have seen that he was improving. And anytime it looked like he was improving, then that would have been a better time to hide and function like an actor, and sometimes go into your pain moments and say, I need some medication or something like that. But when you are caught, when someone has snatched you or kidnapped you or trapped you, all you think about is, like yourself as a prisoner, prisoners, people in jail, all they think about is getting out, designing ways to get out. Now, they don't know what they're going to do once they get out, but that's all they think about is getting out. And if he had waited and really learned her patterns and things like that, and let himself get better, especially his legs, when she drove off, he could try to walk on his legs, walk around the room, see if he can get around the room, because he's thinking he's going to take this nice little bobby pin, put it through the door, open the door, and then try to open the front door, which she has, I think, a deadbolt on, but he can't walk. His solution to try to get out right now is so premature. I don't understand why he doesn't understand that. He can't get up and walk. And then if you look out the window, there's nothing but trees. You can't even see the road from where he sits in the room. So I don't think he's operating with the best logic. Using this key, sure, I would want to use this bobby pin as a little bit of a key to try to figure out what's going on in the house. And he's thinking he's going to find somewhere in the house and use the phone. But think about it. He's been here for a while now. Has he heard the phone ring? Has he even heard Annie talk on the phone? I'm quite sure that house has an echo. And he's never heard her talk on the phone. He's never heard the phone ring. No one comes to the house. So he's really trapped. So you have to think a lot differently than just thinking that you're going to use this bobby pin to get out of the house. Get out of the room. And so that's something that I want you to think about. So then he's at the door and he's trying to use the bobby pin at the door, and he shapes it in such a way that it acts like a key, or it should function like a key. And he makes an interesting statement here while he's inserting the bobby pin into the keyhole. He says, I have written about this, and it's almost like I have written about this I should be able to know how to do it or something like that. But I took it as that he never did it. Because if you have written about something and you have done it, you would say it. But he says, I've written about this, and I looked at it as he never did it. he's actually and to my confirmation, he is surprised when it works. I'm actually surprised that Paul is surprised when it works, because remember, Paul demonstrates his knowledge, according to him, with the first book that he untitles. And this is the book that Annie is upset with because she says it has no nobility. And she argues with the use of profanity and obscene language in the book. And Paul says, these are slum kids. I used to be a slum kid. So this is how they all talk. And Annie is like, no, they don't. They don't talk like that, right? But that tells us that Paul is familiar enough with the topic in order to write on it. So it doesn't make much sense for him to say now, in the middle of the movie, that when he's placing this bobby pin into the hole here and saying that I've written about it, and to me that basically says that, but he never did it, and he's surprised when it works. That tells me that there's a challenge maybe to his knowledge base, a challenge to his authority, because this should be, if being a slum kid is second nature to him, then and he's saying that he has written about this, then this should be second nature to him. When he looks at the when he hears the lock turning in the door, his face is actually surprised. And so let's look at that. So he continues to push it in to try to make it work, try to open the door. And this is the part where he's saying that, come on, I've written about this. It's almost like him saying it is trying to get the lock to work a lot faster. And then this is where he's actually surprised. And again, I don't understand why he would be surprised at something that he has written about. And so I guess in some ways, not everything we have written about reflects direct experience. He might have heard about it and put it in his book as one tool to use for a character. But I thought he had more credibility when he was talking about the other book and saying that that these are slum kids and he used to be a slum kid and this is how they talk. And that is direct experience with the topic, with himself, that shows a lot of credibility. So then you have to think, then, if Annie is so familiar with his biography, or some aspect of his biography, why doesn't she know the fact that he was a slum kid? So are those interviews missing as well, where he talks about his background? Or does Annie just merely have a select memory of things she only cares about that are important, that she might have read that he was a slum kid, or came from economically depressed origins, and decided to just ignore it? Either way, that's something that we don't know through the eyes of Annie or through the eyes of the camera, right? And so then it opens. He's able to open the door, and it is a strain to try to pull back the wheelchair to then try to open the door. Because this is really no different than when we are in physical setbacks or any other type of setbacks, that there is a strain to sort of pull ourselves back in order to leave, pull ourselves back in order to move forward, right? That if you are in a financial setback, as many people are going to experience as a result of the pandemic, you're almost going to have to go backwards in order to go forwards, right? That you lost your job, or you lost access to money, or you couldn't get unemployment or something like that. you didn't get your stimulus check, or you did get your stimulus check and it's all gone. And then you have rent, people who could not pay rent and mortgage, and then you have the eviction moratoriums. It's so much. And so the system is going to have to take a step backwards in order to move forward. And we are just still fresh out of the recent recession that many of us experienced, a downturn. I lost my job. I became homeless. I couldn't make a whole lot of money. I did some freelance that I probably didn't make more than $300 a month. And I had to live with my mother and stepfather, and then I had to go in and out of shelters, and it was just a mess. And I didn't really return to work. I lost my job in 2008, and I didn't return to work with an employer until 2013. So it was just a mess, And so out of 2013, I've been teaching, and I've been on the very same job, and I was affected by the pandemic. I lost hours. And I lost teaching classes, things like that. But I've been able to maintain, I haven't had to be homeless again or anything like that. And so, but financially, I had to take a financial hit that even though I'm able to pay my rent and food and things like that, I've had to select credit cards and other types of bills, which ones I'm going to pay, And so now I have taken a financial hit. Second time in my life that I'm going to have to go backwards in order to move forward. So this is what you see, because remember, he's in a setback, right? He's having to move backwards or move the wheelchair backwards and to open the door in order to move forward. And so then he looks throughout the house, right? It's, the light that you see here is a lot different from the light that's in the room, that somehow the light has increased as a result of him coming outside of the room, even though he is exposed to that big window. And you can see in the background the light that comes from that window. But it seems like in him coming through the door, and remember, the door, people go in and out, go back and forth in life, and he's making decisions, and he's met with light. I think the light coming in the way that we see here is sort of like the light or understanding coming in, understanding of Annie, understanding of her house, understanding of his situation, that Paul is about to see a lot more than what he first understood about Annie. Now, in this first trip outside of the room, he's only going to get an opportunity to explore. He's going to go through the living room. He's going to mess up and hit one of the little coffee tables that houses, that is holding penguin figurines, and it's going to almost fall on the floor, and he's going to catch it. But then when he puts it back on the table, he puts it back in the wrong way. And the thing about Annie knows her house. Even the little figurines on the table mixed in with all of the other stuff that Annie has in that living room, she still knows her house. Now that's something that you could look at it in terms of applying it to sort of like the contrast. She knows nursing in terms of the practice of it, but she doesn't have the passion. But she doesn't know writing, and she's acting like an expert when she's forcing Paul to rewrite his book. So this light coming in is not to be taken lightly, so to speak, because there's a lot of light. Whatever light that he got while he was in a room is he's entering a brighter light that's going to show him a lot more. So then he tries the door, of course, and there's I think a deadbolt on it, and he can't open the door from the inside. So that means that Annie has the key from the outside. I mean, the key for the inside and the key from the outside. That only Annie has the key, and that's contrast to the key, the little key, pseudo key that he uses with the bobby pin, that he can use that key to get out, but he get out of the room, but he can't use that little key to get out of the house. That's why I say Paul trying to get out and escape is so premature, because he can't even walk on his legs. And it would have been better for him to learn Annie's patterns, so that he could practice moving about. So then you can say that Paul misses opportunities in his hastiness and his eagerness and his enthusiasm to try to get out, to want to get out. He misses the most obvious. When he's writing, well, the most obvious is to practice getting up, right? Because remember, when he tried to get up the first time and get out of the bed, he ended up falling on his legs and falling on the floor. And then he ended up having to crawl. So he's not practicing getting up on his legs and walking about. And that's something that is interesting, that Rob Reiner, the director, never shows him trying to walk about. Even he's really immobilized pretty much the whole film. Only when he comes out of the cabin, out of that lodge room, and throws that snowball is he up on his legs. And then at the end of the movie, when he's walking with a cane to the restaurant to talk to the agent, those are really the only two times that he's really on his legs. The whole movie he's actually immobilized. So then I would think he would have wanted to try to practice that. Towards the end of the film, when he's practicing, when he's writing and when he's in his room by himself and he's practicing raising up the typewriter as if it's like a weight to get his arms stronger. But I just think he misses the obvious. So we have here Paul in his need to basically explore his surroundings. He's been cooped up in that room for a long time. And so now he is interested in moving about the house. And so he's opening this door, and, it is a risk. Coming out of his room to go into the house and move about the house without real detection is a risk. And when he decides to exit one room to enter another, he doesn't know what he's going to run into. And just because Annie has driven off, do we fully know that Annie is not around somewhere, not around, maybe testing to see if he can move about? But we're not going to know that until much later, when she discovers, by telling him, when she discovers that he has been leaving his room. So he's about to enter this living room, and it's not really clear what kind of face he's giving, other than just, I guess, an interested face. But it says a lot about his willingness to try to exit his current condition. So here's the living room, and we see Annie's taste, in furniture and different items in the living room. But what is most of interest to Paul is this phone. And of course it's going to be of interest, right? But, as I noted, he has never heard Annie talk on the phone. He has never heard Annie. Even if Annie didn't have friends or girlfriends or family, there's nothing in her to call the sheriff and ask a question, or call the general store to see if the book has come in. And she's never heard off camera talking on the phone, nor is the phone ringing off camera. So when he goes to look at this phone, whatever logic in his head that should actually assess the situation more, is just not there. When you're trying to get out, you don't think logically. You think maybe strategically, but you don't think logically. You don't sit back and really reflect on it. He was lying in that bed the whole time, and he never reflected on the idea that the phone never rung in the house, or the idea that Annie actually left the house to go get the book, right? Or that Annie never called the hospital or anything like that, right? And she's saying that the phone lines are down. but she's been able to move about, so the phone lines have to be up. And so then he makes his way over to that table and tries to dial, of course, and notices that there isn't anything in the phone. And so you have to wonder, Annie is isolated in this house on the Wilkes farm and no phone. I mean, it's just essentially there for decoration. And so then you have to wonder who else lived in that house with Annie, and maybe she trapped that person too, and I believe it's her husband, and made it possible for him not to get to the phone to make a call. Because who in the world takes out the contents of a phone? I mean, don't you need the phone for yourself? Anything could happen to you individually. If you never even met Paul Sheldon or rescued him, you yourself could run into issues, and you don't want to have a phone to call somebody, right? What if you had a heart attack? What if you had a slip and fall and you don't have a phone? And so the phone connects you to the outside world, connects you to outside of that house. If something ever happened to you, there's no telling when someone would come. And I just think that's very strange. I don't know if that's a mental issue that she has. Maybe she doesn't want to hear the phone. It could be when she was going through a lot of the things that she was going through that we will see later, being charged with murder, and then the case gaining state attention, maybe national attention, that reporters were calling the house. And I'm the kind of person, I don't want to hear that ringing all the time. Even on my regular cell phone, I will have a do not disturb message activated, because I can't stand to hear all of that, all of the vibrating and the phone calls or whatever. I just can't stand to hear it. And so Annie, is something in her that she doesn't want to hear. The phone, again, is a phone to the outside world, and it's something that she doesn't want to hear. And we don't know really what that is. All we can basically do is just surmise that Annie just is so isolated to the point that she doesn't want to even talk on the phone. And I'm kind of like that too. I don't want to talk on the phone either. But I do know enough to know that I need to have something accessible just in case something happened to me in the house. So if she's not, if the phone is the bridge to the outside world, and you gain insight from the outside world, or you gain direction, or you gain instruction or something like that, what is she failing to adhere to? What is she not wanting to hear? It's just weird. It's weird. And so, of course, he recognizes the phone doesn't work, right? Looking at the phone, and which causes him to really be alarmed. And even he is wondering. I'm quite sure he's wondering. He calls her, I think, a crazy bitch or something. And I think that's maybe the first time that we actually get a window into Annie's mind. Everything that she's been doing has been some kind of reflex, feeling triggered, some sort of response. But now I think we get a little bit of a window into her mind, right? A door into her mind. And so that's also interesting. So then we have a cut to Annie now coming from the general store. And so remember the difference between the first box of paper that she bought and brought home, and how fancy it looked. And she said hers cost the most. Well, look at this paper now that I mentioned earlier, that this is wrapped in regular paper, and it's not as fancy. It's just regular typing paper that could actually tear. When she tries to go up the stairs of her house and then she drops one of them, it actually tears. And so this is not that fancy. And now she is forced to basically come up under his standard, right? Because she could have told Paul, well, just type on that paper. I mean, it's still paper. No, she went on ahead and adhered to his standard of better paper, that paper that does not smudge. So Annie drives off, and it's kind of reminiscent a little bit of Paul backing up in the wheelchair to move forward, right? So she has to back up to move forward. And this is sort of like her, if she wants the book written, she's going to have to do what she got to do, even if that means taking an extra trip into town and getting the paper that Paul wants. And so in some ways, this is Annie acting like a wife. A regular captor, if you can call her that, would not be so acquiescent, would not be so a person that would just do what the other person says, right? After all, I'm holding you captive. Why would I need to go on ahead and satisfy you? And so I thought this image, this screenshot of Paul, looking at Paul from the window, it's almost like someone is outside looking at him. Now, we know it's the director, the cameraman, but it's almost like as the viewing audience, we are sort of like representative of the fourth wall. We are looking at him try to figure out his way, what he's going to do. He doesn't know what he's going to do, and he doesn't fully know the house as much as he would like. And I thought that was an interesting angle to look at him from the outside. I also think that the panes on the window, to me, represent bars of a prison, and that he's in prison in this room or in this house until he can design a strategy to exit it. Now, this is one of probably multiple strategies that he will try to use. First, the use of the bobby pin, and then now using the wheelchair to explore the house, right? And then, of course, the ultimate strategy is actually writing the book and hoping that he will be able to exit. So right before he puts the penguin back on the table, he was rolling the wheelchair, and the wheelchair actually hit the table, and this penguin fell off. And the panic in him caught the penguin, because once the penguin hits the floor, it's going to be shattered into pieces, and that means that those pieces would reveal that Paul had been out of the room. Well, the fact that he turned the penguin towards the other animal figurines is already revealing that he's been out of this room. So in his way of trying to prevent Annie from knowing that he has actually left the room, he's already told on himself. So Paul is, and you see that view of the penguin with all of the other animals. So that means he doesn't know Annie's house. He doesn't know her strategy. He's trying to move about as if if he is much more, strategic than Annie, but he needs to watch what he's doing. Annie has a structure to her house. She has a decoration. It's not all, cohesive, but it's her decoration. And the way that she organizes and strategizes and structures her house has meaning for her. That's why she understands and sees and knows that the penguin should be facing the same direction the other animal figurines are facing. And so then he sees this shrine to him, all of his books that he has written, and other pictures, and it looks like he met the queen, and so all these different books that basically reveal Paul Sheldon and how much she loves Paul Sheldon. So this is all his work. And then he looks at this, and it causes some sort of alarm to him, right? I mean, it's almost admirable that she would, build a shrine to him, but it's also scary when someone does that, because they take it just too literally. She's his #1 fan, as if there are no other fans in the world for him. And you have to wonder, if this was a Lifetime movie and she was his #1 fan, and any other fan came along, she would probably kill that person, right? Especially your Lifetime movies. They always have those types of movies that do that. And so that would be interesting to see, like a updated version of Misery, and title it #1 fan. That would be interesting to write as a script, and I actually might consider it. But this is very interesting how he's looking at a reflection of himself. The person who did not want to make misery his life has basically made misery his life. And so not understanding too that people, that once they get used to something, they want to always see it. It's like people with entitlements. Once you give them resources and benefits, entitlements, right, they're going to want to always receive them. And anytime you try to say, we're not going to do this anymore, they're going to fight against that. And so Annie is no different. She's entitled. She feels entitled to his work, entitled to his life, entitled to his success, entitled to him. And she's not going to let him go without a fight. And I think maybe right here he's beginning to see something. I don't think he has a full understanding of it, but he is beginning to see something. And so then he makes it to, I guess, the utility room, and we see all of this medication, and you have to wonder, why in the world does she have all this medication? And then you also have to wonder, did she steal it from the hospital? No, I understand that she's a nurse. Now, if she's working out of her house as a nurse, as a licensed nurse, then she may have permission to have all these items. So this is a lot of pills for a person who is no longer assigned or registered with the hospital. And that's probably why she didn't want to take him to the hospital or have someone come get him from the hospital, because then she would have to reveal the fact that she's probably no longer a licensed nurse, that her license has been taken away. And she's just operating however way she's operating. So we don't get a backstory of why she has so many pills. We don't know why. He is going to take some of those pills, because then he's going to try to use them to drug her. So then we have a cut of Annie coming, and see, look at this, the roads are clear. So that means the roads have been clear for a while, of course, but it's interesting though how clear these roads are. And that was the time, and she's gone into town twice now, I think, and she still hasn't said anything. She's passed the sheriff up, and she's had all this opportunity to reveal where Paul Sheldon is, which is at her house. It's funny, the road we take, when we are in setback, we don't always make the best decisions in setback, but sometimes we just need to make the obvious decision. The obvious decision is to say, I have Paul Sheldon at my house. Where is the sheriff? So then he enters the kitchen where she has cooked his meals, right? And the kitchen looks like a kitchen as any other kitchen would, right? And it's a pretty good homely set, there's no real color scheme or anything like that. It seems like many of the items that Annie has bought has been the types of items you might see at a garage sale, or flea market, or something like that. And so there's no real sort of conscientious intent to decorate the house with some sort of cohesiveness. But this is the kitchen. And so Paul realizes he's not going to be able to get the wheelchair into the kitchen is too narrow. So that's an interesting thing, that this door is narrower than the other doors in the house. He's managed to get through the house through other doors, but something about this door is not the same build and size and length and distance to allow him to move into this area of the house. What that means is sometimes we are often constricted to certain sort of places in our life that we can roam around. And when we're trying to get out of setback, we often try to force our way into areas where we cannot get into. And sometimes it is much better to work with the areas where you can get into. So, for instance, you're trying to build your way out of setback and you want to write a script. And some areas of the script are accessible to you. You can write the character descriptions, or you can write the dialogue. You got the plot understood or something like that. But then there may be other areas of the script that are not as accessible to you, that require some extended learning, that you just can't write from the top of your head. You're going to have to think about this a little longer. You see that reflected in Paul's work with Misery, because he talks about the Victorian age, and he talks about Misery Chastain and how she lived during that time, and how often women often died in childbirth. Well, that took some time to research that area of history. But if you find yourself trying to move about and force your way into something before the time, you're going to be met with opposition, right? And the obvious opposition is the door won't give way. And so it would have been better for him to not try to go into this room because he can't get into the room. It's no different than life, Here it is. You're still trying to push your way into an industry for which you have not prepared, or you're trying to push something before the time. You're trying to get money or skip steps or something like that. And it's not always a direct assessment, It's not always kind of implicit, but we could make the parallel, because this is the topic of setback and misery. And we can make parallels to our own lives. So he finds out that he's not going to be able, he discovers that he's not going to be able to get through the door with the chair. And so he's forced now to lower his legs and get on the floor and crawl. And this is the second time that he has done this, right? Get on the floor and crawl. And that's why I said he misses his opportunity, that it would have been better for him to get better and learn how to walk or practice walking while she was gone, than to try to push his way to hurry up and escape. Because even when you escape, you still can't walk. So we have Annie returning in the car back to the house. And I wanted to take a good screenshot of Annie in this car and her thinking. And remember, when we see Annie in a car before, at the beginning, I say at the beginning of the movie, she's driving the opposite direction of the sheriff, who has just sort of observed what could be the scene of the crash, right? And we see a different look on Annie's face when she is doing this. It's almost maybe smug, like I know something that you don't know, that I actually know for a fact that Paul crashed his car and I was the one who rescued him, and actually he's at my house and you don't know that, hoarding knowledge. But when you see her in this car now driving, she seems a little distressed. And what comes to mind regarding Annie, taking into account everything, every event, every scene development, dialogue leading up to this, I think Annie has an identity crisis. You know, sometimes you can start something, uh, whether you have the best intentions or not, but you have started something, you started some goal. I'm going to rescue him and bring him back to my house and nurse him to health, nurse him back to recovery. And you don't always understand what that goal entails because you just envision you being the one to save his life. But she didn't realize also the pressure, the burden of it all. Because when she yells at him about the paper, like I said, she's talking from some sort of past event in her life. Because why would you get so frustrated with the fact that he says, this is not the type of paper I type on? And she could have prevented any sort of potential frustration if she just would have asked him, what type of paper do you type on? That's why I say she doesn't know his field enough, and she doesn't even know his field enough to even be humble, even though I said that she's two part like offensive and showing some sort of humility and wanting to help him to get the book back on track, or the series back on track. But you start something, you're supposed to be the nurse. You're not supposed to be his co-writer. You're supposed to be the nurse. You're not supposed to be the agent, the publisher. You're supposed to be a reader of his books, not be a writer of his books or inspire writing for his book. And I think that she's suffering from an identity crisis because she's frustrated with the choice that she's made to help him or to do whatever it is that he has given her permission to. So if that is the case, why is she frustrated? If she's so happy about Misery coming back to life, why is she frustrated with paper? And so I think it's the goal. It's the initial goal that she was supposed to actually just nurse him to health, that she has shifted into helping him write the book, which has its own demands because, again, she's not part of that field. She doesn't know the work that goes into it. She doesn't know the process that goes into it. She doesn't know the laboring of it. The only laboring Annie knows is reading the end result. So she doesn't know all of the processes that go right before she gets the book at the general store. So there's some frustration here because she doesn't really know what she's doing. She thinks she knows what she's doing, but it wouldn't make sense to be frustrated and angry and yell at your patient. Remember, he's supposed to be your patient. And he's really not even truly your patient if you're not a licensed nurse and your home is not a licensed facility. So she's operating, again, outside of her mastery orientation. And whenever that happens, anyone listening, whenever that happens, you're going to feel the weight and the burden and the frustration of operating out of bounds, operating outside of your chosen mastery, your chosen field, your chosen preference, things that you are supposed to be doing, the path that you're supposed to be on. That's why on some level, when Paul is forced to bring Misery Chastain back to life, even though he says these are not the ordinary way things are written, it's not hard for him to write, however, because it is his path. So then he just taps into his creative talent and conjures up whatever he can conjure up in terms of plot development, character description, setting, thematic issues, dialogue. He just taps into that creative talent because that is actually his path. He may be wanting to write a new genre and struggle there and may not be received in that new genre, but writing and creating worlds is his path. It is not Annie's. And that's why I say I feel like she has internal conflict, for one, where should she take this situation? Because she knows that he is going to get better and he is going to leave. So that's part of her conflict. Another conflict is she has just completely abandoned her nursing skill set, right? And then another conflict is whatever love she has for Paul Sheldon. How can she make that happen? Another conflict is in her trying to step out of bounds and be something that she hasn't even prepared for or trained. And so there are different internal conflicts that are going on within Annie, and it is represented on his face. And then, of course, the identity issue. Is she a nurse, or is she a writer, or is she a reader, or does she love Paul, or what is she? See, when you have messed up in your chosen field, the field that you chose, and you leave that field, or you could have been forced out of that field, you become a person like, who am I? What do I do now? What purpose do I serve? Finding Paul in the snow gave her purpose. She did say that she used to drive up to an area of his cabin and look at the light that he had on in the cabin, and wondering what he was writing about or doing or something like that, right? That's not necessary purpose. That's just, wondering what your favorite author is doing, that type of thing. But when she rescued him from the snow, and all up to that time, she was isolated and had no purpose, no longer a registered member as a nurse with the hospital, having been charged, having been dismissed, right? And you don't know who you are after you leave your chosen profession. You have no idea what you're going to become. And so finding him in the snow and rescuing him gave her purpose. It gave her purpose. It sort of, it allowed her to reclaim an identity, and that is of nurse. And so then she does, it clicks in for her what she's supposed to do in terms of executing her skill set. It's her skill set of nurse, repairing his legs, giving him pills, feeding him, washing, cleaning, things like that, or whatever. That's the skill set, right? And but then it shifts when she wants to read what's inside his leather briefcase, and finding that book and not agreeing with the strategy of Paul to write in a different genre and not anything misery, because she was hoping that was Misery Chastain, the Misery series. If only, it's interesting, if that had actually been the Misery book, the actual Misery book that was not on the shelves, just published, but it had been the Misery book, and he had killed off her, and then she wouldn't have had to really do anything harsh to him. She just would have forced him to write a new ending, right? Or extend that current ending where she's killed in the grave or something like that, or dead in the grave. And so then he wouldn't have really had to write a whole new book. Okay. And so I think she's suffering from identity issues. And so all of this is coming to a head, all of the decisions, not only from her back, remember the screenshot of her back, all of those past historical decisions, the decisions that she has made to go a different route other than nursing him back to recovery. She has completely changed her goal. And so when you look at her, in some ways you want to get in the car with Annie and say, wake up. You cannot keep him, Annie. You can't keep him. You cannot continue to trap him in the house and no one comes looking for him. You have to let him go. And in some ways, you do have some sympathy for her. You have a little bit of empathy. When I say you want to get into the car, it's like you want to, as an audience member, you want to participate. The film should be an engaging engagement between the actors playing in the film as well as the viewing audience. And you want to open that door and climb into the passenger seat and shake her and say, Annie, you cannot continue this. You got to let him go. So I thought it was interesting to take a screenshot of that, because I took about a day to think about what I wanted to say about this, and just identity issues was the first thing that came to mind. So Paul is struggling to crawl on the floor. He's still in the kitchen, and you know, this is symbolic of a number of things. When you're trying to make your comeback in life, you know, you crawl before you walk, when in reality, before you had to enter your setback, you were walking very well. And actually, you had to crawl before you walk way back then. And then now you have hit another setback, and you have to do exactly the same thing you did before. And so all of us on some level have had to sort of make this crawl, not sometimes figuratively, sometimes literally, but we've all had to make some form of a crawl, especially if we failed a class and we had to retake that class. If anyone has experienced a divorce, you have to crawl back financially to your life, and to the point that you want to be self-sustaining, right? Paul is really not self-sustaining here. Whatever life he had before of, you know, sustaining himself is challenged here. It's challenged by the crash that he experienced, and that he is really a contributor of, because he could have asked anyone in the lodge manager, what are the weather conditions before he hit the road. The snow on the ground was enough of an indicator and enough of a warning to say, maybe I should not go, the roads are not clear, right? He wanted to get back so badly. And that's a lot of times what happens with us when we are trying to overcome a setback. We want to get back so quickly and so fast and so badly that we will do anything. We'll crawl. We will do whatever we have to do in order to get back. It could be economically, financially, romantically, spiritually. It can be a number of areas in our life. But when you are making your comeback from setback, it's just going to take a process. And you may crawl a long time, and a long time could be years. If you have suffered a bankruptcy, for example, a financial bankruptcy, well, that's going to affect all areas of your life. It could affect the fact that you may not be able to get the job in a certain industry that you want to get into, especially if your industry is like accounting, financial services, banking, the IRS. You can't have debt in certain industries. You can't file for bankruptcy. It may affect him getting a house. You know, the person getting a house, right? Here it is. You have an eviction on your record, a bankruptcy on your record, right? And you may have to pay more in terms of loans. No one may want to take a risk on you. And bankruptcies, I think, stay on your record for 7 to 10 years, right? And so it could affect the job situation for certain industries. It could affect housing situation. It's hard to get an apartment if you've already had an eviction from another apartment. It definitely affects any type of financial savings you have. It may even affect, tax obligations, if you owe the IRS. So you would have to crawl a lot longer than you would think. But people, what they want to do is take a skip. They want to find a way to skip ahead of the process. But if you think about the staircase, here it is, you're trying to take 2 or 3 stairs at a time. And it looks like you can navigate that strategy, but somewhere on the middle of the staircase, you try to take 2 or 3 at a time, and somehow you trip and fall back. And then sometimes you can fall back just to the previous staircase, or you can fall back all the way down to the end of the staircase. And the point of that is to take it step by step. Even if the steps are long, even if you don't like the fact that you have to take it step by step, even if it's inconvenient, even if you are crying and it's frustrating and it's tiresome and it's annoying and people are looking at you and you hate it and it's just everything. But when you miss opportunities in life and you don't do what you're supposed to do, or you don't adhere to instruction, or you don't listen to your conscience or something like that, expect a setback and expect the process of making a comeback to take a lot longer than you think. So picture yourself on this floor, crawling across the floor, trying to get back to some semblance of self-sufficiency. Nobody wants to be immobilized and not be able to walk around. Sure, you may have to move in with somebody and get some help or something like that, but you still want to be a grown adult. You still want to be able to move about. Who wants to be in a bed, lying down, helpless, vulnerable? People can do anything they want to do to you. You know, that's scary, even as an adult. Even if, and I say even as an adult because you can defend yourself a lot more than a child could. But even when you are this down financially, socially, economically, spiritually, or whatever, psychologically, it can be very trying on your mental faculties. It can be trying on your heart. You could have a heart attack trying to make your comeback too fast. That is something to think about. You could have a heart attack trying to make your comeback too fast because you are trying to get somewhere, because it's embarrassing that you are in a setback and you don't want anybody to know. And so you're trying to get somewhere fast and quickly, and hopefully you can sustain. But you miss all of the learning moments, teachable moments that you need while you are in setback to usher you to come back. You need all of that because once you make your comeback, you need to be able to sustain it. But if you have no knowledge while you are at the comeback stage, all you're going to do is end up being set back again. So this crawl is very significant. So then he finally makes it to the back of the kitchen door. And like when he tried to get out of the bed the first time, and he fell on his legs, and he raised his hand up to the door to try to open it. This is the same sort of processing that he's doing. And again, to me, he's just not learning from the previous mistake. Now, that's an interesting thing. I didn't even think about that. He's not learning from the previous mistake. Remember when Annie kind of went crazy on him and she left and drove off, and he tried to get away and reached out of the bed and ended up, falling down and then trying to crawl up to the door to get out of what he didn't learn from that mistake. And so maybe he's the type of person then who doesn't learn from his mistakes. And we don't really know a lot about his mistakes. I don't remember the agent saying a lot of things. I don't remember him saying a lot of things, but we could deduce on some level that he has had a setback before in his life, and he tried to make something happen, and he didn't learn anything, because you do what you know, you do what you are used to, you do your habit. And so this is just a reflection of something maybe some 10, 15, 20 years ago, where he was enduring a setback and wanted to get out of it and decided, I'm going to just push ahead and do something and maybe make something happen. And we know that there's some regret in his thinking about writing the Misery series, because remember, he said, I didn't plan to make it my life. Then why would you push that book series then? Why write the first book? Why then continue to push the series because he was probably in a financial hole in some area of his life and he needed to make something happen. And when you are trying to make something happen, you'll find the first thing you can find to make something happen because you're trying to get over a financial hump. It would have been much better if he just continued to write, work whatever job he was working on, and hone the craft of for the work he really wanted to write, the serious work, he says, right? And then push that book. The problem with that then is if you're writing serious work, a lot of times the field might be too competitive with people who are already masters of their craft and are already doing very well in terms of marketing, promotion, bringing money to the university, because writing serious work is very competitive just as much as the fiction novel writing business as well. You want to write something on theory, certain theories, or certain literary concepts, certain types of books. A lot of times there are already ants at the top of that heap that are, well, there's always at least one ant, but you always have at least a good number of ants that have already trekked to the top of that heap, and they are nationally and globally renowned and recognized. And so you're trying to get into that competitive field. Well, what happens then is when you figure that you're not going to be able to make headway quickly enough on your time frame, you try to do something to get something out, to get some money. And that's likely what happened, because you shouldn't, if Misery was something that you wanted to write and do well by and write multi-series, you shouldn't be regretting it. You shouldn't say, I didn't want to make it my life. Okay, wouldn't you want to make a very profitable, productive series your life, right? And so he's probably, since he didn't learn from the previous mistake, and he's doing exactly the same thing that you saw him do earlier in the movie, he is a person who didn't learn from his mistakes. And we know that to be true, or we could assume that that could be true when we get to the end of the movie and he's saying, I learned a lot. Annie, he says whatever he says about Annie, but I learned from that situation. And that's probably the whole purpose of the movie. So we see different types of knives. And these different types of knives are not knives that match the base, or they don't even match each other. I don't know why that should be significant, but it's interesting that a lot of stuff in her house match. It may be just two of one type of item or whatever, but even the jars you see here in this screenshot match. Even these little two, I don't know what these are, ducklings or something, I don't know, they match. There's some stuff, the figurines match, the little plush bear type piggies match, right? But these knives don't match. That's strange. Usually when you buy a set, you buy a matching set, and all of the knives usually match what you see the color of the base is that is holding the knives. Again, I don't know why this should be significant. Over time, we don't know how long Annie has lived in this place, so over time she could have lost some knives, but then where are those knives? That's still funny. Where are those knives? Because knives just don't get up and walk away. Again, I don't know why this should be significant. It may not be significant, but it will be significant in terms of when Paul makes another trek to the kitchen, he's going to take one of those knives. So then Annie is coming back. And again, I always like to take these screenshots of nature and how things look and how serene it looks. And it looks like Annie is just coming back to her house, in a very simple way. She's just coming back to her house. And so then Paul hears the sounds of her car driving up, and then he sort of bolts into trying to get back to his place, right? It's interesting that he's bolting and crawling hurriedly to try to get back to his setback, because that's where he belongs according to Annie. He doesn't want to be there, but he knows he got to act out whatever person he has to be for Annie, because if she found him in this kitchen, he knows it could be death for him. And so it's interesting that he has to crawl back to his setback in order to continue acting out this role of a person who is trapped and has to remain trapped. That's a strange way to say that. Who's trapped and has to remain trapped. So he has to tap into his mental faculties of being a trapped person, and tap into his mental faculties of being a person who wants to escape being a trapped person, and tap into his mental faculties of a person who no longer wants to be in this setback and is trying to make a comeback by any means necessary, right? So he's crawling back to his setback, and that is just sort of interesting. I've never thought about it like that, but that's what he's doing. So we have Paul trying to hoist himself up onto this chair with a lot of struggle, and it's still significant about Paul's ability to still work through this setback. If you looked at this in a figurative way, when we are trying to pull ourselves up, especially financially, there's always a strain, there's always some pain somewhere. Sometimes we can pull ourselves up in some ways, some areas of our life, but that financial area just takes such a long time. Or if we are in a romantic relationship trying to pull ourselves up, and it seems like every other area of the romantic relationship works except for the communication area, because whatever you say is interpreted or misinterpreted as something else, and whatever the other person says, you misinterpret or misrepresent what they say, what the person says, and so it just seems like nothing ever gets resolved. Now that's a figurative way of looking at Paul trying to hoist himself up, trying to get back to his setback in order to put on the face necessary to maintain his life. And it's no different than how we show our representative in public. Behind closed doors, we look like Paul. We look like sweating, crying, trying to figure out how we're going to make ends meet. Many people are going through are becoming the victims of evictions and other types of things that are going on during this pandemic. And so the face that they show you outside of the house is going to be a face that they have to make sure that they keep calm. When the court asks them, why can't you pay? You want to yell to the judge. And I'm talking about the eviction court. When the eviction court asks you, why can't you pay your rent? Not understanding or not considering the fact that many of the jobs are shut down, and or at least during the pandemic, many of the jobs were closed or shut down. People lost their jobs, and so they couldn't pay their rent. And you want to yell out to the judge, I couldn't pay my rent because I lost my job due to a pandemic. You want to yell that out. But if you do, if you yell that out, you could be asked to leave, and then your case decided on your behalf without your input. And then that would lead to evictions, right? And so this is a lot of times where people really are and how they look when they are going through their setback and trying to get up and trying to pull themselves up and trying to help themselves, and maybe having to go live with somebody and having to deal with their issues with that person, and still trying to keep a job. This is how people look. This sort of suspended uh, uh, part of your body is on the floor, and the other part of your body is up, trying to pull the other parts of your body from off the floor. It's no different than when you're trying to pull yourself up by your finances, right? Part of your finances are on the floor. They're so bad that it'll be better just to burn them, right? Have a funeral for part of your finances. And then the other part of your finances that really do matter, in the sense that if you don't keep your mortgage paid or your rent paid, or try to stay out of bankruptcy court, you will forever be on the floor. So the top part of your body is that body that is trying to use all of its strength to pull all of your body up, all of your house, all of your money, all of your psychology, all of your heart, all of your spirit, man. And so a lot of us look like this right here in Setback. And he's trying to get back to Setback, in the sense that he has to put on the act necessary so Annie doesn't detect. But it's no different than any one of us when we won't tell anybody that we are about to be evicted. We'll sit at a dinner table, eat dinner with family members, not tell them that we are about to be evicted out of our home, because we're trying to put on a face, and then return to the home, return to our Setback as if it's a normal day. So I thought this was kind of like an interesting thing, because he's suspended between, he's sort of halt between comeback and setback and comeback, right? And his time, even though his desire is a desire to want to leave and go on to better things, he has to play a role to maintain his life and sustain his life, so he can be able to escape and go on to better things. And that's all of us. That is all of us. So that's a picture that I want you to really look at, that many of us look exactly like this when we are trying to get out of our setback, go through a process, because that middle that you see where his stomach is kind of hanging out, right, and the arm sling is kind of under his arm, that's your middle process. That's your core, that's your center. And you're trying to get all of that to cooperate so that you can pull yourself up, because you just can't pull yourself up by your arms. You have to engage your core as well, because his legs are not really functioning, or they're not serving the function that they're supposed to serve as legs on your body. In the same way, there are some areas of your life that are not serving the function that they're supposed to serve as parts of your life, right? For instance, if your husband lost his job, he's supposed to work, right? He's supposed to serve that function along with you having a job yourself. And so while you are in a downtime, he's not serving the function that he's supposed to serve. In the same way that you may not be serving the function that you're supposed to serve if you're the one who comes home and cooks all the time. Right? Now you have to be the breadwinner, or you have to go out and do the things that are necessary in order to bring the income to the house, right? And so you're both in the setback where areas of your life are not functioning in the way that they're supposed to function. And so it's going to take some time to pull yourself up. Many people will quit here. Many people will turn around and turn their bodies around and just sit down and not move, and not do anything to try to pull themselves up. How many times have you seen people lying down on the street? Somewhere they gave up. They gave up before they started to lie down, but they gave up. So many people, they don't even have to be homeless people. It can be people who have just decided to live in their house, and that's enough for them, and they're not going to reach for any dream. They're not going to do anything beyond living in their house. They may keep a job, or they may not keep a job. How many people have given up on their dreams? You know, when you see Annie lying down in the bed eating Cheetos and drinking a Coke, she's given up. That's what giving up looks like. That's not a person who has worked all day and then came home and wanted to rest. She was kicked out of her profession for her misdeeds, her criminal misdeeds. And so she can't return to her profession, so she has no real identity anymore. And so she has given up. I know a person who just got up, took a shower, laid in the bed all day, watched TV all day to the end of the day, went to sleep, and did it all over again. And I just remembered that I didn't perceive it as significant at the time, or I couldn't reflect on it and think about it and have a consciousness about it. But when I got older and I started to reflect on it, I said she gave up. Somewhere on her path, she gave up. So I think this is a significant image to consider, that it should encourage all of us. Even though he is forced to return to his setback to save his life right now, at least he is willing to venture out and try to see what he can do to escape that setback. It still may be hasty, because after all, his legs are not working in the way that they should work to help him along in his journey, but there's something in him that still hasn't given up. So then he manages to get into the wheelchair, and so then he's going to be able to wheel himself out. Again, this is a great image of us trying to navigate out of something to go forward into something else. And then we have a cut to Annie holding the paper, and she makes sure to bring 3 reams of paper. And again, this is not the fancy paper, but it's representative of also Annie as being not that fancy herself. That's why I think she was so drawn to the black with the red lettering and white lettering on top of the cover of that box paper, because it looks so fancy. And a lot of times when you are not as fancy yourself, you tend to draw towards something that is fancy because it sort of looks like a light to you, and you want something to kind of illuminate. And Paul coming into her life accidentally is like a light for her, as I noted in previous screenshots. So he manages to get out of that area. Now he's about to go back into the room, which represents his setback. He had to remember to close that door. And that's another thing. When he's venturing out of the room, there are some things he got to remember, because she keeps her doors closed and she keeps his door closed. And so to forget that would be definitely a telltale sign that he had been out of his room. And so these step-by-steps, so we see her penny loafers, and she's taking the steps up to her house. And steps are always important. I think it's always important to look at and examine steps. And so, this is her way of learning too. That in a sense, Paul is learning his way of how things should be done. Remember, he said this is not the ordinary way, and that this is not the paper that he used. And so it forced her to leave and go out and get better paper. So now, whereas she wasn't willing to learn anything in the beginning, she's forced to learn something now, step by step. So I got your paper, the paper that you usually type on. So here you go, right? And in some ways, she's humbling herself, because like I said earlier, she could have easily said, well, you're just going to have to write on this paper. I don't care if it smudges. That doesn't have anything to do with me. You need to be glad I brought you the paper. But no, she decided to go on ahead and leave, get the right type of paper, come back, and she has passed a step. Essentially, she has passed a step. And this is another step, again, that's in her process. And then he's managed to get back into the room, lock the door with his bobby pin, and now he's appearing sweaty. And of course he's going to be sweaty because we know what he's been doing, but she doesn't know. And so he's trying to hide the fact that he got that medication, the red pills, like a package of them, and he doesn't want her to know.